16th. Do we roll call vote this?
No, we just need to confirm that our region members can hear us and can be heard.
So, Allison, can you hear us and can we hear you?
I hear you.
Word. Tillman?
Tillman, yep.
I almost messed that up.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So the Regional School Committee is now called to order.
Great. And seeing the presence of a quorum, I will call the meeting of the Union 26 School Committee to order at 5:36. And we have one remote member. Allison McDonald, again, can you hear us and can you be heard?
I hear you.
Great. So before we get to our first agenda item, I just wanted to say a couple of words of introduction and any words of introduction, Ben, that you might have. Just to welcome everyone and set some ground rules for the evening. We may have a long public comment, so we'll repeat some of these when we get into public comment. First thing is I just want to immediately acknowledge that this is a large meeting of high interest, high importance, and also strong public disagreement. Feelings are intense. Expressions of those feelings can be intense, and there's nothing wrong with that. What we want you to know from our committees is that our very first charge tonight is to ensure public safety. And so the biggest factor in that is everyone's cooperation and support with that. So we just want to thank you in advance for that. I also want to acknowledge that some members of CRES are here, Amherst CRES Department. I don't know if they are out there. If you want to just stand up and wave. So if you have any issues tonight, looking for the bathroom, your car breaks down, medical issue, anything else whatsoever, just feel free. They're here to help in any way that they can. And so I also want to just acknowledge that we are all guests tonight in a shared learning space of students and a shared workspace of staff. We don't usually get this many people, and I realize that we are crossing dinner time, and so you may have some food or drink. You may be perusing the stacks. This is all fine. Just ask that everyone respect that this is a school resource and try and keep it valued the way that staff and students do every day. That's just sort of the norms and demeanor that we'd like to just share. In terms of the agenda for tonight, the agenda for this meeting is pretty simple. We have our first item is to consider going into executive session. It's an option, so we'll talk about that in a moment. And then we'll have public comment. And when we get to public comment, we'll go in much more detail about we'll give some clear instructions about how that goes. Essentially, we will go as long as we need to. And then the third item is an open session discussion and possible vote regarding the acting superintendent appointment. I do want to note there's another meeting scheduled for tonight right after this at 6:30. I know it's confusing. It's a regional school committee only meeting that was scheduled a while ago that has its own agenda. I am guessing that it's very unlikely that meeting will start on time, but when this meeting does conclude, then that meeting will start. And anything else about general introduction that you wanted to add, Ben? Or anybody else wanted to mention?
No, not really. The only thing I would add to any of that is kind of a call for civility. Like, we're going to have to hear some hard things tonight, and we're going to have to say some hard things tonight. And I just want to make sure that we all offer space for that, right? This isn't an easy discussion to be having here. And also, in light of that, when it comes to the public comment time, I guess we'll reinforce that at that moment. But I just want to remind everyone that it's a 3-minute time limit. And so I don't want anyone getting upset when the alarm goes off. So yeah, that's really all I have to say for now. I'll have more to say later.
All right. So with that, we'll move on to our first item, which is to consider going into executive session to discuss the aspects related to the acting superintendent search. So before we get into full committee discussion about that, I did want to say just another preamble note about just our committee norms and how we deliberate and discuss things. I got some great, Ben and I got some great feedback today from different members about yesterday's meeting. So just to bring everybody up to speed, So the brief history of this is on Friday afternoon, Dr. Morris, our superintendent, informed the community that he's taking a medical leave and he looks forward to returning. Then over the weekend, the chairs, we got together and tried to schedule meetings as soon as possible. We have been laying the tracks in front of us as the train has been moving along since then. And so last night was the first meeting of our committees, first formal meeting since that announcement last Friday. It was posted as an executive session. As I mentioned, that executive session agenda item is an option to go into closed session. So the meeting was at the Amherst PD room. We deliberated a long time. I thought we had a great discussion. At the end of the day, the committees opted not to go into executive session. So that's where we are today. You may have seen another update that we sent out today that there's another meeting, a joint meeting of these bodies that will be scheduled for this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. If we need it. Committees will talk about when we get to open session about whether we need that or not, depending on what happens tonight. So that's the brief history. The thing I wanted to say about committee norms is that we got a lot of good feedback about just a desire for more clarity and consistency about how we manage the discussion. We're sometimes informal here about speaking and whatnot, and so the main bit of take-home feedback was just set expectations so that we're all on the same page at the beginning, and that should minimize confusion. So just remember, so if you have a follow-up question after you're called on to have your first comment or question, if you want to just ask, could you do a follow-up, and then we'll try and accommodate that. We try not to have side conversations, so if you are feeling really strongly in agreement or disagreement with another member and you want to express something, then try and address it to the body as opposed to having that. And we will do our best, Ben and I, to chair these meetings. The other bit of feedback, sorry, before we get going, is that since this is a joint meeting, it's sometimes unclear which chair is running that particular item. So Ben and I will try to just articulate that. So right now I'm running this particular item. I think Ben is going to run public comment, and then we'll switch off like that. Okay. So with that, we are on to our item, and so I'll just read the motion that is optional and on the table, which is to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, acting superintendent appointment. And I'll open it up for any comments or discussion. Yes, Jennifer.
I'm opposed to entering executive session for the same reasons that I was opposed to it last night, which is that...
I think your mic's off.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm opposed to entering executive session tonight for the same reasons I expressed last night. Mass General Law lists 10 reasons that a public body may enter a private meeting, i.e. executive session, and I don't think our stated reason applies because we aren't talking about contract bargaining for a specific person. Also, executive session is optional, not mandatory. We can choose not to go into executive session, and that's what I think we should do. Because we're a public body doing the public's work, and we should be as transparent as possible, especially in a situation like this where we have gotten a lot of feedback about a lack of trust in the community from community members and educators in the central administration and the school committee. I want to be as transparent as possible. Thank you.
I'll just agree with Jennifer. I thought the discussion that we had yesterday about whether or not we should go into executive session, ultimately I voted that I thought that we should for reasons that I don't need to articulate now with regards to district liability and whatnot. But procedurally wise, I feel like our committees thoroughly discussed the question last night, and even though it was a close vote, I feel like our committees decided, and I don't see any additional reason in the last 21 hours to enter executive session. So I'm fine just moving on. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? You're also free to make a motion if you want to enter executive session. That's your right as a member. Okay, so if no one wants to make a motion, then I'm going to assume that our committees do not want to go into executive session.
Correct.
Okay, not surprising. Okay, thank you. And so just to clarify for the public again, to this point, the only public discussion that we've had about any aspect of this topic was yet last night when we were talking about should we go into executive session or not. We haven't had one moment of discussion about who should be the acting superintendent and the pros and cons, what the contract should be, etc. The beginning of that will be tonight in open session. Now that we have crossed this hurdle. So with that, we move on to our second item, which is public comment. So Ben, I'll turn it over to you to manage public comment.
Yeah. So we'll keep it short and sweet here. Well, you don't have to keep it short and sweet, just to 3 minutes. But so the format that we're going to follow is we'll start with the public comment from you folks that are here from the public in person, and then we'll play some voicemails from some folks who left previous public comment, and then we'll go to the written. And what I'm going to do, I'm not going to take a ton of time going through, but I encourage everyone in here to go to board docs and look up the agenda. It's already posted right now, so you can feel free to pass it around. So I already gave the 3-minute part, right? So once we open it up, I'll acknowledge you, and then you can come up and you have your 3 minutes. I'll allow you all a moment to gather yourself. Some folks don't like public speaking. I'm one. Here I am. But so I'll allow you a minute to gather yourself, and I'll start the timer once you start talking. All right. And then I just ask for the cooperation that once you hear the alarm go off, kind of wrap up your point there as best you can, and then we leave space for the next person. So with that.
Yeah, just one other point I would suggest is, so normally people just walk up when the table's free. You can feel free to do that. You can self-organize. If it seems like a lot of people want to come up at the same time, if you could maybe form a queue down the center there, that seems like the most logical thing to do. But I'm sure you all already seem like an orderly bunch, so I'm sure you will find the best way to self-organize and do that. And you don't need to worry that public comment time is going to run out. If you see that a lot of people are queuing up to speak, we will hear every last public comment of anybody who wants to speak.
And with that, I'll take the first public comment. You can step right up, right here to the mic. Have at it.
My name is Allie. I'm here as a former ARPS parent tonight. I'm also want to preface this by saying I am a former LGBTQ plus youth. I survived that experience, which is not true of all of us. We lose a lot of queer youth to environments like what's happening here in this town right now. I've lost friends. So I'm not objective on this issue. I'm fighting for the lives of queer youth in your schools. This is also not a new problem. I'm a former ARPS parent because in kindergarten, my child, who has 2 mothers, was told that his family was disgusting. And in 1st grade, the word faggot was introduced into his classroom. And when I brought that concern to his teacher, I was told that name-calling is age-appropriate at that age. We fought the good fight. I wanted to be a public school parent. I was the classroom volunteer. I went to committee meetings. I showed up at school committee meetings. I made every possible channel and complaint that I could, went to every meeting I could, and ultimately, when I decided that I wasn't willing to let my child continue to take the hit for adults failing, we left. And my child is whole now because we left. Had he stayed and experienced continued homophobia and racism on top of that, I'm focused on homophobia tonight, but racism was a major factor in his classrooms as well. And the thing we constantly heard back was, this is Amherst, you must be misunderstanding. We are not misunderstanding. This is not a new problem in Amherst. This is an ongoing systemic problem in this town. Now it's exposed and it's public, and you have the opportunity to address it in a way that could make change. If the people who knew what was happening to my son in his classroom had done that, these kids might not have experienced what they've experienced here. But the action didn't happen. Most of the teachers and administrators involved in what happened with my son are still here. Some have been promoted. Some are still making decisions for children in Amherst. So what I want to say is that what's happening here now is the same thing that we tried to avoid for our son, which is that children are paying for adult failings. By failing children, you're losing the trust of your community. Not every one of you, some of you are fighting the good fight, but the reality is that as a whole, Amherst Regional is losing the trust of its community. You can only restore that trust through total transparency and accountability. I'm calling on this committee to fire Mike Morris and to fire Doreen Cunningham. It was on their watch that this happened. They lied to the public. Mike Morris lied to the public when he said he was unaware of the problem. It took high school students to expose that he was not. It was on their watch that this happened to children in your district. You must also fire every staff member who violated their contract by making children in the classrooms unsafe and by creating an environment where prayer was brought into a public school. I recognize that my time is up. I appreciate you listening. Last night I heard a really hard fight to avoid transparency, and it's a different, interesting rewrite tonight. But last night I watched you, Mr. Demling, fight hard to have that go to executive committee. And I am begging all of you to make this transparent because children's lives depend on it.
Thank you.
My name is MJ Schwartz. I'm a parent and step-parent, a former crisis counselor for an LGBTQ+ youth hotline, and I'm a non-binary transgender adult who survived childhood and adolescent religious trauma, merciless bullying by my peers, and the adults who were supposed to protect me and did not. 1.6 million Americans identify as transgender, about 1.3 million adults, and around 300,000 youth. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health, the Endocrine Society, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Academy of Pediatrics all support gender-affirming care. Most importantly, non-binary and transgender people themselves know what they need. We are the experts of our own existence. Beyond even the egregious allegations of nepotism and violations of separation of church and state in a public school setting, in addressing the behaviors of adjustment counselor Hector Santos, 7th grade guidance counselor Santos's daughter, Tanya Cabrera, and 8th grade guidance counselor Delinda Dykes, we are discussing issues of life and death. In the United States, LGBTQ+ youth, one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. The rate of suicide attempts is 3 times higher in youth experiencing bullying. By comparison, when LGBTQ+ youth receive social support from at least one adult, the rate of suicidality declines by 40%. Each one of these adults had the opportunity to be that person for our middle school students. Instead, they chose to be part of the demographic who drives up the rates of depression, anxiety, substance use, self-harm, and suicidality amongst our LGBTQ+ kids. There have been expressions of concern over the school district's liability over everything from creating a contract for the interim superintendent position to how to deal with the adults who created the dangerous environment at the middle school. You should be worrying about the school district's liability, but you're focusing on the wrong issues. This is a public health emergency, and if this continues and students continue to be hospitalized for mental health crises, as at least one already has, or die by suicide due to the untenable conditions they are subjected to at the middle school, liability will be front and center. I stand with the Amherst Pelham Education Association and their vote of no confidence. Because this is a systemic issue with culpability at each level of action and reporting or lack thereof, I am advocating for the immediate dismissal of Michael Morris, Doreen Cunningham, Faye Brady, Diego Sharon, Hector Santos, Tanya Cabrera, and Delinda Dykes. It is the school committee's responsibility to hold leadership accountable to the interests of the students and the community rather than to support the interests of leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Lopez. I teach at Amherst Regional Middle School. I'm a resident of Amherst. and I have 3 kids who have gone through the school system. And Karita and I are here to make a comment together.
Good evening. I have to say that in 30 years of teaching, this is some of the hardest work I have ever done. And that's teaching through a pandemic and 9/11 and the deaths of various loved members of my learning community. We are members of the APA. We are also department heads at the middle school. We wish Superintendent Morris good health and a swift recovery. Nevertheless, we are writing as concerned staff members to express our lack of confidence in our district leadership. In this letter, which we presented to every school in the district, we outlined some of the issues we have observed in the actions of Dr. Mike Morris, Superintendent, and Mr. Doreen Cunningham, Assistant Superintendent. We understand that the school committee has a responsibility to ensure the well-being of all staff members and students, and we trust that you will take appropriate action to address those issues. I would like to read the tally of the votes of no confidence across the various schools into the record. The middle school, 70% of all faculty and staff voted, 98% voted yes to a vote of no confidence, 2% voted no. Fort River, 91% of faculty and staff voted, 95% voted yes to a vote of no confidence, 5% voted no. Pelham, 90% of faculty and staff voted, 100% voted yes, with 1 abstention. What's WW? Wildwood, thank you. Wildwood, 87% voted, 85% voted yes, 3% voted no, 12% abstained. Summit, 73% voted, 73% voted yes, 27 voted no. The high school, 50% voted, and 100% of those people voted yes to a vote of no confidence. The faculty and staff have spoken. We express our loss of confidence in district leadership for the following reasons, and we have categorized them. I would also note that everything in this letter is not only verifiable, but there is a human behind them who's willing to stand up publicly to attest that everything we are reading into the record is true. This is not rumor. This is people's lives, and they're willing to stand up and speak truth to power. Dr. Morris, failure to properly supervise the district officers and people in his employ, especially the supervision of Ms. Cunningham. Failure to promptly deal with complaints of anti-LGBTQIA+ behavior on the part of some staff, which has created an unsafe environment for children, especially those whose identities and bodies are marginalized. Failure to collaborate with staff in planning how to support positive leadership in our schools. I now turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, unethical hiring practices. Use of position of professional power to enrich self on school time. Acting in ways that undermine the district's stated mission of equity and excellence. Unsafe environment where people do not come forward out of fear. Toxic work environment that stifles open communication and collaboration. All of these actions harm students, have led to a decline in employee engagement and motivation, have a negative effect on our district's ability to promote and maintain an environment that supports our mission of equity and excellence, create toxic work conditions where staff well-being is declining. We call for the immediate resignation of Ms. Doreen Cunningham. In addition, we call for an investigation into the leadership of Dr. Mike Morris. To aid in this investigation, just repeating what Karita said before, you should know that all of these assertions are verifiable. Each one has someone willing to come forward and attest to their veracity if requested by the committee or investigators. We appreciate your prompt attention to this matter and look forward to working with you to create a more equitable and inclusive environment for all at Amherst Regional Public Schools. Due to the culture of fear and retribution, the vote that was held was anonymous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Auda Demling, and I am a 2021 graduate of the ARP school system. I am also the daughter of Peter Demling, who sits in front of us on the Amherst School Committee, but I would like to make it abundantly clear that I am here on my own behalf. I was a student here not too long ago. A good many of you taught me, and it really is nice to see you guys. I have a great deal of respect for teachers. In fact, I grew up with one. My mom has been a special needs paraeducator in the Crocker Farm Preschool for over 14 years. I have witnessed firsthand the burnout and poor treatment a teacher in the ARP school district may experience. However, I have also gotten a front row seat to the corruption of APA leadership and the blatant misinformation they spread. I read the graphic article. As a lesbian who went through this district, this issue is particularly important to me, but I was so disappointed in the response. It showed either a complete lack of understanding or convenient forgetfulness for the processes in place. It is beyond me how you justify your positions when they are based on misconstrued or simply untrue information. As a reminder to all, the district isn't able to investigate an anonymous complaint. Additionally, I would love to see confirmation that all staff were given the opportunity to participate in the vote of no confidence. For those calling to investigate Dr. Morris, will you truly be satisfied if the investigations conclude no wrongdoing? I doubt it, because this isn't really about the alleged collusion, is it? It's part of a years-long phenomenon of misplaced blame as a product of justified anger about your circumstances, exacerbated by social pressures so strong I can only call it mob mentality. Finally, I must reiterate that my views are separate from those of my father. He did not want me speaking here today, but I have followed the actions of the school committee and the APA too closely and for too long to just sit back and watch this play out. There are far more parents, educators, and community members against your actions than you think. Many hold back on expressing their opinions because of the hostile, personal, public attacks they can expect from you. Me, I'm used to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Greg Gardner. I am the son of Doreen Cunningham, and I am a former employee of Amherst Regional Public Schools. I just wanted to tell my story. I was working in Amherst for some years in different roles. Specifically, when I was a paraprofessional at Summit Academy, I was working 2 jobs, Whole Foods after work, trying to get my degree at the same time. Last year, I seen that this student support specialist position came open at the middle school, or there was 2 positions open, and I was able to interview for the position, even though it required a degree, because I was getting my degree in 2 months. This was included in the interview. There were about 6 to 7 people on the interview panel, including Talib Sadiq, the high school principal, and Diego Sharon, the middle school principal, and I informed everybody that I would get my degree within 2 months. Interview went well. Diego Sharon offered me the position. Shortly after that is when things went downhill working at the middle school. You can tell the cliques that were in place. I've never had a complaint in my life working in schools. I have 8 years of experience working in schools and a bachelor's degree. And weeks into me starting, Alicia Lopez and Doreen Reed made false accusations against me. An outside investigator investigated the situation and found no wrongdoing. Paraprofessionals came up to me and kept telling me Alicia Lopez was talking bad about me. Marta Guevara went to a close colleague of mine and told them that I didn't have my degree. A couple months later, to start this year, a letter comes out from Martha Toro claiming that the requirements for the job was to be a close relative to Doreen Cunningham. Clearly, this was about me because I'm the only relative she has in the district. Martha Toro doesn't know me, I don't know her, never had a conversation with me, vice versa. I don't know what she looks like, and she doesn't know what I look like. So clearly this was a pawn from the union to prepare for moments like this. So I have nobody else to direct this to except Lamiko McGee, as she is the president of the APEA. Lamiko McGee is currently on the news calling for the resignation of Doreen Cunningham over what they call unethical hiring practices. As public documents confirm, McGee was on the committee and a part of the meetings when the hiring practices were adjusted. Some of you community members were a part of that committee when hiring practices were adjusted. So if Doreen Cunningham must resign for unethical hiring practices, I'm calling for the resignation of everyone who was on that committee for creating unethical hiring practices. If these practices were so unethical to Lamiko McGee, then why is she on Twitter almost a year ago to date, May 31st, 2022 to be exact, proclaiming Amherst as a success story, and I quote, Amherst is a success story. Over 33% of Amherst teachers/administrators are of color. Interview committee members must have implicit bias training. The committee must include colors or staff of color, and candidate pool must include staff of color. and if I'll make my last point, we always talk about how people of color, black women, women of color, and the glass ceiling, and how they're treated when they're in leadership positions. And if we look around this room, almost everybody is white in this room. So you guys don't know what it's like to be a person of color in a leadership position. And for a prime example of how women of color get treated in leadership positions, I say look no further than Amherst Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Otis Collins. I'm a pair at the middle school.
Excuse me, can you scooch up a little bit to the mic? Yeah.
My name is Otis Collins. I'm a pair at the middle school.
Wait. Hold on. Hey, can we all be respectful here? Like I said earlier, we're gonna have to hear hard things and we're gonna have to say hard things. Let's just offer the space.
Where's Chris?
Hey, hold on.
So I want to ask, so I'd like to ask for everybody to just take a deep breath, and if you have intense feelings and you need to express those intense feelings, that is okay. It's the manner in which we express those intense feelings that is the boundary that we need to be respectful of for public safety tonight. And just procedurally, this meeting cannot proceed if we see activity that we see as unsafe. We'll have to call a recess, we'll reconvene, and then if the behavior continues, we'll keep doing that, and then we may not be able to proceed. So this is on all of us tonight to be able to speak in the manner, in the venues that are available to us, and so that the public body can have its meeting in the public. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Okay, my name is Otis Collins. I'm a pair at the middle school. I'm going to give Will my 3 minutes of time to talk.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mr. Will, and I would like to take this opportunity to greet everyone in attendance this evening. I'm here to show support for Ms. Cunningham for 2 reasons that are extremely important to me. In the environment that I worked at prior to working and becoming a paraprofessional at Amherst Regional District High School, I worked in an environment where I was able to make a difference in the lives of my students. As an interventionist, I was required to de-escalate hostile situations involving the student populace. Sometimes my job had the expectation of me to physically intervene when safety was compromised. I found that job to be tremendously stressful. It was rewarding, but it was also tremendously stressful. Therefore, I began to search for a new place of employment. During my search, I learned that the town of Amherst was looking to diversify its staff to accommodate the diversity within the student population. The person responsible for the task was Doreen Cunningham. When I arrived to inquire about the position, I met Ms. Cunningham, who came across as extremely professional and personable. Ms. Cunningham was the person who made it possible for me to contribute to the diverse community within the town of Amherst, and to use my skill set to help the students here at Amherst succeed. I am grateful to her for granting me this opportunity. I have become quite fond of my extended family here in the Amherst community. The second reason I stand in support of Ms. Cunningham is that people forget to have grace and empathy for others. People also forget that despite a person being accused of a particular infraction, individuals are still innocent until proven guilty. That being said, I have chosen to give Ms. Cunningham the professional respect that she has earned. I have chosen to keep my judgments to myself and let the investigation take its course. If any one of us were in Doreen's position, we would all want and deserve that same courtesy. In closing, I would like to confirm that I support staff, students here at Amherst, regardless of their race, their color, creed, or sexual orientation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name's Jenna Schwartz. I am a resident of Amherst and a parent of a high school student. At the April 25th school committee meeting, where I and other parents and community members voiced our concerns about inappropriate and harmful practices occurring in the middle school, school committee member Demling asked if there was any evidence or if any formal complaints had been filed. Superintendent Mike Morris responded to the public comments that had been made at that evening's school meeting as well, saying, frankly, I have not received, quote, frankly, I have not received anything related to the public comments that have come in, unquote. Furthermore, as reported in last week's article in the Graphic, Mr. Demling had added that he was concerned that reports were, quote, unverified and, quote, fabricated. There seems to be some surprise that public trust in this body is shaky, and a few people have asked me personally why I'm so focused on transparency. And here's why. A Title IX complaint was filed on April 14th, yet all of our comments on April 25th were met with incredulity and even suggestions of fabrication. On top of those, we now know that multiple previous complaints were made over the course of years and swept under the rug by district leadership, all while LGBTQIA+ students at ARMS were enduring harm at the hands of staff. How does this add up? What exactly is the relationship between the school committee and district leadership? This is a really genuine question that I have that I would love to understand better. I'm aware that at least one of these complaints is currently under Title IX investigation and that you cannot comment on that, and that's fine. But what I'm asking is this: as members of the school committee whose primary and profound responsibility is to serve and advocate for the best interests of the students, staff, and teachers, not to protect the district from liability, how can you respond to this moment in a way that will instill public trust? One thing that would help build public trust, at least for this community member, would be an accounting of where every single one of those complaints went and what happened to it. In other words, who knew what and when did they know it? This is about our kids, your kids and my kids, our kids, the ones who are vulnerable to bullying and mistreatment because of their identities, and also the ones who are doing the bullying and getting away with it. This is about our integrity as a school district with a reputation for being inclusive, a reputation that loses all meaning when we know of such systemic failures of leadership, harmful treatment of children who are already at great risk in our country and culture, and alleged unethical hiring practices. And this is about courage. Courage I'm asking every single one of you to bring to the conversations and decisions that are facing you now. I deeply hope that nothing stands between you and a laser focus on using whatever power you have as a body to insist on accountability for all those who have been involved in this catastrophic failure of leadership. I am asking for answers to these questions so that I can better understand how on earth we find ourselves here, which seems like a crucial step before we can even begin to discuss the change and repair that are so direly needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Hunter. I have 2 children in the middle school, and I'm married to one of the educators who's been there for 17 years. Just need a second. I have a very thorough prepared statement. We can start the timer. However, I just need to respond to the people who are speaking in favor of Doreen Cunningham. Anyone who speaks supporting Ms. Cunningham Delinda Dykes, Hector Santos, and Tanya Cabrera are effectively saying that every student who has come forward bravely to tell their story is lying. Those students are not lying. We must listen to them. That is the number one priority. I'm now going to go to my prepared statement. I am here in solidarity with the harmed students and their families, and of course the APEA. I'm furious that it feels necessary to remind you again of your duty to protect and support students. You have a mandate from the APEA. Your responsibility to the students and their devoted educators is to protect the children. It is my understanding that only the school committee, together with the superintendent, interim or otherwise, can fire the assistant superintendent. This is your duty. You must demand a thorough and impartial investigation into hiring practices, financial malfeasance, and abuse of power. The complaints against and alleged involvement of the superintendent and assistant superintendent must be investigated, and all of it must come to light. In the letter sent today by the school committee, it states that a Title IX investigator will explore the complaints linked to the vote of no confidence. It is critical that the investigation is not limited to federal violations of gender discrimination, but includes the alleged allegations of corruption, nepotism, abuse of power, and use of position to aid Ms. Cunningham's personal business. These allegations actually require an investigation by a different body than a Title IX investigator. The gaslighting and the gaslighting and diminishing of staff concerns must immediately stop. The district must repair the damage that has been done, restore its credibility, and devise a plan to move forward. The school committee must act to ensure the voices of students and staff are heard and believed. The school committee, especially the Union 26 chair, owes an authentic apology to educators and families who've been raising concerns and have been accused of creating a toxic rumor mill. The toxicity sits in the school committee and the superintendent's office, not in the community. Guilty people act guilty, and calling the allegations a witch hunt, as the superintendent allegedly did, is damning to that office. I'm going to move ahead because I'm afraid I'm going to run out of time, and I really want to say some things. The interim superintendent should be selected for their ability to handle the results of a Title IX investigation that may result in confirmation that students have been discriminated against or faced a hostile environment on the basis of gender identity. They must be prepared for Title IX complaints. The interim superintendent must have the trust of those who want to report concerns and who clearly fear retaliation. And they must be respected by the educators, given the no confidence vote. I don't know what else you need besides a no confidence vote from more teachers. Okay, thank you. I will finish my very important point. Mr. Demling owes the educators, the students, and their families an authentic apology. Mr. Demling, you appear to be confused about what your responsibility is. Last night, you repeatedly told the committee that it was the responsibility of the school committee to protect the district from litigation. You repeatedly said, "This is so hard," in reference to running the meeting. You are wrong. Your arrogant refusal to admit your wrongdoing is a slap in the face to families, educators, and students. Sorry, I have to skip ahead because I'm almost done. Can you imagine what it would be like to be a student who is facing that level of bullying and discrimination, or to be a parent of someone whose child? Put yourself in that position. You might begin to understand what that feels like, what difficult feels like. Get it together, man. Thank you.
My name is Heather Holla A. Lord. I come to you as an openly queer, femme-presenting, non-binary, former school committee, talking to some of my former colleagues. I don't know who knew what, or when, or how. I don't know who, aside from one of you that is openly queer, is a member of the queer community or has adjacencies in their families. But I did want to take this public comment time to center Black voices. Yes, this is about LGBT, but there's also anti-Blackness and colorism in our queer community and queer voices. I will use the rest of my time in silence for all the Black voices, our youth, and our queer and LGBT voices who have been silenced and lost to suicide. We have a charge ahead of us and a call to action. I thank you for this time.
Thank you.
My name is Jean Fay. I'm a longtime Amherst resident. I'm a recent retiree of the Amherst public school systems of almost 25 years. And I was not planning to speak, but as I sat in the back, I started to and I'm going to try not to cry, tears started coming to my eyes. Tears of empathy for our students that just want to come to school and feel safe. They just want to come to school and feel safe, our students. Tears of admiration for our brave journalists at the Graphic, and for Sarah Barber Just for everything that she does, has done, and continues to do. And tears of anger, because what I'm still not hearing in all of the statements that have come out, that we seem to be getting multiple times a day, of what steps are going to be taken to ensure that our students feel safe when they come to school. I want you to think about that. All they want to do is feel safe and be themselves. What steps? That should be the focus. What are we going to do to make sure that our kids feel safe? I'm going to end this by saying that as a longtime Amherst resident, I know all too well that there is often a lot of talk, there's often a lot of words that are put down on paper, but then there's not a lot of action. And what we need to see happen is to be able to say to our students, like I did for almost 25 years, we have your back. You can come to school and be who you want to be and feel safe and feel that you can be in a nurturing environment where you can succeed. That's all they want. That's all the educators want. And that's what you need to do. Tell us what steps you're going to take to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rhonda Soto, and I have been working in Amherst District for now 1 year as the student support specialist at the high school. And I wanted to just share my own personal experience in regards to the no confidence vote that was given. And I felt like, as a person who has a lens of social justice, and as a community member, and have grandkids and great nieces that go to the school in Amherst, that I needed to speak to the no confidence vote, right? As a community member for over 25 years, who is multiracially Black, white, and Indigenous, born in the early 60s and raised by 2 moms and a dad, when it was not legal, same-sex marriage or being Black and white and marrying, right? So I've been given the lens and the lived experience to reflect on the unfortunate situation that Amherst District is facing and recognize it is a larger representation of systemic issues that necessitates a deeper and different investigation and analysis. As a founding member of one of the only social justice charter schools in New England last year, I was invited by the Amherst School District to join Dr. Cornell West and Dr. Jay Matthews in ARP Speaker Series. It was shortly after that I decided to apply for a position at ARPS and was hired in February 22 as a student support specialist. I am very well aware of the diversity, equity, inclusion status issues in Amherst and its history of racism and the difference in past efforts compared to the present efforts towards deconstructing the racism in practice and policies at Amherst schools. My reasoning for applying to Amherst was based upon my conversations and my interactions with the entire HR team. I saw and continue to see the diligent work being done towards creating change and reimagining non-traditional ways of being inclusive, creating diversity, and narrowing the racial gaps that so existed here in Amherst, and still do. I was impressed with all the individuals at central office and continue to be at the consistent grind, resilience, and grit, and grace and dignity, actually, that they exhibit as they withstand the most recent barriers being built that are anchored with old traditional standards, structures, and values that are subjective and biased. In addition, not only did I feel welcomed and valued by leadership, but as well, they were not the type of gatekeepers I have traditionally seen in my work across the years. So despite my personal experience with closing, I'll say, with HR, and whether or not these allegations, as far as the allegations of who's involved and what was said, okay, is yet to be determined. I truly believe that what is in the dark will come to light. However, I wanted to share my lived experience coupled with my professional experience around race, class, gender, and gender intersections that affords me the lens to recognize when a situation is a classic representation of systemic issues and necessitate a deeper analysis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha, and I would actually like to concede my time to Mr. Gregory Gardner.
So I would like to say that, once again, the unethical hiring practices and the talks of nepotism is false. This was never, there are plenty of relatives in the Amherst district, for one, and it never became a problem until I was hired. This is not about the LGBTQ plus situation. This is a driven narrative by the union in power moves to try to overthrow this leadership. Lamika McGee's own words, she says, "I am not trying to get a contract done this school year." There are people behind that and can verify that, the person that she said that to. This is not about LGBTQ plus. This is a narrative. This is nasty work. This is disgusting work. This is political in nature. This is agenda driven. This is narrative driven in order to overthrow leadership. Why are we having students do investigations as a part of assignments for classes from teachers, filtering their agendas upon these students? We have teachers like Robin Clifford talking about this situation in class with Miss Cunningham's son, my younger brother, in that class, having to leave the room because he feels so uncomfortable while having conversations like this. These are the type of teachers that we have at the middle school. This is the type of nasty work that the union is trying to put in. I have public emails from Laura Hunter saying that she doesn't feel that a middle school candidate is a good fit because of her religion. And we talk about Title IX, and we talk about discrimination, and she says this person isn't a good fit because she is a Christian, and Christians don't care about LGBTQ plus situations. This is public emails that I have. This isn't about LGBTQ plus. This is a narrative. This is agenda driven by the union. Lamiko McGee, once again on Twitter, every educator should be able to work. enjoy work. They shouldn't have to worry about bullying administrators. Unions have a role to play in ensuring a conflict-free environment where educators can thrive. In this case, it seems like the unions are the one creating conflict. Again on Twitter, she says, gatekeepers are mostly white, and I'll end with this, mostly white and hire what/who they know. The very few educators of color hired find themselves isolated in white spaces. Assumptions are made by colleagues that they aren't qualified, even though they hold superior credentials. Sounds familiar, right? Like when McGee and the union encouraged Martha Toro to write a letter stating that I wasn't qualified for my position I was hired for. Like everybody here talking about nepotism who don't know what they're talking about, acting like I'm not qualified to work in schools with almost 10 years of experience working in schools, plus a bachelor's degree. This is agenda driven. This is a way to get Doreen Cunningham and the leadership out. Thank you.
Thank you, and as we continue public comment, if everyone could just make their best effort to keep to the time limits. Thank you.
Process question. Are we allowed more than one comment? Because you said
Right,
you were going to hear all the comments. And we
Right,
have
right.
our two
The other
comments.
speaker ceded their time.
So if somebody in the room cedes time to somebody who's already spoken, they can come up again?
So I'll just say this to that. So it's a good question. We don't have that articulated in our public comment policy. Sorry, I'll start again. I was trying to answer your question. So it's a good question. We don't have that articulate. So if you didn't hear the question, member of the public was asking, can you cede your time to somebody else and have them speak for longer? So as far as I understand, it's not articulated in our public comment policy. It's one of those things that I think if we told people to stop and not do it, it would cause more trouble than it creates. And so we've seen it happen a couple times tonight. We can only ask for the public's cooperation to please do what you feel is fair. And we'll go from there. If it gets really egregious, we'll try and step in, but there's not a lot we can forcibly do to rein that in. That's my most honest answer.
Fair.
Good evening. My name is Marta Toro. I am a retired teacher, special ed teacher from the ARPS district. I am a resident of Amherst, a mother of all my children went through the Amherst public schools. My youngest had to withdraw from school being an LGBTQ member, tried suicide twice. One of them was almost successful, 5 days in the ICU. Now, I wrote the letter telling my story because I heard from many of my colleagues the frustration, the anger, the helplessness that they felt with everything that was going on with the district. And I had been in the district before certain hiring practices were installed, and I saw the difference that was happening. In my case, I see how the issues that have come up are directly related to this hiring process, where people have been given privileges, people have had preferences that other people who are highly educated, who are more than qualified, have all the experience, did not have. Many of our staff are highly qualified with doctorate degrees, years of experience, and they still had to take their time to become tenured teachers. Now, I think that the victims here are not the adults. We are educators because of children. We are educators because we want to offer a better future for our community children. And when either students and staff have second thoughts about speaking up because they feel they're not being heard, because they realize that there could be retaliation, because they're not acknowledged for the individuals that they are, we are failing our community, we are failing our future. It doesn't matter of the race. It doesn't matter of the gender. We are educators. We want to make the future better. And we are here for children, for our students. We're not here for our glory as staff. We're not here for our glory as administrators. We're not here for that. We're here to help the future. I did write a comment on the email. I don't know if people will read it or not, but it gives me pain to see how things are ignored because my letter wasn't acknowledged, and you have no idea how many people, how many staff came to me, sent emails, sent texts, they called me. They came to my house to say, I went through this experience too, or something similar. So it's on you to make sure that our future is in good hands. And bottom line is the responsibility of the superintendent to make sure that the mission of the school, of the district, is followed, and that their students are protected, and that the staff is protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rachel Hall. I'm the parent of 2 ARP students, and I'm conceding my time to Dr. Mayfield.
Thank you for allowing me back up again. The first time I came as a representative of a body of some of the most amazing people I have ever worked with. This time I'm here as myself, as a teacher with 30 years experience, praise God, as a Christian, as a queer person, as a lifelong educator, and someone who is one of the first, if not the only, Black science teachers you have in the district. So I just want to say that to point out that this is complicated. You know, I love my queer flag, but I want some BLM too. You know, and I just want to remind us that we work for the children. You know, no matter what we do in our day, it's for the children. Smelly, you know, weird, inevitably wonderful. We are doing children's work. And if we can't hold them, because you're amazing faculty, some of the best I've ever worked with, and I've worked all over the country, you know, some of the best I've ever worked with, because they love the children. They want them to love what they love in terms of their content. If we can't hold the space down for them because we are stressed and we are tired and we are scared. I mean, we did this vote of no confidence. I can't tell you how many faculty looked. You know, we were in a safe, parking lot. They looked around before they said no. They looked around before they asked questions. And you can't work for children when you're terrified. You can't work for children when you're tired. You can't work for children when the school doesn't work for you. Right? And so I just want to remind us that this is, a professional calling. We are professionals. We are skilled. We are craftspeople. We are passionate. We are exhausted. And we cannot work for our children under these conditions. We just can't. And it's really hard to be compassionate and loving when you feel no compassion and you feel no love, right? Like it's not a bottomless well. And you can't professionalize your way out of an empty cup. Okay, so I just want to bring all of my identities to that. And thank you for letting me speak again.
Thank you.
My name is Celia Mesos. I'm the middle school nurse. I'm also a parent of a Wildwood kindergartner. I'm going to start crying. I wasn't going to come tonight. I was at home watching this because I've spent so much time and energy on this for the last several months. I'm the one who received those reports. I'm looking at you. You accused us of rumors, right? I received those. I had to feel the pain of those kids and families and talk to them every day for months, encouraging them to speak up because it wasn't right, okay? It's bad. All you have to do is call me and ask me what's going on. Walk into the building, talk to Karita Mayfield, talk to me, talk to Elisa. There's plenty of people. Talk to Marta Guevara. Let's not throw her under the bus because she's been one of my biggest supporters there, and she's taken the fall for this. This is not her fault, okay? So I'm not going to say more. I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to publicly out, where the problem lies, but there is a big problem, and we know where it lies, and we need your help to fix it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yael Fierst. I'm a queer educator here in this district. I'm also a parent of a kindergarten or third grader at Wildwood. I wasn't planning to speak as well, but I hear some voices here saying that whatever we voted on is actually this, I don't know, like scheme or like a, the union. So the union is led by people, right? We're all our members. No one is trying to marionette any, I don't know, like, or like any agenda and going after specific people. The reason we have the union and the reason that we're all working together is because we want to protect and support our students and ourselves. And it seems like whenever someone is trying to call something that is wrong in this district, there seems to be some retaliation. And people have been called names now just because they spoke out. That is not okay, right? And I feel like there is no narrative and overlord of the union that's trying to orchestrate anything. It's like members voted. Members are calling and using their individual voices against the authority and against the administrators that are in power. It's not an equal footing, right? The reason we're working together is because we need each other's support so we can support our students. So it is absolutely about LGBTQIA plus rights. It's absolutely about the other things we have experienced and are bringing forth. So please don't try to attribute to any malicious, nefarious reasons, because we're speaking from our experience and our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Vera Cage, and former school committee member. And Sunday we celebrated Mother's Day. So I just want you all to accept your responsibility as being the ultimate leaders of the school district. And have the courage to be the nurturers of all the students here in our school district. And if you have compassion for Dr. Morris, and if you have compassion for Ms. Cunningham, you have to devise an exit strategy for them that can save their careers, their livelihood. Because what you're allowing right now should not have happened. Children shouldn't have to cry, scream, get counseling, get their parents, get their community members' attention to get the help that they need for themselves and for their peers. You have to act and behave like these were your children and these are your children. You have that responsibility, you have that onus. It's in your title, it's in your position. I was one of the people that voted for Dr. Morris to be a superintendent. I could have been that sole vote to say no, but I thought, if I worked with him, if I voted for him, he would implement the changes he knows that needed to be to happen. But it didn't happen because we in this district lacked courage for whatever reason. So if you have compassion for Dr. Morris, if you have compassion for Ms. Cunningham, stop the slaughter. Those kids are going to be thinking, am I responsible for Dr. Morris's mental health situation where he had to exit the district without a fucking plan? It's your responsibility. Don't let Ms. Cunningham hold the bag. At least she didn't leave and depart this district yesterday. I blame Dr. Morris for allowing this to fester and to ripen where it is right now, but I think we all need to acknowledge that it's your responsibility and history will be written. What did you say, what did you do to salvage people's reputation and this district's reputation? And ultimately, people are thinking this is ruining our reputation, whatever, but a lot of us have been here before. And we already know this district is destroyed. It has destroyed more kids, more children, more of our folks before today. Thank you.
Thank you.
my name's Allegra Clark. I am a 2003 graduate of this high school, and I'm the parent of a Wildwood kindergartner. This is not the first time I've been through a leadership crisis at this school. When I was a junior in high school, we had a brand new principal, and a few months into the year, he was alleged to have engaged in sexual misconduct with a child. And I remember the adults were all having very similar conversations, and the kids in the building were just dejected, feeling like we're bringing our fears forward, we're bringing these things that have happened forward, and they're being ignored. Who are we supposed to turn to? And I really hope that that's not what all of this is making the kids who have come forward in this allegation feel like, because that was a horrible, horrible feeling to have to go through. So I'm gonna read the things that I had planned to read, but I wanted to say those things because this is a lot of emotion, and I can't imagine what those kids are feeling. But if we can have empathy for the leadership, we need to have empathy for our kids. So I really hope that moving forward, we can look for an interim superintendent who will have the best interests of our children at mind, and that will be able to handle the results of the Title IX investigation that may result in confirmation that students have been discriminated against or faced a hostile environment on the basis of gender identity. And also, there must be a plan and support to handle additional Title IX complaints that may come up. This new person must have the trust of those who would like to report further conditions and currently feel retaliation. And there should be priority in building a strong relationship with the educators in the district, given the current no confidence vote in Morris and Cunningham, and also the months-long contract negotiations that our educators have been facing. This person should also have a known track record of supporting all marginalized students and staff. So that doesn't just mean the LGBT community, but we're talking about our BIPOC communities, people with disabilities, people on IEPs, all of the students that need extra attention or who have been marginalized by this district in the past. And this person should have a clear investment in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Further, if there is to be an investigation into the Title IX complaints, there should also be an investigation into the other complaints in the no confidence vote, since some of those do not fall under a Title IX complaint. So those are the thoughts I had in perfect timing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Tu. I'm on the Leverett School Committee. I'm also a parent of a student at Leverett, but I'm actually here tonight to speak as a psychotherapist. I'm a therapist in private practice in Amherst. And I hadn't heard any therapists sort of commenting, so I just wanted to bring that voice in to sort of share that I was shocked reading this for a number of reasons. First of all, as a body, therapists know very well that not responding to our LGBTQIA patients with affirming care is harmful. That's just a sort of unanimous understanding across medical bodies, psychological bodies. So I think there's not an issue in the field around, are these personal beliefs? It's clear this does harm, people kill themselves. And that is the opposite of what our job is, right? It's to help people not harm themselves, not feel that they want to die. Also, I want to emphasize that the role of a therapist is incredibly powerful. We have the ability to give someone a diagnosis, which is essentially a way of saying to the community, this person is crazy in this way, right? And so imagine being a child, being told, go talk to this person, they're going to help you, but they also are going to assess if you're crazy or not. And so being in that position as a child and then having the ability to speak up and say, I was harmed in this situation, is incredibly terrifying. And I think it almost never happens. It's very rare for children to accuse their therapists of things. And so I think I've worked in a variety of settings. I worked as a therapeutic after school. I led a therapeutic after school in the community. We had Amherst students coming to our program. And so I think have a lot of experience with how complicated these situations can be and nuanced, but I was alarmed to read that multiple therapists in the school were being accused of harm in this way. And I think I don't have answers, but I think that's a question for me of how did this happen, and how did so many therapists in one place seem to be perpetuating or being accused of perpetuating this type of harm? Because there are certainly, a lot of therapists, we, are not perfect and we have a variety of abilities, but it is very rare, I think, to see so many therapists in one place with the same type of harm that they're being accused of. So I don't have answers to that. I know an investigation is an important part of things, but I just wanted to share that perspective as a therapist, that those are the things that are alarming to me to hear. Those are the things that I have questions about, and that I think I just want to emphasize the amount of power that therapists have and the asymmetry in those relationships. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Eddy. I'm an Amherst resident. I just want to say the name of Marsha P. Johnson. She was the black trans woman who threw the first brick at Stonewall. There were black policemen in the group of policemen who stormed Stonewall that night. Bullying does not know race. Bullies need to be held accountable by whoever is there. And we need to remember, too, that black trans women today in the U.S. have an average lifespan of 36 years. That's how long they live because of murder and suicide. We need to protect trans people and trans children especially because they are at high risk of suicide. I have 2 kids who are queer and who were fortunate enough to go through the middle school a couple of years before these people were hired. It just terrifies me to think what would have happened if they had been here when this was going on. I don't know if they would have made it. So we need to hold bullies accountable. Please do your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name's Amy DiCaprio. I'm a parent of a 7th grader at the middle school and a 3rd grader at Crocker Farm. I'm a public health expert with a background in adolescent sexual health and healthy relationships in schools with a focus on LGBTQ+ youth. In my comment at the April 25th school committee meeting a few weeks ago, I had said that I hoped that allegations of transphobia and bullying would be investigated in a way that was timely and thorough. And I also said that if that didn't happen of its own accord, that I was confident that Amherst parents and residents would make themselves heard. Judging by the turnout this evening, I think it's safe to say that that prediction was correct. Dr. Morris's recent statement that the, quote, district is committed to addressing any potential harms against trans students in our district. Once the Title IX investigation is completed, we will be able to get a sense of what that may entail, end quote. Multiple parents and students have said firsthand that very serious harm has already taken place. The response from the district and school leadership has been, at best, in violation of Massachusetts discrimination law, gender identity law, and anti-bullying law, and has certainly exacerbated the risk to already vulnerable students. I won't reiterate the public health data that MJ Schwartz presented so compellingly, but we all know that LGBTQ youth, and particularly trans youth, are at markedly increased risk for violence, substance use, sexual risk-taking behavior, self-harm, and suicide. I do want to talk briefly about a crisis management model called What, So What, Now What. Multiple sources and voices have bravely drawn attention to what is happening here at the middle school. The so what refers to people's feelings and analysis of the issue at hand. Your neighbors who have elected you to this body are here to tell you so what. They're speaking out, they're writing articles and op-eds, and we are not going to stop. As for the now what, the average timeline of a Title IX investigation is between 2 and 12 months. I have a child who walks into the middle school every single day. And as a parent, as a queer person, and as a human being, I am here tonight in solidarity and support of the young people who have been harmed, and to ask you, as a body elected to represent this community, now what?
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Laurie. I'd like to cede my time to Allie.
I just feel a need to join the voices that are trying to bring this back to the children. We had somebody not long ago from within the system repeatedly say this is not about the LGBTQ situation, I think was the word that was used. We are not a situation. Our children are not a situation. We are human beings, and we are individuals. And some of us, some young children among us, are crying out to be heard. You just heard a therapist talk about what happens to trauma survivors when they're not heard. I heard Vera speak very clearly about how you are the top of this system. You have the most power as a committee. I'm begging you to remember to center the children in this conversation and to hold on to the fact that this is absolutely about the LGBTQIA+ community. It may be, and I believe is, about other things as well. That does not remove us from the situation, from a story about our lives and the lives and safety of our children. Having somebody sit here and suggest that that's not what this is about silences child trauma survivors who were harmed in your district. You work for them. They're asking for your help. I am asking you to keep centering them in your conversations and to keep those conversations out in the open where we can continue to advocate for them, because clearly that is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure my sign is visible. This is the theme of my talking tonight. My name is Molly Cooksey. I'm a Greenfield resident. I'm a Caminantes bilingual kindergarten teacher at Fort River, and there's so much to talk about and so little time. I would like to, as the person who spoke before me, refocus our conversation on our students. We're all coming to this with a lot of feelings. We're all coming to this with our own identities. I'm a queer educator myself, and I grew up here. I went to school here. And having educators like me now who are out, who affirmed my identities, saved my life. Happens every time. Hold on a second. So, excuse me. We are trying to dismantle in this very moment, as we're talking about all of this, as we're going through all of this, a system that does not benefit marginalized people. Our education system, when it first began all that time ago, was not built to center the voices of our queer children, of our children of color, of our children who have different abilities. We are trying to dismantle that right now, and it's really hard, and we need your help. We are actively standing up as a community, trying to affect change in a system that was not built to the benefit of all of our students. We know that, and we come and we do it anyway. This forum is so important. I so appreciate it being held. I appreciate hearing all of the voices, everybody getting a chance to speak their truths. I especially appreciate the adults who are supporting our students to speak up and say their truth, speaking truth to power. We are all going to say things and feel things that don't match with what other people are feeling or saying. But we still have to live together. We still have to work together. We still have to teach these kids and make school a safe place. And so my big ask moving forward is that as school committee members, you partner with our community in dismantling systems of oppression, and outlining clear and accessible steps for how we can solve future issues ahead of time so that we're not just tamping down, and then it all comes out all at once and people are on leave, people are leaving mysteriously, people are whispering in parking lots. It shouldn't be like that. We should have a clear and accessible way for people who make mistakes to take accountability. It shouldn't be that hard for adults to say, I'm sorry, how can I fix this?
Thank you.
My name is Liz Mazet. I am a 2004 graduate and a former employee of the district. And I wasn't going to speak until Molly spoke about their experience going through the district with queer faculty being present and supportive, because making the statement that it's life-saving is incredibly true. In high school, I struggled a lot, and there were a few queer teachers, by just seeing their faces and seeing them live authentically and feeling their support, absolutely saved my life, one of them being here. And imagining that not happening, I don't think I would be here today speaking to you. The middle school, as known to anyone who's gone through this system, is terrible. Working in an elementary school and thinking about sending our students to the middle school is insanely scary. They're not supported. It's a mess. They're going through so many changes within themselves. They need the ultimate support, and then you put queerness on top of that. And not being supported and being told that you're wrong or that you can be saved and do these things is disgusting. We put all of our energy as educators to keep our children safe. I've gone through ALICE trainings. Our kids know what to do if someone comes into the school and we have a lockdown or a shelter in place. So we're protecting our children that way, but are you protecting them from the people inside the building? If you don't do something and something happens, that blood's on your hands.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and be heard?
Hi, I'm William. I have, excuse me. I have a daughter here in the high school, and I have two other sons. As a gay man that adopted kids with my husband, as a gay youth, I remember in third grade, my middle name is Gay, and so that was when you did the state test. I grew up in Texas. When you have the state test, they call out your whole name. So from third grade, I've been bullied, and I also felt queer. And I can't imagine. We started our family in Texas. I could not adopt our son because it wasn't legal, so we left. And we chose to come to this area, to Amherst, because we felt it was a safe, protective place for our children of color and for our children who had two dads. And to read that article that those high school kids had to write is pathetic, disgusting. There weren't anyone in the schools to stand up and say, this is wrong. Where was everyone at? I don't want to blame the teachers because obviously they felt suppressed and they couldn't step up, but where was the accountability? How did it get to this? This isn't an incident that happened a week ago. I don't know when it happened. I would imagine it's something that's happened long term. We don't have those facts. But I know that I was called gay from third grade on and a teacher never said anything. So when I had kids, I took them out of that system and we brought them into a system that we thought would protect them. And that is not who Amherst is today, which is sad and disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Hockman. It's not really important. I have students in the school. I've tried at every occasion I can think of to give everyone that's involved in my children's education an opportunity to observe me so they can come to some conclusion when I say something, is it worth listening to or not? I hope that anybody who has had an interaction with me knows that I do think about whatever it is that I'm trying to do. I've struggled for 4 years to find a way to get attention of the superintendent's office, the school board members, individuals that are here. I do want to say it comes down, again, back to the kids. That is the mission. And I have heard, oh, primary this, it's primary this, primary that, and then there's like 19 primary missions. No. No. And the first mission is their safety, their physical safety. And then right just behind that is how they feel. Do they feel safe? They may not know it if they're safe physically, but they may be, but they don't feel that way. Well, if they don't feel that way, there's going to be a price to pay. Some subset of these kids that don't feel safe come back years later with a vengeance. It's happened too many times, and it continues, but I think you can trace it back to the feeling those kids had. And I think I'm responsible for everything for some reason, and I feel like I'm powerful, super powerful for some reason, and I need to be everywhere and support everyone that I can, every opportunity, but I can't get in the door in this system, it seems like, to help as much as I'd like to, and affect the minds of the decision makers. When you make your decisions, I want you to say, this is the timeline, and these are the binding requirements. When we make this decision, you have to achieve this, otherwise we will not return you to employment. If I'm responsible for something and it's not the way it needs to be, if I'm responsible for the kids' safety and they don't feel safe, I feel like I've failed. I don't expect to return. I expect to be held accountable. Maybe, I don't know why, but that's what, and if the kids don't feel safe, that's what we need to think about. Thank you. I'm sorry for belaboring the point.
Thank you.
Hi. I am Vanuta Karuli. I am the parent of 2 kiddos at the Pelham Elementary School, and I am the parent of 1 cisgender child and 1 transgender child. And my charge is really on my shirt. So on the front, it says, "Celebrate trans kids." Also, I would say trans adults, of course. And then on the back, I'm going to read it. It says, "Be the reason someone feels welcomed, seen, heard, valued, loved, and supported." And I charge you to do that for the trans children in the community and for all children in the community, regardless of their identities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maureen Fleming, and I've been in the district for more than 20 years. I've been at the middle school and the high school. I've been an outreach counselor, head of guidance, a dean. I'm currently a school adjustment counselor, so I feel like I've been around a long time. The only person on the panel I know is Debbie, and I know that Debbie and I go back. I want to bring the focus back entirely to students. And I want to say that I think we need to leave with a concrete plan. And I'd like to use this meeting as a vehicle to say to parents and students, if you need to talk to a counselor for any reason, no matter who you are, whatever your challenges are, please call me, Maureen Fleming. Please email me. We have a great counseling staff at the high school. We will get you help. And it doesn't have to be any specific issue, but there's been a lot of talk tonight. I appreciate that everyone has come forward, but we always talk at the high school about the focus has to be on kids, and we're in a bit of a crisis right now. We're ending school. We just came out of the pandemic. It's been a rough 3 years for everyone. And I want families to know that We are about helping students. So Maureen Fleming, high school, please email me. We will get you help. I'm also spending some time at the middle school, so if there are families who need help at the middle school, we will help. We'll help anybody, whatever the issues are. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Doreen Cunningham, the Assistant Superintendent of Diversity, Equity, and Human Resources. To everyone, well, I came here with a written statement, and after listening to the community, I have revised my statement. To everyone who has come here today to support our students, especially those who have experienced trauma in our district, and to everyone who's had the courage to speak, leave a message, or write in, or have found an alternative way to have their voices heard, I hear you. Supporting our LGBTQA+ youth has been a nationwide conversation, and I'm grateful to have this conversation here in Amherst too, though I wish it were under better circumstances. As I have worked diligently to diversify the ARPS community through our hiring practices, with the help of the community and input from the community, I will also work to ensure the safety of our staff and students who identify openly or not as part of the LGBTQA+ community. As have been mentioned, the presence and voices of our staff has been instrumental in building the safety that is here for our students, and I look forward to highlighting these voices that were heard today from our staff members. Today is yet another dark day in the Amherst community, and I hope we can work together to bring our community jointly back to the light. I am not resigning, and I'm looking to the possibility of working with the community to make the necessary changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward?
Hello. I'd first like to say I'm not a public speaker. This is very challenging for me. And I've listened to everyone. And I know absolutely no one outside of coming here to the ARPS community. And I drive 45 minutes to get here. I work all night, and I come here to work here because I loved it. I loved what every person that I've met Sarah Barbara Just, gave me a picture of her and her family, and it was like, oh, wow, that's great. I've met Doreen Cunningham, and Cunningham, see, I don't really know everybody, right? But they think black people know. We all know each other. No, we don't. I don't know anyone really in here, but the hearts of people that I've got to see day in and day out, trying to remember names, trying to remember all the students, is what kept me here. I wasn't here trying to get a position. I was here because it was said help was needed. If help is needed, boom, here I come, here I am. And the people that I have met here, that's how they are. They've shared and showed how they want to take care of our young people. And that is why we are all here. No one is perfect. Also, I believe in perception. Sometimes you can perceive things and it's not actually correct. I think everyone should be given a chance. I don't believe in, oh yeah, we should just cut people out and cut people out. Why don't we work together? Ms. Doreen said something that was really key. I'm not gonna quit. Let's fix this. Why can't we fix this? Why do people gotta lose their jobs? And people have went to school and spent years and years with the right heart. Can we look at one another's heart? Do we have to come and speak to a school committee and say, yeah, get rid of these people. Yeah, do this. Yeah, these people are right. These people are wrong. It could all be perception. It could not be perception. I'm not saying either or. What I'm saying is we should give all right, clock, I got you. All right. One more second. Can we all just work together? Can we all just really today keep loving on the students and try and put a plan together to love on the students for anyone that is willing to do that?
Thank you.
Come on, y'all, sit down, sit.
Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward?
Hello, my name is Lucia Lopez. I'm Alicia Lopez's daughter. I'm currently a senior here at the high school, and I'm currently in Miss Barbara Just's journalistic writing class. So I just wanted to speak a little bit about our article because I think it's so easy to kind of unfairly discredit it. So I just want to say that we were presented with the information for the article, and we decided that we wanted to investigate, that we wanted to write a story. We weren't told you're going to do this. Every single person in that class, at least I think, wanted to investigate this and write a story because we all cared about the issue. And it might be so easy to say, oh, they're just kids forced to do so by their teacher. But everyone in that class is graduating in about 3 weeks. I'm 18, I'm an adult, and I'm pretty sure most people in that class are also adults. So I don't think it's fair to discredit our investigation because we did everything thoroughly. We gave everyone the right to respond. And again, we were just very thorough. And I also want to say that I've heard, past students mention how great their experience in the district was. And I want to say I'm sure that's true. But I think that just goes to show how unusual the situation is. Because this is not the norm. This is not what we value. And so it just shows how, because of recent hiring, these issues are all coming to light. This doesn't happen here. And so to any, queer students who might be listening or any parents who are scared for their children, I just want to say that there is hope because this is not us. This is not what we value. And this is not the norm for our community. So I would just like to urge the school committee to really listen to that and understand that this has never been, at least in recent times, a problem. And so it just goes to show how much we need to focus on who we let into our systems and who we let take care of our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Clara Lopez. I graduated in 2021, and I want to give my time to Alicia Lopez so she has another chance to speak.
Hello, thanks for having me back. I want to let you know I'm really glad that my daughters are here with me tonight because I'm shaking, because I'm so angry and upset. I've been a teacher for 29 years. 18 of those years have been here in Amherst. I love my school. I love my students. I love my colleagues. I work in an amazing place. I am Puerto Rican. I was an administrator, one of 3 Latina women in administration for 2 years at the middle school, and I loved it. When I wanted to continue as an administrator, I was not supported in getting my licensure. I was told I could apply like everyone else. In the meantime, I have witnessed other people being promoted to positions with a lot of support that I didn't get, or that my 2 fellow Latina administrators did not get. Latinos, by the way, are one of the fastest growing populations in Amherst. Behind me, there are people who have insulted me and accused me of witchcraft. There's a poster in the back that someone is holding that says Alicia Lopez engages in witchcraft. Other people have insulted me. One of these people is a family member of Ms. Cunningham, who insulted me in front of you all. I have been respectful, and I have not been shown the same respect. I would like to remind everyone that staff have been trying to work with the administration for years. It is not working. We need a change. Respectfully, why would one want to stay in a district where the majority of the staff has said they have no confidence in you? Lastly, I want to bring it back to, like so many people have said, I want to bring it back to the students, because it is about them. We love them. We want them to thrive. Let's do the right thing by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward?
Maybe play the voicemails, and then we can come back to live public comment if anybody else changes their mind and would like to make a public comment. After public comment.
Hi, this is William Schur, a parent of a 10th grader at the high school. I was calling about the meeting tonight. I've been digging around online and difficult to find information. It appears that if you want to make a public comment, you have to submit that comment by 3 p.m. today by text, email, or phone. I texted it. I was returned a error message, so I sent an email. I'm also calling to leave a message. I do believe that if it is an open session and you have public comment, you should allow the public to make comments live at that time and not require them to make the comments at 3 p.m. Hopefully this is a mistake, and hopefully we are able to make comments tonight at the meeting. Again, this is William Schur, a parent of a 10th grader at the high school. Thank you. Bye.
Bear with me, I'm having some tech issues here. Like it's me, I'm the tech issue.
Hi, I would like to leave a public comment. My name is Olive Barber. I'm a homeowner in Pelham and a parent of 2 students at Pelham Elementary. I was appalled and deeply disappointed to learn about the widespread transphobia and homophobia at the middle school. The very people we hire to help our kids failed them deeply. I'm terrified to send my children there in a few years. Parents I talk to feel the same. There needs to be radical changes to the administration and policy in order to regain public trust and ensure a safe environment for our kids. There must be a full investigation of what failed in the system protocols and or the personnel that allowed these horrendous behaviors to continue. The superintendent's slow response allowed for the continued bullying of children, doing significant harm to their mental health. The number 1 job of a school district, even before learning, is the physical and mental safety of its students. Doreen Cunningham should resign or be fired for her role in hiring, promoting, and protecting individuals who blatantly violated district policies and the civil rights of middle school children. At the very least, she should be put on leave until the investigation concludes so as not to do any further damage. It would be wholly unacceptable if the school committee considers anyone involved in the Title IX investigation for the superintendent interim position. Public confidence in the middle school, the administration, and the school committee is plummeting. Community input, especially from ARP's parents, staff, and students, should guide the decisions about the interim leadership. This needs to be taken seriously and addressed fully and transparently, starting immediately. Thank you.
There's one more, but I have to hunt it down. Give me 1 second here. Oh, I don't have to do that much hunting.
Hi, my name is Abreet Mador. I'm a member of the school community of the Amherst Middle School. We live in Leverett, and I'm devastated by the stories that I'm hearing about the bullying and unsafe staff, guidance counselor reactions, judgments towards LGBTQ youth. I, especially trans youth, I'm horrified, and I'm going to speak in any way I can to say that this is unacceptable in our community. We must stand by our children. These people must have consequences. It's not okay what they're doing. It's not okay in any way, shape, or form to allow it to happen. Again, my name is Abreet Mador. My number is 413-687-9955.
My bad. Got to figure out how to edit those next time. All right. Is there anyone else that's in the house right now that would wish to come forward and speak? I'll give a long, dramatic pause. All right, so we'll project and then scroll through the written comments.
As you're pulling that up, I think after public comment, if it's all right with the committees, we should take a brief recess, and then we'll just reconvene. Brief, I mean like five-ish, yeah.
Oh no, I think fall asleep.
Can you grab it? There we go.
Thank you.
Going to give Ben a few minutes to get the projection up. In the past, when we've had projection difficulties that we haven't been able to overcome, we'd refer you to the written public comments that are. This is just a document that's public right now. It's on the Board Docs site, and it's also will be part of the official meeting record.
Is it possible for people to volunteer to read the written comment?
So the question from the public, not that we're doing Q&A, but it was a good process question. The question from the public was, I guess it's moot at this point, but we have a policy that when we go scroll through it, we don't read through the comments.
It just reduces accessibility, which has been raised before. So in the past, people have been able to read the comments aloud.
So I appreciate the informal feedback. Our policy is that we don't read the written comments that we present. That's been our policy for some time. And these are accessible right now on Board Docs as well.
I never liked this because I could never keep up.
No, I read it. I read it at home.
Well, I've read everything. Started on Sunday afternoon, I think. And I didn't know what was going on, so I'm surprised.
Can you please slow down? Too fast. Yeah.
There's 20 pages of these, and they're also
So we need
public.
to hear them. I so appreciate the messaging that you wanted to hear messages, and that might take some time, but it needs to be at a reading rate that is actually humanly possible. These people took
So
time.
I appreciate it. So I'm gonna ask you to that, if I engage with the conversation with you, ma'am, then I have to do that for everybody, and that's not. It's not what we're doing.
Talking about being fair. He played the voicemails and people
Yes.
left messages. It did not say on the comments that I saw on his Facebook page, which I don't know why I couldn't find it on the website. I found it on your Facebook page, and it said if you wanted to make a comment tonight, email, text, or call. It didn't say if you call, you'll get heard. If you don't call, you're not going to get heard. It didn't say that. And that's what y'all are doing tonight, is you're telling everyone that spent their time, they're not going to be heard. It's not right.
So, you tell me when to move up. Just we'll do it that way. Is that easy?
Just slow down.
All right. I don't. So.
Start back at the
So-
beginning, please.
We're gonna start back at the beginning. I appreciate the input. We're not supposed to. Our policies aren't supposed to allow us to do this kind of. Thank you. We're not supposed to do back and forth conversation with the public during public comment. So I'm trying to adhere to our policies. Ben is going to do his best to present the written public comment in the way that it is always presented at our meetings, and the way that it has been presented for years. It is the reason why we have live public comment and voicemails. And I would just ask the public to please refrain from disruptions that are not part of the meeting. Thank you.
It's not that hard. We can read them ourselves.
Time for a change. Stand up for people who are in the disability community. Time for a change. Read the comments. The written comments.
So we're not going to read the comments. And if so, I'm going to ask you to please stop your disruption. And Ben, if you are agreed, then we can give a member of the public a warning about the disruption and ask her to please stop the disruption so that we can proceed with the meeting.
Fair.
Okay, so Ben.
I'm going to volunteer to read the comments. I can read fast.
So Jennifer, no.
It'll be fast. I'll be super fast.
No.
I will.
No, Jennifer, it's not.
Mr. Demling, you're not the only chair of this meeting.
It's not appropriate way to manage the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Ben, you are also chairing this meeting. I can read super fast. I promise.
So Jennifer,
Dear school committee members, it is
Jennifer,
so important to me that our educators
Jennifer,
are
as
treated
chair,
fairly.
could I please ask you to stop?
For the hard and essential work they do. Thank you as well for your work. I ask that you continue negotiating and please add a 4th year to their contract.
We're going to take a
Sincerely,
10-minute
Every
recess.
Amador, Masters of Education.
Ben, are you agreed that we should take a recess?
Fair. 5. We go 5.
We're going to take a 5 to 10-minute recess now. We're going to reconvene at 7:40. Thank you. 7:40. We'll reconvene at 7:40. Call on you in about 20 seconds. I just want to say, look, and this is authentic. I'm trying to manage the meeting in the safest, most organized way that I can that adheres to our policies. If you want to believe that I'm trying to suppress your voice in the way that I'm running the meeting, I can't stop you from feeling or thinking that. We're 11 people that are trying to run this meeting and have everyone's voice be heard, and that's, you can choose to believe that or not. With that being said, yes, Jennifer.
The practice of displaying emails on the screen is a practice, not a policy. It's not part of our written policy on public comments. I've never been so totally comfortable with it because often in the past, when I have watched school committee meetings or town council meetings from home, I have my earbuds in, I'm making dinner or I'm caring for kids, and I'm not always watching the screen. So I'm not always able to see the text go by. Also, people who are visually impaired, people who struggle to read English, Gen Xers like me who can't see tiny screen from the back of the room, as well as people watching at home, it's not totally not accessible to display comments on a screen. So this is my suggestion. I'm going to suggest that I read the comments. I'll read quickly, but at a pace that can be understood. And I'm going to suggest that Ben, as the chair, you time each person's comments for 3 minutes. And when we get to the 3 minutes, we'll move on to the next comment. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. I have a hand raised from Allison McDonald. Allison, do you have a comment?
Yes, it actually, we actually do have a policy that specifically says that school committee members will not read the written public comment. And the policy, as it states, is because the written comment is not the opinion of school committee members, and having a school committee member on record speaking the words of somebody else is a challenge. That said, we have in the past allowed other people to read the comments aloud if they so choose. I will call out, though, that many of the written comments were from people that already spoke tonight, and we do have a limit of 3 minutes per commenter.
Yes, Jennifer, and then Ben, I think you had your hand up. I'm sorry, did anybody to the left? I didn't, okay.
I'm totally okay with reading comments. I've previewed the comments, and there are many that I don't agree with, but I'm totally fine with it. It's not a concern of mine.
Thank you. I'm going to go to myself and then Ben. I just, if, given what Allison said, that we explicitly have a policy that the school committee members don't read them, then we'd be choosing to go against our own policy. Yes, Jennifer?
We can choose to go against our own policy.
This is true, and then it raises a larger question of why do we have policies in the first place, but I'm not saying that's either right or wrong. Ben, yes?
So in the interest of having like the public's voice heard, so our policy is that we as school committee members will not read these because it's not our voice, I guess? It doesn't say that the public can't, right?
That is correct, and I think so it's a matter of so I'm just trying to think about in real time what a viable solution is. So if there was a member or members of the public willing to read the comments, so ideally this is something that we would have as a standard practice, but we're trying to do this on the fly. But that we could have multiple members of the public read. I will say that Allison McDonald's point as well is well taken. Is that the reason why we have the 3 minutes per limit per speaker is so that you're not submitting written and submitting a voicemail and speaking at the time. Yes, Jennifer.
So I'm looking at the policy, which actually we just revised in December of 2022, and actually says written remarks being the expression of the views of the writer will be displayed on screen during in-person or remote meetings and will not be read aloud. So it doesn't say that school committee members can't read it aloud. I mean, it says will not be read aloud, period, by anyone. But so whether it's me or a member of the public, that's our policy. But we can vote to suspend this policy for this meeting.
It's true.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay. Could I ask you to pause? I'll go right back to you. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Who raised their hand? Irv, yes.
When I listened to that policy, And we're in policies are meant to be global, not necessarily specific. Situations sometimes call for policies to be set aside. And in situations like this, the policy should not reign supreme. So if we are going to take a vote, which I hope we do, I certainly would vote for setting aside that policy for this meeting.
Thank you. Given the input from Jennifer and from Allison and the comments of others, does anybody currently have an objection to Jennifer reading to the degree that you want to all of the written public comment? Yes, Margaret.
As long as we give each comment 3 minutes, I'm okay with it.
Does anybody have any further guidance with regards to the 3-minute limit? Like if somebody spoke for 3 minutes here and then they have the same public comment here, should it be? Allison, did you have your hand up? Yes.
Yeah, I was just responding to your question.
Uh-huh.
I think given that we have a 3-minute max per speaker, I do think that we, in all fairness, should be giving priority for the reading to the people who did not already speak in public comment.
Okay, Jennifer, yes.
I don't think I'm going to know the names of people who spoke compared to the names of people up here. I'm aware of at least one person name I saw up there whose written public comment is different from what their spoken public comment was. So I don't think the rule should apply then. Also, we've been flexible about allowing people to speak more than once in creative ways. So I think we should just get started, and it won't take as long as you think.
Right. Thank you. I'm obligated to call on Ben and then Irv because they raised their hands. Ben?
She took my point.
Okay. Irv?
Exactly.
Okay. Does anybody have any further questions or comment before Jennifer reads the comments? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're going to time me? Dear school committee members, it is so important to me that our educators are treated fairly for the hard and essential work they do. Thank you as well for your work. I ask that you continue negotiating and please add a 4th year to their contract. Sincerely, Brietta Midori, MED. Negotiation with teachers should continue. This continuation ends when teachers get a contract when it is extended till 2025. Teachers need to focus on teaching. It's draining to be a teacher, especially as the year draws to a close. Teachers have been too long without a contract. Para-educators need to receive income that is close to a living wage. Retired teacher Elizabeth Fernandez O'Brien. I'm emailing in support of the APEA and their contract negotiations. Please ensure a starting rate of $20.50 per hour for all paraprofessionals and not the paltry hourly wage of $18.33 per hour, as well as extending the contract to a 4th year. As you know, the APEA will agree to the proposed COLA, but only if extends into a 4th year contract. It is atrocious and absurd that the town will be building a new school at great expense, which is a wonderful thing to do and a tribute to the town's commitment to educating our children, but not willing to ensure a good salary for both teachers and paraprofessionals. The new school will have little value with poor educators teaching in it. Phil Rich. I am emailing in support of the APEA and their contract negotiations. Oh, did I just read that? No. Okay. Please ensure a starting rate of $20.50 per hour for all paraprofessionals and not the paltry hourly wage of $18.33 per hour, as well as extending the contract to a 4th year. As you know, the APEA will agree to the proposed COLA, but only if extends into a 4th year contract. It is atrocious and absurd that the town will be building a new school at great expense, which is a wonderful thing and a tribute to the town's commitment to educating our children, but not willing to ensure a good salary for both teachers and paraprofessionals. The new school will have little value with poor educators teaching in it. Bev Sevier. Hello, my name is Allegra, and I'm an ARHS graduate, a Wildwood parent, and a concerned resident of Amherst. I'm writing to ask that you continue negotiations and consider the APA's counter-proposal to your most recent offer. Perhaps most importantly, the request to extend the contract for an additional year seems reasonable, especially after how long and grueling the negotiations have been. Thank you, Allegra. To the Amherst School Committee, I'm a resident, parent, and teacher in the district. My children have both attended Fort River, where I currently teach. My son also attends Fort River. A little higher. Okay. A little higher. Okay. A little higher. Okay. My son still attends Fort River, enrolled in the inaugural Caminantes dual language program. To put it plainly, Fort River is a very important place to us. I'm writing to you today to express my displeasure in the plan to move Assistant Principal Julio Fernandez. It's all right. Yeah, one more up. To the regional middle school as an interim assistant principal for the 2023-2024 school year. As a school and a district, we have articulated a commitment to supporting and prioritizing multilingualism. As Fort River's Caminantes dual language program is the home of that commitment, having a Spanish-speaking administrator to lead Fort River is vital. As many are aware, Fort River had a very difficult transition with our previous administration team. Julio has been a major part of the school regaining its footing. It is foolish to take him away from this community. There are 2 other elementary schools in the district that have more consistency with administration. If you need to pull an administrator for an elementary school, please consider a school that has had more consistency in administration and won't be as negatively impacted. Julio is remarkably skilled at working with parents, with families as part of the IEP process. I have witnessed Julio's skills firsthand. This is important for a school that houses 2 specialized programs and has a high percentage of students receiving special education services. In addition, having an administrator who can communicate readily with Spanish-speaking families who are navigating that process is also vitally important. Despite the challenging circumstances under which the administrative team began, Julio and Principal Tammy Sullivan Daly have worked very well together and have succeeded in building upon aspects of Fort River's school culture. Successful administrative teams are hard to come by, and separating this one is a huge mistake. Because the hiring process for the MS principal was unsuccessful, the district chose to place Julio and another staff member in the interim principal position rather than reopen the search. This final point leads me to another concern. When considering a pattern of failed searches, including at Fort River in 2021 and the last 2 searches at the regional middle school, I have questions about human resources, the hiring process in both districts, and the mentoring of administrators, particularly BIPOC administrators. Even though I have been trained in and have had a part in the hiring process in the Amherst district personally, I question the fidelity to which this process is followed. This leads me to see patterns in failed searches that have cascading effects across both Amherst and regional districts. To compound the issues with the hiring process is the lack of mentoring for newly hired administrators, which was previously mentioned in a report the school committee commissioned to look into struggles with administrator retention. It's hard not to worry about the situation in which Julio will be placed, not to mention the complicated job ahead for the high school principal, Talib Sadiq. Incidentally, my older child is a student in the high school. I worry that we are losing Julio at Fort River for a situation that may not be advantageous for him or either district in the long run because he won't be supported or carry on the great work he has done at Fort River. I ask that the school committee consider the disruption to Julio's future with the district and the Fort River community, as well as the potential failures that led him to this new directive to act as interim assistant principal at the middle school. Please consider options that allow Julio to remain at Fort River and for district administration to consider an alternative solution to the failed middle school principal search. Thank you for your time, Zach Early. I was going to say, you're timing me right. Okay, good. Dear School Committee, last night I read the article in the May 9th, 2023 edition of the ARHS newspaper, The Graphic. Learning about what has been happening to the LGBTQ plus community in the middle school has made me sick. How can the people who are most supposed to support and protect our LGBTQ plus students be the ones they need protecting from? I understand that there is a Title IX investigation being held looking into these claims, and from the great reporting the staff of The Graphic did, I'm 100% sure the ARMS adjustment counselor, the ARMS 8th grade guidance counselor, and the ARMS 7th grade guidance counselor and principal will be found in violations of the many state and federal laws put in place to protect these students. The superintendent's office, ARMS leadership team, and the ARP school committee have failed these students 1,000%. I truly do not understand how this has been happening here in Amherst, Mass. I could see it happening in Texas where my sister lives, but would never have imagined our public schools here in Amherst would have allowed this to go on. I'm going to include the article from the graphic so that others can learn of how bad you all have failed some of our most vulnerable students. I'm going to make a judgment call and not read the article out loud. I have read it. Regards, Natasha Widener, Amherst resident and mother of a Crocker Farm student. Hello, as a parent of a child in the Amherst schools, I was appalled to read this remarkably researched article from The Graphic. I hope that the investigation will be thorough and appropriate action will follow. As a trained social worker, it is chilling that professionals working with adolescents in a therapeutic role would behave in the ways described. Their role should be to support youth and exploration of their identity from a non-judgmental stance and to address incidents that arise. It appears, based on this reporting, that counseling staff have not only failed to provide that support, but have perpetuated harm in the form of misgendering and homophobia. This is unacceptable. I hope to see leadership in addressing bullying of all forms in the middle school. I hope that the children being bullied will be able to feel safe in their school. I hope that the district will meet with APEA to determine how to support educators in addressing hate in all its forms, intervening in bullying, and addressing staff who cause harm. Best, Allegra. Dear members of the school committee, from the statements that I have read from the school committee and the APEA, it seems that both sides are closer than ever to coming to an agreement. I urge you to continue negotiating with the union and add a 4th year to their contract. Thank you, Venuta Karuli Pelham. Attention, Superintendent Morris, Dr. Guevara, Dr. Brady, and regional school committee members. I was extremely disturbed by the May 9th article by high school students in the graphic, It's Life or Death, Failure to Protect Trans Kids at Arms, a Systemic Problem, which detailed systemic failures by multiple school leaders to respect and protect LGBTQ+ students at the Amherst Regional Middle School over the past 2 years. I stand in solidarity with all LGBTQ+ students and their intrinsic right to feel safe in and outside of school. Providing a safe and nurturing place to learn is a primary responsibility of educators and district leaders, and it saddens me greatly that our youth have been failed at Amherst Regional Middle School. If all of the allegations contained in the article are true, Hector Santos, Delinda Dykes, and Tanya Cabrera must be removed from their positions for the irreparable harm they have caused to transgender and non-binary students. There is no place for so-called Christian anti-LGBTQ+ rhetoric in our schools, and all acts of bullying must be firmly addressed. It is concerning to me that these individuals were hired to counsel adolescents in the first place, considering some of the troubling anti-LGBTQ messaging that has been discovered on their public social media pages. It is even more disturbing that they have continued in their roles and in some cases were fast-tracked to professional status, despite numerous complaints from students and parents and other educators. I urge that a full investigation be undertaken by an outside party to determine how this happened and ensure that it does not happen again and that those responsible, including district leadership, are held accountable. Tony Cunningham, Arms Parent. Dear Regional School Committee, I am writing in support of Marta Guevara to be appointed interim superintendent. I realize Dr. Guevara does not currently hold a superintendent license, educator number 254602, and I'm not sure what it would entail to seek an emergency license from DESE or if she would even accept the role, but I expect those questions could be answered before the committee meets to discuss an appointment. If Ms. Guevara is not possible, I would encourage the school committee to consider candidates that are not in any way implicated in the current Title IX investigation or the subject of complaints received over the past few years from students, families, or educators. That would rule out current Assistant Superintendent Doreen Cunningham. I believe Ms. Cunningham would be the wrong choice for interim superintendent at this time. I looked up some other district leaders in the licensure tool and see that the following have superintendent licenses. Mickey Gramacki, number 435063, Doreen Reed, number 305486, Faye Brady, number 461864, Douglas Slaughter, number 435726. Of these, I would be interested to know if any are willing to step up and if they have the support of educators in the middle school. I hope that the public will have a chance to share feedback on candidates before anybody is appointed to the role. Best regards, Tony. Hello. I am a community member with children at Crocker Farm and Arms. I very much appreciate your email about the superintendent's leave and the importance of being honest and open about mental health struggles. As a queer parent in the community, I've had a very difficult month too, coming to terms with homophobia and transphobia endemic and unchecked at my daughter's school. I was nonplussed after the last meeting when my public comment about these concerns was dismissed, along with others, as rumor mongering. It has been heartening to see the outpouring of support from various students and staff in the district since the graphic's brave publication and from one member of the school committee. I'm writing today to ask that in the wake of the substantial pain that my community is struggling with, the schools committee do everything possible not to appoint an interim superintendent who is involved in any way in the ongoing Title IX investigation. To do this, for instance, by appointing the assistant superintendent, is tantamount to yet another dismissal of the district's queer community's concerns. Thank you, Cleo Stearns. Dear elected bodies and Ms. Young, I am writing as a graduate of Amherst Regional High School and a parent of a current kindergartner at Wildwood. I am dismayed about the ongoing unfolding news regarding the homophobia and transphobia in the middle school, in some cases perpetuated by the staff that was entrusted to support students' mental health. Further, the news that Dr. Morris will be stepping aside leaves a leadership vacancy at a time when the district is in dire need of support. I was a junior in 2001 when the new high school principal was accused of sexually assaulting a student. I remember the messaging at the time was so dismissive of the student's truth, and I was very disappointed feeling that administrators did not support the students. The school meeting April 24th, casting parents as liars, and the subsequent silence from the school committee since the graphic article was published feels very similar to that situation. My heart breaks for the students, families, and educators impacted. The graphic article identifies 3 counselors at the middle school who engaged in misgendering and other harmful transphobic remarks. But the article also delineates a connection between those counselors and the assistant superintendent. From the graphic, Cunningham has personal ties to the 3 counselors. In addition to Santos being slated to officiate at Cunningham's wedding in June, Santos referred to Dykes and her husband as his siblings in faith in a previously public Facebook post, which includes pictures of him, Dykes, and Cunningham at a party. Fearing retaliation if they filed a complaint against the counselors with Cunningham, multiple staff members say they dropped their complaints and took to trying to create alternate forms of support to safeguard kids. Given all this information and understanding the leadership hierarchy would make her the obvious choice, I am imploring that Doreen Cunningham not be appointed as interim superintendent. Given the implications that she is aligned with the counselors currently on leave, allowing this appointment would send a message to the ARPS and LGBTQ community that this district does not take seriously reports of homophobia and transphobia. Further, given the allegations, it appears logical that Doreen Cunningham be placed on administrative leave until the Title IX investigation exonerates her from any complicity in transphobic, homophobic incidents at the school, the promotion of religion at the school, the utilization of nepotism and hiring practices, or the creation of a climate of intimidation among the staff that prevented them from speaking up to protect children. Finally, I ask that community input, especially from ARPS parents, staff, and students, guide decisions about interim leadership. There could be an acting superintendent until a satisfying interim person is found. I am hopeful that you will leverage available resources to identify candidates who are not currently tainted by Title IX complaints. For example, the Collaborative for Educational Services offers both leadership development and social justice and equity in education. We all want to see our schools thrive. We assert that we are a progressive, welcoming town for all people. I believe the current assistant superintendent would exclude many families and staff from feeling welcome if appointed to the role of interim superintendent. Thank you for your consideration, Allegra Clark. Dear committee members, I wish to express my support for the transgender students at ARMS and their family and friends. I want to also state my concern about Superintendent Morris's leave and how to move forward. There have been allegations circulating about a lack of responsiveness from key leadership who could be in line to be appointed as acting superintendent or placed in other leadership roles due to movement to fill interim positions. I want to reiterate that any placement of people implicated in a lack of responsiveness, an intentional lack of concern/support, or siding with the accused should disqualify them from serving in leadership positions. This would not signal support, and it would likely undermine any attempt to repair damages. Even the appearance of bias or slow walking, the response would be harmful. The community has been shaken badly. The fact that people in a key protective and supportive role are the same people accused of perpetrating the offenses is truly heartbreaking, and that higher administration officials have been implicated in the lack of responsiveness indicates that a new leadership structure and new operating environment is needed. I myself heard rumors about bullying not being addressed last year. I wasn't sure to what they referred. My children were at Shutesbury Elementary, but my oldest was about to start middle school, and these reports concerned me. To now understand the full extent of the problem suggests that the lack of responsiveness was real, and this perception must be addressed. Please consider very carefully how your choice of interim leadership will affect the community, and while I understand the difficulty in quickly filling positions without dipping into the current pool of people who have relevant experience but may be implicated in lack of responsiveness, the effort must be made. Thank you for listening. Anna Hurd, mother of a 7th grader. My name is Patricia Ramsey, parent of 2 sons who attended the Amherst schools in the 1990s and early 2000s. I have not had much contact with the schools since that time, but as a former parent and an Amherst resident, I am very concerned about the allegations of bias toward LGBTQI students and reports of hiring irregularities. While I am not familiar with all of the details of the issues at ARPS, I recognize the signs of a dysfunctional administration when I see them. I encourage you as members of the school committee to look for and hire an interim superintendent who has no connections with the current administration and, as much as possible, no connections with the teaching and administrative staff at the middle school. These allegations must be investigated objectively and stringently and not compromised by actual or perceived relationships and conflicts with teachers and administrators who are caught up in these concerns regardless of the views. Thank you for all the work you are doing. I can only imagine the time and stress involved in finding a path through these very complicated and emotional situations. I wish you the very best as you figure out a wise, sensitive, and workable plan. Sincerely, Patricia G. Ramsey, ED, Professor Emeritus, Psychology and Education, Mount Holyoke College. I am proud to be an Amherst resident of 30 years and to have had the good fortune of having my children attend kindergarten through high school in the Amherst and Amherst Regional Public Schools. I'd like to express my gratitude to the members of the school committee for their service to the town and to our children and families. I'm extremely dismayed by the article in the Graphic that I learned of in the Gazette and through a posting at Amherst Neighbors regarding current ARMS leadership and current or possible investigations. From the little I know, it is clear that a full investigation of the facts is in order. I fear, however, that with the absence of our current superintendent, we may be temporarily put in the impossible position of having someone from inside the administration at the helm during an investigation. Given the circumstances, I believe that that would be unethical as well as extremely divisive and disruptive. We must look outside the district to fill the position of interim superintendent in order for this disruption to be dealt with as quickly, decisively, and ethically as possible. Sincerely, Evelyn Rada. Dear Regional School Committee, the situation in the Amherst Regional Schools continues to alarm. In order to address the growing scandal that has enveloped the district and begin the restoration of trust among all stakeholders, I request the following actions. 1, that Doreen Cunningham not be appointed as interim superintendent. 2, that Doreen Cunningham be placed on administrative leave until the Title IX investigation exonerates her from A, any complicity in transphobic/homophobic incidents in the school, B, the promotion of religion, C, the creation of a climate of intimidation among the staff that prevented them from speaking up to protect children. 3, that the school committee take input from the public and especially from ARP's parents, staff, and students before any decisions are made about interim leadership. 4, that the school committee take purposeful action to adopt practices that promote transparency in their actions and in district practices to begin to repair the damage caused by the absence of transparency and their failure to appropriately support trans and gay students at ARMS. Assistant Superintendent Cunningham is implicated in the current scandal as the person who hired the guidance counselors who are alleged to have engaged in homophobic and transphobic actions, and as a person who is alleged to have protected them from internal complaints. Members of staff at ARMS have claimed that she has created an atmosphere of intimidation, preventing teachers from reporting actions that they deem to be dangerous and unlawful. And she is alleged to have engaged in nepotism in her supervision of hiring at ARMS, including in the hiring of the above-mentioned counselors with whom she has personal relationships. Cunningham's role in the current scandal is pretty well documented in the report in the graphic. She should not even be working in the school while a Title IX investigation is underway, which is focused on her behavior, and all of her actions require more scrutiny than was permitted under the current district leadership. Her continued presence there is an obstacle to reestablishing trust and to demonstrating to the public that the district is taking charges presented in the graphic seriously. The reason we are experiencing the scandal now is because the current leadership chose not to act, even though complaints had been circulating among parents, staff, and students for the last year and a half. The current leadership is not suited to lead the district out of the current morass. The district needs to avoid any further appearance of trying to protect certain people at the expense of student safety and community trust. The damaged credibility of ARPS will not be repaired by maintaining the leadership that enabled the scandal. There is an ongoing Title IX investigation in which Cunningham is implicated. Appointing her to leadership seems unconscionable in any case, but rushing to do so before the investigation... Down?
Is that down?
Oh, one more up, I think. Okay, hold on.
It's the in-between part.
Before the investigation comes to a close is extremely irresponsibility. Cunningham's alleged involvement suggests that further Title IX complaints against her in particular may be up the road. The district needs to repair the damage that has been done, restore its credibility, and devise a plan to move forward that emphasizes protecting the rights of students, staff, and parents and guardians. That can't happen with Cunningham at the helm. Several complaints have been raised by parents and staff about district hiring practices under Cunningham. None of these have yet received an impartial auditing. That needs to happen before any consideration of Cunningham is even broached. The allegations suggest plenty of malfeasance. You can't appoint someone with that kind of cloud hanging over them. The credibility of the entire ARPS leadership team has been severely damaged. Mike Morris and Peter Demling suggested at the April 25th... Okay, moving on. Dear members of the school committee, I'm writing to ask you to please continue negotiating with the APEA and to add a 4th year to their current contract. I hope this will avoid an impasse and will bring us to the end of the school year with a contract, which is what our school community needs. Thank you, Amber Cano Martin, Amherst resident, parent of 2 elementary school. I'd like to advocate that the committee choose someone from outside of the district to designate as interim superintendent so that we don't give more authority to any current staff that may be involved with the anti-LGBTQ practices at the middle school, and we don't have the results of the investigation. Thanks, Gazit Chaya and Kosi, Amherst, Mass. Dear School Committee, it is my hope that by the time the meeting happens that these comments will be moot, that you will have done the right things. However, lacking confidence in this body to listen to the voices in the schools and community when concerns are raised, it is necessary to remind you again of your duty to protect and support students. You must appoint an impartial individual untainted by the current allegations or the Title IX investigation as the interim superintendent. You must ask for the resignation of the current assistant superintendent. The APEA's vote of no confidence is astounding in its solidarity. That means at least 80% of union members district-wide were engaged in the vote, and of those, at least 80% voted to demand the resignation of the assistant superintendent and an investigation into the superintendent. That's the entire district, not just the ARMS teachers. Your responsibility is to the students and their devoted educators, and now you have a mandate. You must demand a thorough and impartial investigation into hiring practices, financial malfeasance, and abuse of power. The complaints against and alleged involvement of the superintendent and assistant superintendent must be investigated, and all malfeasance must be brought into the light. The gaslighting and diminishing of staff concerns must immediately stop. The district needs to repair the damage that has been done, restore its credibility, and devise a plan to move forward that emphasizes protecting the rights of all students and staff. The school committee must act to ensure the voices of students and staff are heard and believed. The school committee, especially the Union 26 chair, owes an authentic apology to the educators and families who have been raising concerns and have been accused of creating a toxic rumor mill. The toxicity sits in the school committee and the superintendent's office, not in the community. Guilty people act guilty, and calling the allegations a witch hunt, as the superintendent allegedly did, is damning to that office. The credibility of the entire ARPS leadership has been severely damaged. Both the superintendent and a member of the school committee suggested that parents and staff were lying about the situation at ARMS about hiring concerns. The graphic story where high school students took a risk and demonstrated a deeper commitment to truth and justice than the adults in power have done has uncovered multiple layers of corruption. The school committee must immediately recognize and admit the mistakes made by this body. This committee must commit to considering public input, as parents, staff, and students have information, experience, and evidence that this committee seems to be unaware of or chooses not to know. The school committee's inability to come to an agreement on the APEA contract seems even more suspect now, as it is clear that there has been corruption throughout the highest level of the district. The school committee must act immediately to revise your best and final offer, and in a show of both good faith and a recognition of the deep pile of excrement the staff have been wading through under the leadership of the superintendent and assistant superintendent, agree to the APEA contract as the APEA is asking for it. Nothing less than this will begin the repairs needed. With rage and in solidarity with the harmed students and their families, and of course the APEA, Laura Hunter, parent of an ARMS 7th and 8th grader and spouse of a longtime educator. Dear school committee members, given that there was a recent vote of no confidence in upper administration, I feel strongly that no one from central office should be appointed as interim superintendent. Sincerely, Donna M. Covino, Shutesbury. Dear ARPS school committees, as an Amherst resident for 25 years, a mother of 2 daughters who graduated from the Amherst schools, and a grandmother of 2 boys who will attend Amherst schools, I write to voice my concern about 1, the unskillful treatment of LGBTQ students at the middle school by some staff members, as reported in the graphic and other media. 2, leadership decisions that led to that situation. 3, the seeming lack of appropriate education, training, and sensitivity for some staff that serve important roles for LGBTQ students. 4, an atmosphere at ARMS in which not all students feel welcomed, included, and affirmed, and where bullying occurs. 5, the effect on the mental health of LGBTQ students at ARMS, now in high school and in their future. 6, the potential degradation of an Amherst education in preparing young people to engage competently and with integrity, strength, and compassion in a multifaceted society, nation, and world. Leadership and decisions about leadership for ARPS are at a critical juncture right now. It is important that independent investigations are made by professionals who do not have personal connections to any ARMS employees being investigated and, in the current circumstances, who have not been personally responsible for the hiring, training, and supervision of these staff or faculty members. And it is vital to have new or interim leadership that will help the schools re-examine and affirm their commitments to creating welcoming and inclusive learning communities. Thank you for the role you will play in promoting excellence in leadership for ARPS and in creating inclusion and safety in our schools so that all our students thrive. Sincerely, Ann Dolan. Dear members of the school committee, I am writing to ask you to hold our administrators accountable for failing to protect vulnerable students at the Amherst Regional Middle School. Given everything that I've learned from the brave investigative reporting of the graphic journalists, the no confidence vote of the APEA, and my own child's horrific experience in the middle school, I urge you to do 3 things. 1, appoint an interim superintendent with no ties to the Title IX investigation currently underway. 2, seek the resignation of Doreen Cunningham for her role in hiring, promoting, and protecting individuals that blatantly violated district policies and the civil rights of middle school children. And 3, investigate Michael Morris for his complicity in the harm done to children at the middle school, at the Amherst Regional Middle School. Sorry, that's my phone dinging. It's just, oh, I'm so sorry. Can you just, it's right here, sorry. Sorry.
Does anybody else want to take over for Jennifer? Give her a break? No? You're good?
I am the parent of a child harmed by both transgender-based bullying and by unsupportive guidance counselors. These adults misgendered, misnamed, and dismissed the safety concerns of my child. I have detailed all of this in my Title IX complaint and shared many dated emails and other evidence with the Title IX investigator. I can therefore assure the school committee that, despite the gaslighting that occurred at April 25th meeting by both Michael Morris, who claimed that no official complaints had been filed, even though I had filed one on April 14th, and Peter Demling, who suggested that allegations against guidance counselors were rumors started by staff members, despite my public comment email from that day detailing our experience, there is ample evidence to indicate that guidance counselors acted inappropriately. Perhaps the most galling and outrageous part of this past week has been learning that Michael Morris and Dorian Cunningham had many reports and complaints shared with them over the past 2 years and neglected to do anything about it. As mandated reporters, they are responsible for investigating and reporting any behavior that might harm children under their care, and their neglect is truly criminal. I had personally submitted letters, not anonymous and very detailed, in September 2022 and March 2023, detailing the harm done to my child from bullying and from interactions with guidance counselors and other staff. These interactions and many others reported by parents and students in the graphic article fall under the DCF definition of child neglect, if not outright abuse, and certainly violate the equity and welcoming policies of the district. Were they ever reported to DCF? What steps were taken to sanction staff members and protect children like mine? Why did Michael Morris not act to conduct his own Title IX investigation into staff members? It is the duty of the school committee to find out. For my part, I've made complaints to DESE, the Federal Office of Civil Rights, and the Amherst Human Rights Commission and Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I have asked these agencies for oversight of the Title IX investigation and the actions of the school committee, and I know that DESE has already begun their investigation into the district. And while I sympathize with Michael Morris's mental health concerns, it should be pointed out that the experience at the middle school has left many children like mine absolutely shattered. I wonder if any of the school committee members or the superintendent have ever had to commit their child to a psychiatric unit because of persistent suicidal ideation. Has your child told you that school makes them want to die? Have you had to hide all the knives and medication in the house because your child is in crisis, but there are no beds available in any psychiatric hospitals? Has your child ever told you that they are constantly afraid they will be attacked or that they have no idea which adults they can trust? Have you ever encouraged your child not to give up and to be the change they want to see in the world and had them respond how tired they are of constantly fighting for change while the adults do nothing? This has been my nightmare for the past 6 months. It is time for the school committee to apologize for the harm that has been done to these kids, apologize for the gaslighting and inaction, and then get to work. Put people in positions of power that will listen to parents, listen to teachers, and start repairing the harm. Enact district-level policies that will address the needs of gender-expansive and transgender children at every school, and review policies around bullying and discipline. Be the adults that make the change happen. Amherst needs to do better, and it starts with you. Sincerely, Maxine Hollande, Amherst parent. I am horrified, disgusted, and saddened by the harm, hiding, and treatment of young people at arms. I request the following of the school committee. 1, appoint an interim superintendent with no ties to the Title IX investigation currently underway. 2, seek the resignation of Dorian Cunningham for her role in hiring, promoting, and protecting individuals that blatantly violated district policies and the civil rights of middle school children. 3, investigate Michael Morris for his complicity in the harm done to children at the Amherst Regional Middle School. Thank you for taking action. Yael Rosenblum, Amherst. We are deeply concerned about the bullying that has been allowed to go on at arms, and especially the staff who are clearly disrespecting every child's right to be who they are freely. We want to see change, and we want to see it now. Our children have been through the schools, and we have lived here over 30 years. We care about the children, and we won't give up fighting for them to have safety in our community. Sincerely, Ebriet and Yadim Mador, the Heart's Journey Counseling held within a spiritual perspective. Dear School Committee, this is a contribution to public comment for the May 16, 2023 meeting. Thank you for your service. You have a grave responsibility right now, and the community is looking for you to live up to it. I am angry and so heartsick. First, gratitude to the skilled and brave high school journalists who broke the story of gender-based bullying and abuse at the middle school. Gratitude also to the educators working with these students and to all educators who have been trying to keep our young people safe. And to the young people and their parents for speaking out and coming to speak out about the harm done to them. We owe all of them a debt. Without them, the community would still be in the dark about how deeply awry things are, how insufficient the response of school and district leadership has been, and the steep price young people and their families are paying. Among the questions, it is your responsibility to investigate. Why are the staff named in these complaints not removed from student contact immediately? What needs to change about the hiring, supervisory, and HR processes that contributed to the inaction and the fear of retaliation that prevented staff from lodging formal complaints? Martha Toro wrote a letter 6 months ago that the Amherst Indy describing a hiring process gone awry in the district. I suggest you give this letter a close look. How many of the things mentioned by Toro were in play in bringing these people onto the staff and somehow not protecting students from them when the complaints began 2 years ago, according to the graphic? What needs to change about the way restorative justice is implemented at arms? The graphic article also went into some detail about how restorative justice is implemented at arms and the damage caused to young people. How can this be rectified? How does the district leadership begin to repair and rebuild the community's trust that it can, in fact, keep our children safe? What tools are at your disposal to hold the superintendent and his deputies accountable, and how will you use them? At the school committee meeting in April, not knowing otherwise, we believed the superintendent when he said he had not yet received that specific kind of complaint that would allow him to act. The superintendent on April 25th. I have not received anything, frankly, related to the public comments that came in tonight. Yet, thanks to the student journalists, we know that there were numerous complaints about the counselors in writing or delivered by parents and staff via phone or email to the superintendent, and a trail of well-documented written complaints that were sent to Morris and other district staff, including a Title IX complaint filed on April 14th, 2023, about frequent bullying of LGBTQ students, specifically transgender students, that caused them significant stress and led to depression, suicidal thoughts, post-traumatic stress disorder, and school withdrawal. Ironically, at the same meeting, there was a discussion lamenting the fact that the percentage of young people living in Amherst who do not attend Amherst schools is the highest in a decade. Lots of ideas were floated, and none of them matter if you cannot assure the safety of our young people. I must mention how insensitive Peter Demling's comments were at that meeting. He implied that the people who had bravely spoken out about horrific things that have happened to young people were not telling the truth, taking the opportunity to malign the APEA just for good measure. This warrants an apology, full stop. At the school committee meeting in April, not knowing otherwise, keep going. When he said he had not yet received the specific kind of complaint that would allow him to act. The superintendent, did I read this already? Sorry, it's full stop. I wish the superintendent rest and healing as he takes an extended leave. I don't think his departure absolves you from the job of investigating his leadership and holding him and his deputies accountable. Above all, please center young people's safety above everything else. Thank you, Kathleen Trapp-Hagan, ARP's parent and Amherst resident. To all educators and decision makers, tonight I will join the many parents to hold our educators, decision makers, and all administrative staff accountable for being complicit in the harm of LGBTQ+ children, particularly and inadvertently to all children who may not feel safe at this time. We know that any system that can abuse one marginalized group without any repercussions is likely to abuse other marginalized groups. Our children deserve better. I urge you to take the following measures. 1, appoint an interim superintendent with no ties to the Title IX investigation currently underway. 2, seek the resignation of Doreen Cunningham for her role in hiring, promoting, and protecting individuals that blatantly violate district policies and the civil rights of middle school children. 3, investigate Michael Morris for his complicity in the harm done to children at the Amherst Regional Middle School. 4, fully fund and engage restorative justice processes throughout the district to address systemic racism, transphobia, and other harmful implicit biases that allow such events to occur with impunity. In solidarity with future generations, Kristen Grazer, pronouns she, her, Ella, community midwife. Dear members of the school committee, I have lived in Amherst for more than 20 years and believe strongly in the importance of public education. Its excellence depends on excellent public school teachers and staff. This is why I ask you to stay at the negotiating table and agree to extend into 2026 the 3% cost of living adjustment that you have wisely proposed and start paraeducators at $20.50 per hour. My family includes 3 generations of public school teachers, those I know put in a lot more time on the job than they ever got paid for. So it was a shock to ring my grandmother's school bell from when she taught one-room rural elementary school at a recent after-school APEA demonstration in which some teachers and paraeducators could not participate. Why? They were working the second jobs that they need for their families to survive. Amherst and the ARPS School Committee must do better by them and thus by our students. Sincerely, Sarah McKee. Dear Regional School Committee members, I am a retired teacher and science department head from ARHS. My children went through the Amherst schools, and my grandchildren will soon start in the Amherst schools. I am invested in education and the success of the schools. During this time of tumult, I urge the school committee to bring in an acting superintendent from the outside, ideally a retired superintendent with experience helping schools through transitions. Amherst has done this in the past. The district is facing multiple challenges, teachers working without a contract, contentious negotiations, concerns about transphobia and homophobia at arms, allegations of cronyism and favoritism, implementation of the major project of building a new elementary school, and an ongoing Title IX investigation. It would be prudent to bring in an outside expert administrator unassociated with any of the current interest groups in the district with a goal of reestablishing stability, calming emotions, and ensuring a successful completion of the school year and preparation for the fall semester. Thank you for your consideration. Mary McCarthy, Amherst, Massachusetts. Dear school committee members, I am a parent of children in the regional schools and a resident of Amherst, and I'm writing to add my voice to the numerous educators and parent guardians who are calling for the appointment as interim superintendent who is impartial and not implicated directly or indirectly in the ongoing Title IX and or other investigations, and to validate the recent APEA vote of no confidence in the assistant superintendent. The health and safety of all of our children must be front and center in our schools and in our community. Ignoring this call would send a message that this district does not take seriously the reports of homophobia and transphobia at the middle school. It would indicate that the school committee is not willing to hold the district leadership accountable for the various complaints made about the individuals named in the graphic article, and that it is not willing to listen to and to support the school administrators, staff, and students who do speak up, including those who courageously broke the story. It would indicate that it condones nepotism and the growing climate of intimidation of staff, parents, guardians, and students. The superintendent's email last month that chastised parents' guardians for the failed arms principal search did not acknowledge the historical context of hiring interference, inaction on complaints, and lack of support for school administrators that led educators and parent guardians to express concern about the search process. Similarly, a school committee member's dismissal of these concerns as a toxic rumor mill and parent guardian reports to the committee of transphobia at the middle school as potentially fabricated evidence reinforces this culture of intimidation. It is critically important that the interim appointment does not further undermine faith in district leadership, including in the school committee. Therefore, I ask the school committee to lead in bringing the accountability, repair, and trust needed first and foremost with our children, but also with our educators, staff, school administrators, and broader Amherst Pelham community. Sincerely, Catherine Corson. The possibility that Assistant Superintendent Doreen Cunningham could be appointed to the role of interim acting superintendent for our regional public schools is beyond troubling, given that she has been at least indirectly implicated in the accusations of harm to queer and trans students and staff at the Amherst Regional Middle School. Just yesterday, the Amherst Pelham Educators Association released a detailed letter of no confidence stating, "We call for the immediate resignation of Ms. Doreen Cunningham. The students, staff, teachers, families, and community members of the Amherst Regional Public School District deserve assurance that Doreen Cunningham will not serve as superintendent. Given the accusations of nepotism, corruption, and neglect currently in need of the highest level investigation, it would be a travesty to serve in this role." Thank you, Catherine Wagater. As you decide on an acting interim superintendent, I cannot think you could appoint the current assistant superintendent who is mired in the investigation that resulted in the temporary removal of the guidance counselors to this position. Further, the request for her resignation from the teachers union clearly demonstrates that this would not be a suitable, workable appointment. I retired from the high school in 2019. The information that I have is not up to date, and the situation with the guidance counselors took me completely by surprise. So much has changed in these few pandemic-era years. But I can speak to my experience at the high school very openly now, with no fear of it harming my employment status. When Ms. Cunningham came on the scene, the faculty that I knew were surprised at her position and the power she seemed to wield. In a short period of time, teachers and administrators that I knew were assuming she must have something big on Mike Morris to have the kind of power she seemed to have. They were joking, of course, but kind of only partly. She never seemed to have any respect, as in ordinary professional respect or respect between adults, for teachers and for their demanding jobs or their daily classroom circumstances. I will also point out that I did certainly understand that some of what went into the superintendent's office was not public and could not be for the protection of students and teachers. So I always tried to keep in mind that I didn't know what their jobs really required. However, central office should be a place that teachers feel supported in by. Ms. Cunningham gave us the impression that she was lording power over us and could call our employment into question. Specifically, I was horrified to take part in a workshop required of teachers who were intending to participate in hiring processes. One exercise was to read resumes supposedly submitted by applicants for a math teaching position and say whether we would invite those teachers in for a job interview. One was written in non-standard and, in addition, what I would consider incorrect grammar. All evidence pointed to the fact that this applicant was most likely black. It was clearly a trap. We knew she wanted us to say that we wouldn't interview this candidate whose cover letter contained, in my opinion, grammatical errors beyond non-standard English to the extent of my knowledge. We knew she wanted us to say we wouldn't interview this person so she could point out how racist we were, yet no one wanted to speak. She does not invite conversation, and she had to put people on the spot. It was not, in my opinion, a learning experience, but rather an opportunity for belittling and flinging, dodging truly ugly and hurtful criticisms. Were we only capable of reading the cover letters and resumes, we should have looked beyond the mistakes to see that applicant loved children and teaching the most was the most qualified applicant. Our racism would have cost us this valuable teacher. The worst part was how at the end she got us. It seemed that was what she thought, because she pointed out that all our racist concerns were invalid anyway because it was a math position. Proper English wasn't even necessary. I definitely disagree. As a biracial woman, physical scientist of a certain age, I'm certainly not unacquainted with the ugliness and the cost to one's career of racism, sexism, xenophobia, and so on. I know the district is not where it should be. I know that society is not where it should be. I know we should be horrified and sickened and humbled into real action. But belittling a room full of hardworking and caring teachers was not a good way to help us to this end. I can state unequivocally that if Ms. Cunningham were appointed acting superintendent when I was still teaching, I would have left the district as quickly as I could. I would have simply retired, but were I unable to have done that, I would have sought another position. Listen to the teachers. I predict a mass exodus. I'm not being overly dramatic if you do not. Respectfully, Sharon Palmer. Hello, I'm asking for an investigation into both Superintendent Morris and Doreen Cunningham and Doreen Cunningham's resignation per the APEA letter that interim superintendent and that the interim superintendent be someone outside of the district given the pervasive nature of the investigation into more and more administrative staff. Thanks, Gazia Kaya. As a parent of 2 ARP students, I would like reassurance for the called for immediate resignation of all implicated administrators with respect to hiring and overseeing staff that have caused harm to our students. This has been happening too long and lives are at stake. Rachel Hall, she, her, hers. Hello, I am writing as a parent of a trans youth who will eventually attend ARMS. I stand with the Amherst Pelham Educators Association's vote of no confidence in the current district leadership. We need to work to fix the problems happening at the middle school now. Thank you. Annalise Olson. To the ARP School Committee and to whom it may concern, as a parent of a senior and a sophomore at ARHS and with another child entering ARMS, I wanted to state my desire for a change in leadership for our students and educators. I urge a vote of no confidence and hope that Michael Morris's conduct will be reviewed and that Doreen Cunningham will resign, giving her irresponsible professional conduct. With respect, Isaiah Weiss. To the ARP School Committee and to whom it may concern, as a parent of 2 students at ARHS, I want a change in leadership for our students and educators and staff. I urge a vote of no confidence and hope that Michael Morris's conduct will be reviewed and that Doreen Cunningham will resign, given her irresponsible and potentially illegal professional conduct. Thank you, Lilia Teal. Please appoint a neutral acting superintendent, a person who has not been involved with the present challenge. This would give me, and I'm sure others, trust and faith in the school committee. Students must come first. Thank you, Nancy Gilbert. Dear school committee members, I respectfully submit this statement below for tonight's meeting. My name is Jennifer Ortiz, and my role in the district is Human Resources Administrator. Tonight, I would like to address the claims of unethical hiring practices. At the beginning of Ms. Cunningham's tenure as Assistant Superintendent of Diversity, Equity, and Human Resources, she was charged with diversifying the staff in the district. Part of that work included reviewing and revising the hiring practices at that time. However, that work was not done in isolation. A committee comprised of community members, staff, parents, and union leaders came together to take on the work of reviewing and revising the hiring practices. The hiring process committee collaboratively brought forward ideas that ultimately led to the new practices that are currently in place. Furthermore, this work was introduced and presented to the school committee in 2018, and the progress of this work has been reported on every year thereafter. When reports of unethical hiring practices are being claimed, I ask that you please do the work of researching exactly who was part of the hiring process committee. Ms. Doreen Cunningham did not unilaterally make changes to the hiring practices. Rather, it was a collaborative effort by a team of stakeholders, which included Lamiko McGee, the union president. Respectfully, Jennifer A. Ortiz, Human Resources Administrator, Amherst Pelham Regional School District. Hello, my name is Mr. Will. I would like to take this opportunity to greet everyone in attendance this evening. I'm here to show support to Ms. Cunningham for 2 reasons that are of extreme importance to me. In the environment I'd worked in prior to becoming a paraprofessional in the Amherst Regional School District, I worked in an environment where I was able to make a difference in the lives of my students. As an interventionist, I was required to de-escalate hostile situations involving the student populace. Sometimes the aforementioned job had an expectation that I physically intervene when safety was compromised. I found this job to be as stressful as it was rewarding. Therefore, I began to search for a new place of employment due to the stressors. During my search, I learned that the town of Amherst was looking to diversify its staff to accommodate the diversity within the student population. The person responsible for this task was Doreen Cunningham. When I arrived to inquire about the position, I met Ms. Cunningham, who came across as extremely professional and personable. Ms. Cunningham was the person who made it possible for me to contribute to the diverse community within the town of Amherst and to use my help our students here succeed. I am grateful to her for granting me this opportunity. I have become quite fond of my extended Amherst family. The second reason I stand in support of Ms. Cunningham is that people forget to have grace as well as empathy for others. People also forget that despite a person being accused of a particular infraction, individuals are still innocent until proven guilty. That being said, I have chosen to give Ms. Cunningham the professional respect that she earned. I have chosen to keep my judgments to myself and let this investigation take its course. If any one of us here had been in Doreen's position, we would all want and deserve the same courtesy. In closing, I would like to confirm that I support all staff and students here within the Amherst Pelham community, regardless of race, color, creed, or sexual orientation. Mr. Will Chapman, paraeducator at Amherst Regional High School. Dear Amherst Regional School Committee, I appreciate your empathetic statement about Mike Morris's mental health, and I'd like to see that same level of support and empathy for the students harmed at our schools and for their families. The community will and wants you to support the students' identities, racial, gender, sexual, etc., and nothing matters as much as creating a safe space for all students. School is for learning the topics taught in classes and learning how to treat one another with respect, even though they are all different. As the school committee, your number one job is to continue the momentum created by the article and the peaceful standout. It is time for the school committee to stand up and support the teachers, the staff, the families, and most importantly, to protect the students. I'm writing to demand that you install an impartial leader as interim superintendent, one who respects the rights of all students and teachers to live their lives without harming others. Do not appoint Doreen Cunningham, considered she is currently involved in the Title IX investigation. There is no safety for our students if you appoint her additional administrative responsibility or power. The horrifying testimony provided by students about the bullying and transphobia at ARMS happened while Ms. Cunningham worked to shield Ms. Dykes, Mr. Santos, and Ms. Cabrera from investigation. From the graphic, Cunningham has personal ties to the three counselors. In addition to Santos being slated to officiate at Cunningham's wedding in July, Santos referred to Dyke and her husband as his siblings in faith in a previously public Facebook post, which included pictures of him, Dykes, and Cunningham at a party. Fearing retaliation if they filed a complaint against the counselors with Cunningham, multiple staff members say they dropped their complaints and took to trying to create alternative forms of support to safeguard kids. One of the staff people who spoke to the graphic is on unpaid leave. Like Dr. Morris, Jay, a pseudonym at their request, was told by medical professionals that it was unhealthy for them to continue working because of the strain caused by trying to support the students and their fear of retaliation when they revealed damning information. Medical professionals placed them on FMLA leave. Jay made a formal request to the sick bank committee for additional paid sick days. Jay's paid sick days were denied, and they were never given a reason, which is in violation of the collective bargaining agreement. That decision was made by the HR director. Will you be issuing a statement in support of Jay? It is morally wrong for the guidance counselors accused of harming students to receive pay and access to ARMS accounts, while Jay was denied paid sick days and their access was withdrawn without their consent or knowledge. This decision was made by the director of HR, that is Ms. Cunningham. Whoops. It would be a grave dereliction of your duty to the students and their families to put Ms. Cunningham in as interim superintendent. The three guidance counselors are denying all the allegations against them, which also means they are unrepentant. With their denials, they are literally accusing the students and their families of lying about their experiences. If you continue to support Ms. Cunningham by giving her this position, then you are tacitly agreeing that students are lying. I urge you to increase the scrutiny into the actions of Ms. Cunningham and her office. Ms. Dykes, Mr. Santos, and Ms. Cabrera should not have access to their ARMS email. Please act immediately to require that the three accused no longer have access to their email, just like every other person who is placed on leave pending the results of an investigation. It is crucial that a neutral party serve in the interim role. Doreen Cunningham is not a neutral party. Do not put Ms. Cunningham in the interim position while the investigation is ongoing. Sincerely, Julie Huckel. Dear members of the school committee, I'm writing to ask you to hold our administrators accountable for failing to protect vulnerable students at the Amherst Regional Middle School. Given everything I have learned from the brave investigative reporting of the graphic journalists, the no confidence vote of the APEA, and my own child's horrific experience in the middle school, I urge you to do three things. 1, appoint an interim superintendent with no ties to the Title IX investigation currently underway. 2, seek the resignation of Doreen Cunningham for her role in hiring, promoting, and protecting individuals that blatantly violated district policies and the civil rights of middle school children. And 3, investigate Michael Morris for his complicity in the harm done to children at the Amherst Regional Middle School. I am the parent of a child harmed by both transgender bullying and by unsupportive guidance counselors. These adults misgendered, misnamed, and dismissed. I think we've seen this one already. Can you scroll down? Yes, thank you. Dear Amherst and Regional School Committee members, as a parent and someone who wants our schools to be better for our children, I want to share my disappointment in the APA's announcement of a no confidence, not giving Ms. Cunningham a chance to accept an opportunity to become superintendent, and at the same time asking her to resign when she cannot be responsible for all that is going on in the district. I think only now that the district is realizing these issues around student and teacher support that have been ignored or swept aside. And solidarity means that we walk together, that no equity issue should come before another. Primarily, the best way to support students and their families is by equipping them with relevant knowledge, encouraging them to learn new things, and helping them to become collaborators and also independent thinkers. I really want the school committee to stop using black and brown people as the ones to hold responsible when they are in a white-dominated leadership school system. Sincerely, Lauren Mills, parent. To the Amherst Regional School Committee members, my name is Becky Tu, and I'm a school committee member in Leverett. It is unfortunate that at this moment we do not have a regional representative on the committee. For that reason, I would like to take this opportunity to say that I think it is imperative that the RSC appoint an interim superintendent who is not in any way implicated by the Title IX investigation and has the support of the APEA. Sincerely, Becky Tu. Hello, I'm writing with valid concerns and direct firsthand experience as a teacher of color who is an Amherst alum of my last few years here at ARMS, and how it truly feels to be in the midst of all this chaos at ARMS at the moment. First off, I will say that as a hardworking, passionate, and proud Black woman who was raised in Amherst and now teaches here, I was truly insulted to read that a school committee member who was supposed to be there for the betterment of the students and teachers, that I was labeled as part of a toxic rumor mill. To be called toxic, especially from someone who is not of color, is insulting enough, but secondly, to tell a teacher that works a 10-hour day, volunteers for free her personal time to help with school dances, clubs, and designing programs to aid in bullying, that comment was truly a slap in the face. Supporting teachers is not belittling what they do or who they are, especially when you are not the first-hand recipient of being treated unfairly, especially by someone who is the head of equity at the school. That person has used similar verbiage. I'm getting there. About staff where I was personally in attendance. Other staff heard about this, and I will tell you, as a leader, addressing staff that way is toxic. It shows no appreciation or respect for all we do as educators. I have been personally insulted by these words, as should every teacher at the school. We as teachers are trying to make sure we have an environment to thrive in so that our children thrive even more. Pointing a finger at us instead of taking a close look at the investigations, the truth that has come forward to the press, or even asking one Black educator at the school if they think that leadership is equitable is where this committee should have started, in my opinion. I love this community and I love being a part of ARMS, yet we teachers need nurturing, encouragement, clarity, and equitable treatment. That is where we teachers are all fighting for. I can't thrive where I am insulted and unsupported. Because of dedicating 18 years to teaching, I will remain teaching to the best of my ability, but I want to do it under leadership that listens to the staff, for the staff, is open with the staff, and above all, treats us with a humanity that we all deserve and have earned. Kimberly McDowell, Teacher ARMS. My name is Martha Toro, and I'm a retired special education teacher from ARPS. Last October 31st, I shared a letter about my experience with the practices and procedures of the interviewing and hiring process at ARPS. It was a letter as a response to so many colleagues' talks about frustration with the system and with similar experiences as me. These staff expressed feelings of helplessness due to fear of retaliation. The issues that have arisen in the middle school are directly related to the hiring process. The staff involved had preferential treatment when provided with professional status without following the procedures of 3-year and 9 good evaluations. It is an insult to staff who have the educational background and experience to be exceptional teachers and who improve the educational quality of the district. The victims here are the students. They are the reason we are educators. It is an insult to the community and the mission of the district when trusted staff fail to support the students that they are supposed to protect. The traumatizing experience to LGBTQIA students at such a difficult age can be a determining factor in the future of each individual. When even adults are concerned about possible retaliation if they speak up, imagine the pressure to these young students. It is an age to start figuring out who you are as a person, your gender, likes and dislikes, and how to properly interact and be an advocate for yourself. It is the responsibility of the superintendent to supervise and be proactive in creating a safe environment for students to thrive and educators to help them succeed. It is obvious that it's not happening. Martha Toro, retired ARPS. Dear Regional School Committee Chairperson Ben Harrington et alia, as a longtime educator, activist, grandparent of grandchildren who have graduated and attended the Amherst schools, I am deeply distressed at the goings-on in our regional schools. To read that children are not being protected, are being bullied, and reports to administration are being ignored is deplorable. We need to come to an understanding that the system we live in is purposely set up to ignore and oppress our Black, brown, poor, BIPOC, LGBTQ+ populations. You are witnessing it in magnitude. Now is the time to address the harm, make changes, and repair. Thank you for the service to our children. I am hoping for you to take a stand and restore the injustice. I support you in this move. Sincerely, Mary Lou Conca, member of ARPS, SEAC, RGWG, ARPS Wellness Committee. I have remained quiet all this time while my name and character is villainized publicly. Now it is time to speak about this matter. First, it is stated that my hiring practices are unethical. In 2017, I was hired to diversify the district. At the start of this school year, the district has been the most diverse than it has ever been due to the changes in the district's practices for screening and interviewing. Please see below for the percent increase in staff of color. Race, ethnicity per DESI. African American Black, 33.8 in 2016-2017. 56.6 in 21-22, percent change 67.5%. Latinx, 2016 to 2017, 49.5. 2021 to 2022, 76.3, percent change 54.1%. Asian, 2016-2017, 9. 2021-21.6, percent change 140%. This change was also acknowledged by APEA President Lamiko McGee in her tweet stating that Amherst is one of the most successful in hiring educators of color, May 2022, and Amherst is a success story with over 33% of teachers/administrators are of color, May 2022. Our practices have gained recognition to the point that I have presented it at the Congressional Black Caucus at the invitation of Congressman Danny Davis. When I hear from the APEA that these practices that diversify the district are unethical and have caused a hostile work environment, I have to ask, is the APEA saying publicly that the hiring of black and brown people is so disruptive that now the environment for others have changed? So let us ask the superintendent to resign so that we can go back to the status quo. We are asking the superintendent to resign, the assistant superintendent to resign, and yet the person who has power to hire the superintendent should stay. There seems to be a personal agenda against the assistant superintendent. The second issue I will address is the failed principal search. This is the tale of a woman scorned. It is widely known that there was an internal candidate who works at the middle school. That person is Lamiko McGee, president of the APEA. The ratings from the committee were not sufficient to move her to the community forum. Ms. McGee and her coworkers at the middle school rallied families to support her candidacy. PGO President Laura Hunter wielded her influence on families, sending an email which urged families to take a minute of their time, even if you love the candidate, even if you didn't watch the candidate, to ask for the search to be reopened. At this point in the school year, the superintendent decided that there would be a 7 through 12 continuum in leadership. The internal candidate / APEA President Lamiko McGee has quite an agenda and has rallied the membership, the community, and families because she did not become the principal of the middle school. I sent an email to the school committee yesterday morning letting them know that while I am confident in my ability to lead the district through the end of the school year and beyond, I would not accept, if offered, the temporary superintendent position during Dr. Morris's leave of absence. I have never been interested in being a superintendent, and as Dr. Morris states, it can take a toll on your physical and mental health. I also know that it takes a toll on families. My son is a student at the middle school and was sitting in classes and walking through the halls where teachers are saying negative things about his mom. Yes, there is much more to me than assistant superintendent. I am a mother, a sister, an aunt, and most importantly, a human being. In closing, I have done the job that I was hired to do and have done it very well. This diversification seems to be a problem for the APEA. I will not apologize and I will not resign. I am open to speaking to the many districts and organizations that would welcome the accomplishments that Amherst has seen in such a short time. Email from Doreen Cunningham, Assistant Superintendent and our HR Director, ARPS.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I couldn't have done that.
So as we stated before, after we were done with the written public comment, we would open it up again for in-person comment. So we will open up public comment in person again if anybody else wishes to speak. Seeing none, I am.
Excuse me, Mr. Devlin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
This is more a point of clarification. My name's Amy Kalman. I'm a speech language pathologist here at the high school. I'm a town taxpayer, parent of children who attend here. Very proud parent of students who demonstrated in the recent demonstration to support our LGBTQ community. And educators at ARMS who are supporting our students there. Point of clarification, in the comment that we just heard that was read from Ms. Cunningham's email, it would be my understanding that the hiring practices of people who have been, that the names of individuals who have put their names in to be considered as applicants to a position is confidential human resources information. And so that's a point of clarification. I understand that there won't be an answer to this, but I appreciate that people sit with that our human resources specialist has now publicly outed and named in an accusatory manner, in a very incendiary manner, a member of our community who herself is a BIPOC woman who has a long track record of working for this school district, supporting students with special education needs, championing her colleagues and her students, supporting families of students who have dyslexia and other learning challenges, who make it
it's more challenging for them to come to school. She models what it is to be a Black female leader in our school. So I wonder why it is that another individual is divulging what I believe to be confidential information to this public body. Thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Hannah Vaughn. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a therapist who works with young adults and children in the Amherst community. And I want to say to the children of this community, especially the trans and queer kids, that I love you, and I stand with you, and I stand next to you. And I hope that you all do the same. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maureen, and I concede my time to Samantha.
Hello, I'm back. So my name is Samantha, and I would just like to read a small statement that I made. I'd like to just start off by saying that I am not easily confused, but after hearing Doreen's comments and Alicia Lopez's follow-up, it sounds like this is really being used to cover up racism in the district. Alicia spent majority of her comment talking about how she felt slighted as a Hispanic woman, which, fun fact, Doreen's children also identify as Hispanic, so it's funny how colorism works in the Hispanic community, isn't it? Doreen has openly committed to using the same concern and diligence that she used in diversifying the district, which has been proven to be successful, well, so successful that she has been invited by the Congressional Black Caucus to speak on it, to supporting LGBTQ staff, students, and community members. And yet people like Alicia are still calling for her head. Doreen is here. She has stayed, and she has listened and taken note on everything that you all have said. She has been consistent in saying that she has no desire to become the superintendent, interim or permanently, which is one of the biggest calls to action here. And she is openly asking to be held accountable for changing the environment for LGBTQ community here at ARPS. So are we looking for solutions, or are we looking to further villainize a Black woman? Also, regarding the comment about Doreen outing Mika, you can't out someone who has outed themselves and has publicly made it known that they applied for the position. It is not confidential when someone says it themselves. 4.4% of Black women make up leadership positions in the workforce, and yet when they work to make changes to oppressive policies, they are further marginalized and villainized, as we see today. Someone even said in the written comments that women of color or people of color are constantly being held accountable for the mistakes made in predominantly white school districts. And here we're doing it again. So we keep talking about this vote of no confidence by 80% of the union members, and yet some of those same members are quoted saying that they felt bullied into going against Doreen and feared retaliation at the hands of other union members. So clearly the bullying doesn't stop when you grow up, it just gets bigger. And while we're at it, since people like to bring up the credentials of Doreen's children, I am an organizational psychologist, and I have actively worked to support diversity in all aspects, including LGBTQ, in nonprofit organizations. I have multiple degrees, certifications, and years of experience in the field. I know what I'm talking about.
Hi, my name is Sheila Jones, and I'd like to concede my time to Laura Hunter.
I'm back. Yay. I just want to remind the committee that we are talking about children's voices being silenced. The idea that the APA would be conducting a conspiracy to shut down Doreen Cunningham by using transphobia, homophobia, bullying, torture of students is absurd. And I hate the fact that Alicia's name keeps being mentioned, considering it's the entire APA that voted for no confidence. So I just want to remind you that we're talking about the entire district coming together to say, get rid of Doreen Cunningham, investigate Mike Morris, figure out what's going on, and fix this problem. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further speakers, then how's the committee feeling? Do we want to take a recess? And if we do, we want to take a recess for how long? I need at least a 5-minute bio break. I'm sorry, I'm over 50 years old. It's been a few hours.
So do I.
Sarah Beth?
I would like a 5 to 10 minute recess.
Okay, it's 8:55. We will reconvene sharply at 9:05. Is that amenable then? Okay, we're in recess. Yeah? Okay. Okay, so we are back in session, and we have some feedback that we're going to deal with.
You can turn yours off. Someone's.
Hold on. Ben, you're up? If you bring yours up, because my computer's going to die. Okay. So now you bring it up. Okay. Sorry for the feedback. So we are going to resume the meeting. And the item that we are on now, agenda item is ARP's temporary superintendent appointment or other title. And the action is possible vote to appoint a temporary superintendent or other title. So as mentioned a few hours ago, this is the first opportunity that first time that the school committees are discussing candidates and potential candidates and those details, etc. What I'd like to do, Ben, just let me run this by you, see what everybody thinks here. Is a general structure for our conversation. Is to start with clarifying questions and information. So we have here Mark Terry, who's our school committee attorney, who can advise us on things like what are the requirements that we need to follow, what is the difference between an acting and an interim superintendent, which is a question that came up. What does it mean not to have a superintendent? What kind of roles and actions be performed without one, and any other questions that anybody has for Mark, or anybody else if there's other information that other of us have to share. And then once we're sort of done with that, then what I'd like to do is just kind of go down the line, starting at either direction, and just give everybody in sequence an opportunity, if they want, to make an opening comment, and then open it up for general discussion from there. Does that sound like a fairly reasonable approach to people? Okay, great. So welcome back, Mark. I'll start it off, and then I will call on whomever. I guess if you could just sort of just describe in general what are the legal requirements that the school committee has right now to fill the position. We know that we have a superintendent. He's on medical leave. And what are we required to do? And I kind of related to that is, what does it mean not to have a superintendent? So what are some of the kinds of things that we should be thinking about that can't be done right now because we don't have one?
Right. So the requirement to have a superintendent is embedded within general laws under Chapter 71, Section 59. That's a statute that allows the school committee to appoint, generally speaking, and then there's a separate provision as to superintendency unions, of which, of course, you're a part of. The reason why it's important, I think getting to the core of your question, to have a superintendent in place who can exercise the authority given to a superintendent is there are certain things that have to happen every day that by statute are solely within the authority of the superintendent. The most notable of those is hiring and making decisions about termination of employees. So even though building principals are the predominant hiring authority for a building, those hirings are always subject to the approval of the superintendent. So there are hiring and firing decisions that have to be made sometimes to move forward. And then the other piece I think is really important is understanding that in the student disciplinary framework, there is an appeal process. So if a student, for example, has severe disciplinary action taken against them, the appeal goes through the superintendent, and the appeal has to be handled, I believe it's within five days. So not having somebody in a position to resolve those issues or deal with those questions effectively puts a school district at risk because it can't satisfy due process requirements of law. I'm sure I could go through chapter and verse of other things the superintendent does as a functional matter every day that if they don't get done, they can ripen into more significant issues. But as came up at our public meeting last night, there was a circumstance in Northampton where the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education was prepared to cite Northampton after just a 5-day window of time for not having a superintendent in place. So it is extremely important that this group decide on somebody to be the acting superintendent, and soon.
Jennifer, and then Sarah.
So, Mark, I did some Googling and about the difference between acting and interim. And my understanding is that because we have a superintendent, because Mike Morris's contract is still in effect and he has told us he's coming back, we need to appoint an acting superintendent, which is to fill in a position when the person in the position is on leave, as opposed to an interim, which is to fill in for a position while you're doing a search, or for whatever reason the position is vacant and you don't have a permanent, then you want to appoint an interim. So tonight and this week, we are like laser focused on appointing an acting, not an interim.
Yeah, that's correct, and I would make the exact same distinction. Terms like temporary or interim really imply somebody who is going to be in that role until a permanent person is hired. Here, where you have somebody in place who still serves the district, just happens to be unavailable for a period of time, you're having somebody become the acting superintendent to exercise that authority as necessary while the person's absent.
Thank you.
Sarah.
I'm curious if it's allowable, I'm not suggesting this is what I'm proposing, if we could ever have more than one person do in a co-role and we could divide that up if it was decided that that was the best path forward.
So from a legal perspective, the statutes talk about a superintendent, a singular. You can have a person appointed who delegates certain of those authorities on a day-to-day basis. There are certain things that you wouldn't necessarily do that for, but there are some things that functionally kind of work that way. So it really should be the appointment of the Union 26 and the school committee really should focus on the singular person. If there's an allocation of duties, that's a little bit different than having one person hold all of that. Particularly if you appoint somebody who's already an employee of the district and has other responsibilities, that kind of discussion is more of a question of sort of operations after the appointment's made, and then that person, presumably in conjunction with the chairs or some representative of this body, would sort of say, okay, well, how are we gonna make this work?
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, great, thank you.
Margaret.
So my question has to do with compensation, and can you give us any guidance on what the difference, if any, might be were we to have somebody who's already in the district versus somebody who's outside of the district?
A little bit. I mean, the exact dollar figures would be subject to negotiation down the road. What tends to happen if you have somebody in the district is there's an additional amount of compensation that the person would receive while serving in the additional role. They're taking on basically a second job to some degree. And so sort of how to fix that, obviously it varies depending on how much time you're talking about, but you could be talking about a figure that recognizes the difference perhaps between what that person's making in their current role and what a starting superintendent might make in this district, as an example, and then prorate that. If you're looking at sort of somebody from the outside, there are a couple of different models that you can go with that. Sometimes it's a full-time person, in which case you are probably paying another superintendent's salary. Sometimes it's a part-time person who might be here 2 or 3 days a week and is kind of more in a role of, I'm here if you need me, but I'm just kind of making sure somebody's watching the store, if you will, while the full-time superintendent, Dr. Morris, is out. And I honestly couldn't speak to the compensation those people receive.
But you've answered my question. Thank you.
Ben.
Yeah, I think we actually covered this last night, but I just want to make sure it's on the record. We're basically, we need somebody who has licensure, right, to, like a superintendent's license, right? We can't get like the 40, we don't have time for the not 48, I don't know why I'm thinking 48 hour. The emergency.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm not that intimately familiar with the emergency kind of licensure component.
Yeah.
I would suggest to you that you're always going to be better off and you don't have to worry about getting DESI's approval and things like that if you're appointing somebody who is licensed.
Yeah.
So if we were going, did you have your hand raised? No. So if we're going to, if the acting superintendent was a current ARPS employee who already has a contract, what's like the simplest kind of approach that we could take for an agreement? Like let's say that it's not contentious. It's the school committee and the candidate agree. There's no like real demands. Like is it as simple as saying, You agreed to this role for for so long of a time until until the superintendent comes back, and then with compensation and then with a couple of lines versus like a 20-page contract.
So I want to be careful because I don't know whether the committee's intention, and we talked about this yesterday, is to have a more detailed conversation about strategy in an executive session. But let me try to answer it in more generic terms.
I can just interrupt you there. I can't speak for the whole committee, but we've had 2 opportunities now to go into executive session. It doesn't mean that after we ultimately appoint, come to an agreement to appointment, that we won't then want to go into executive session to finalize the contract details. I don't know. We haven't had the discussion yet. But I think until we get there, it's probably a pretty safe bet that we're not going into executive
So
session.
let me try to address sort of the basic issues. You would want an agreement that identifies the term as having, for example, until Dr. Morris returns, the person might serve, or until the committee decides to appoint somebody different. So you need to address the term. You need to address the compensation. One of the things that's critical from a state ethics perspective is that the agreement also acknowledge that the person is going to perform the services of the superintendency as dictated by law, along with whatever their other existing duties are. And the reason for that is that you can't have employees getting compensation for 2 different jobs at the same time. So the solution to that is to tie them together, and one of the key components of this is a provision that talks about while the acting superintendent will also be required to perform the duties of whatever the normal position is the person holds. In terms of the length of it, it typically is shorter. It's more of a 3 to 4 page document than a 12-page document. And I say that without really remembering how long Dr. Morris's is. But it hits some more basic principles and then incorporates some other things that would typically be in the person's existing agreement.
Thank you. Jennifer?
You said we would have, if we appointed someone internal, we would have to say that they continue doing their current job and be the superintendent? Like, could we give them, if we wanted to, could we give them some relief in their current job?
Yeah,
if we
so
could?
thank you for that question. So, yeah, in the framework of the contract, if a person is going to, I kind of made the assumption that you would be having somebody who might be in a singular role and you're not going to be able to backfill that. You could, in theory, you could appoint somebody who is in position X. So you're no longer going to be in position X. We're going to have you do this role, and then we go find somebody else to do position X where it's vacant. You could go that route, and that would be a little bit of a different agreement. So you could provide full relief or partial relief. Those are all things that you kind of have to work out with the person in terms of what's viable. One of the other things, that, just a detail you'd probably include in there, is some acknowledgement of what the expectations are in terms of availability. Somebody doing one job here, it's very hard for them to take time off over the summer as an example. How are you going to adjust for that? How are you going to acknowledge the demands of that job? And that could be through relief from certain duties, obtaining other support for those duties, or it could be just, you know what, you're not going to have to worry about your other job and you can move into the other one. Thank you for that clarifying question.
Thanks.
Irv.
So the term is really indeterminate.
It can be, and you typically, the way I would write an agreement like this would be to say the person is appointed until the return of the permanent superintendent, for lack of a better term, or until the school committee decides to do something different. Right? You don't have, like in more normal employment agreements, you have just cause protections and things that say you won't terminate. This is basically, a short term. It's intended to be a short term arrangement, and so the person basically should serve until this body, I guess it's June 26 technically, but this body decides otherwise, or Dr. Morris comes back, or the person resigns. So you can put a cap on it if you want to, saying it's going to be, example, 90 days, 120 days, subject to renewal. You can do that if you want to. I think it tends to function better if you kind of leave it open, sort of with the contingency of these other events. But either is legally permissible.
Another question. So we're very soon about to discuss individuals at the table here. ARPS employees, potentially. I expect we'll at least discuss some ARPS employees. So we're the employer, right? And can you give us some guidance about things we can and can't say, should or shouldn't say, that could run afoul of employer-employee law. Like, for example, we can't sit here and say, because of this person's age and religion and it's, other protected thing, we don't want this person, for example, right? That's an obvious one to me, but what's the full list?
Yeah, the full list is when you find out when you step over a line. So generally speaking, yes, you're not going to engage in questioning about really anything other than the person's qualifications and interest for the job, right? So if you pick a person X that you want to talk about, you can talk about why you think that person would be a good candidate. Somebody else might express why they think the person's a bad candidate. As you point out, protected classes, whatever they may be, are not reasons for making decisions. And that is things like gender, gender identity, race, sexual orientation, religion, union activity. There are a host of those things. If you're keeping your focus on the qualifications of the job, those things shouldn't be a concern for you. That's really the primary ballpark. Is you really want to be looking at who do you want to have, who do you trust as a group to be the interim temporary leader of this organization until Dr. Morris returns.
Just a quick follow-up there. Sure. So our committee only does formal evaluations of the superintendent. We don't do formal evaluations of other ARPS employees that might have the superintendent license that might come up in conversation soon. So we're not part of their performance evaluation. Is it permissible to discuss what we think of their performance, or is hearsay? I'm not suggesting I want to engage in hearsay, but I'm just trying to frame things for all of us.
I think what I certainly would encourage anybody in making a decision is to rely upon what you know and not what you hear, right? I mean, it is, you all, if you're talking about employees in this district already, you all have probably had some contact with the people you're going to talk about. The discussion, in my view, ought to be focused on what they bring to the table, why they would be a good fit. I think if a person's going to be considered here, just recognize that if there is some sort of criticism of character, reputation, those kind of things. For example, I don't want to support that person because they kicked their dog, as an example. There is some ability to go into executive session and talk about those things that may reflect poorly on someone's reputation, and I would encourage people to be careful about that. The better course, if those kind of concerns exist for anybody you may talk about, is to say, well, look, I have a concern. I really don't think it's appropriate for a public session given what Attorney Terry has said, and I can either have a side conversation to understand what the comment might be to figure out whether it's appropriate or not, or the alternative is to have a conversation about that in executive session, understanding that the person themselves has a right to be present for that and have 48 hours written notice of that. So given where you are, I don't know that that's a practical option for you.
Right. Margaret and then Ben?
Well, I have a question. So you said we might be considering people. Did we solicit applications? I haven't heard anything about anybody. So what's happening?
So I can answer that. So like I said a couple times earlier in the meeting, this is the first time our committee has met. This has been legally allowed to meet, right, in open meeting law.
Yeah.
We had the opportunity to go into executive session last night. We didn't. We had the opportunity tonight. We didn't do that. This is the first time any candidates have been spoken about. So, so this is really the start. This is really us, laying the tracks in front of us, as it were. We got, from having been on school committee for 6 years, I happen to know that there are certain ARPS employees with their superintendent license, for example. I think I'm trying to remember through the flood of emails that we've all received in the last few days, but if I'm not mistaken, there was a retired superintendent or two that emailed our committees proactively offering their services. We've had some public comments that have mentioned some ARPS employees who felt they had their superintendent license and whatnot. But that's just in terms of point of information. That's been the extent of it. So I had Ben and then Irv.
Yeah, I was just wondering procedurally, when are we gonna get to that point?
So I was just suggesting at the top, right, that we kind of try and exhaust our point of information questions, with Mark, and then generally speaking. And then if we feel like kind of satiated with the info we have for the moment, then and this is, just offering this as a suggestion, that we just kind of go down the line for initial comments, given the magnitude of the decision. Irv?
Margaret, your question is a good one. We never talked about the process, i.e., whether we were going to do applications, whether we were just going to take names as we went around the table. We never talked about that. So your question is a good one, because we haven't taken applications, because we've never said we wanted to have that process. Having said that, if we are going to not do a process where we're going to go through an application, but we're going to do almost an ad hoc selection, then it seems to me that is such an incredibly important thing, and maybe, and I think that Mark answered that question. We can't, if I'm looking at it, 5 days. We don't have 5 days to take applications. We just don't. So that leaves us with looking at a selection based upon those names brought forward this evening or at some other point in time.
Yeah, I think we will very quickly get into that once we go down the line. Yeah, Jennifer.
Oh, sorry. I'm ready to make my first comment, but not until
Oh, okay.
all questions have been exhausted.
It sounds like we're kind of getting close to where we feel we can start sharing our opinions and getting into the weeds, as it were. Does anybody else have any other big burning questions they want to ask Margaret? He's not running away, so he's still there. Yeah, Margaret.
So, just so that I understand, you're looking for comments about
So, yeah, so I'll just
process?
be really, in draft transparent about it. Again, our committee, the reason why we haven't, defined this as a process yet is because we've only had the legal opportunity
Right.
to discuss anything about this for the last 25 minutes. Right? So here we are. We're making it up in real time. Here we go. Like, we don't, I'm sure that over the last 4 or 5 days, we've all thought a lot about this process. We've all read a lot of emails. We've heard a lot of public comment. We've gotten some information from Mark. Personally, I have some thoughts about a way to proceed and some thoughts about some individuals. I'll probably mention them as we
Okay.
go down the line. But I would say this would be, because I'm trying not to, be prescriptive here and telling the
Okay.
committee how to do. I'm just saying, here's one way to equitably offer to the table. Everyone's giving everyone an opportunity to, state their first point of view of how things should go. I want to make sure that Allison and Tillman don't get left out, because I can't see them on my screen anymore. So Allison and Tillman, do you have any questions right now for Mark, or any points of clarification that you have?
Not at this very moment, but when we go down the line, I'm ready to make a comment.
Okay.
I don't, but I believe the Amherst Media live stream just stopped.
Oh. So I will talk, assuming that someone in Amherst Media is.
He's coming
They're
out.
opening the door. Da-da-da-da.
It's still on YouTube and Facebook, but the broadcast changed on TV, but it should be back up on TV soon. So it's still on YouTube and Facebook right now, at least.
Okay. Okay. Is everyone comfortable proceeding with that coverage? Yes? Okay. All right, then, without further ado, unless anyone wants to pause, I would just suggest that we go down the line. Does anybody, anyone at the end of the lines like to volunteer? Yes, Jennifer.
Can I start?
Sure, I was just.
Then I'll go after her.
Okay, sure.
So I have a proposal for how this process might work. So this is my proposal, making up as we go along. We come up with a short list of names tonight. That might, whatever that looks like. Short list of names, like 3 to 5 names. Then tomorrow, like we have a scheduled meeting for Thursday. Today is Tuesday. So tomorrow and Thursday, the chairs or members, however we decide, approach those individuals and ask if they would accept if offered. And we compile a list of people who would accept if offered. And then we come back together on Thursday and discuss more and deliberate more. Maybe we bring those people in to speak to us or answer questions, and then we vote and decide then. I think this is a matter that's urgent, but not one that we should rush. And I don't think we can or should deliberate and vote tonight. For transparency, we can't make this decision the first time we talk about it because the public won't have had a chance to give us input on whoever we're considering. And we need to know if the individual would even accept, which we don't know. And every decision that we make, again, as others have said, every decision we make and everything we do should be with students in mind, with the best interest of students in mind. So a few other thoughts. I talked with Glenn Kuchar from the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. Some of you might know Ben a long time. He said something to the effect of, if we chose someone who we felt was qualified and available, he seemed comfortable we could get an emergency licensure if that person didn't have their superintendent's license. Obviously he can't guarantee it, but he felt comfortable that DESE would grant us a temporary administrator's license. So that's my idea of how we proceed. Like, we come up with some short names tonight, we talk to people tomorrow and Thursday, and then we come back together on Thursday and decide and vote on Thursday, because that Thursday will have been just under 1 week since Dr. Morris notified us of his leave. So I also want to say that when we think about and talk about who the acting superintendent should be, the first thing that I'm thinking about is one of the most important things the superintendent's going to do in the next month or two is receive the results of the Title IX investment. To say that it would be a couple of weeks when that report comes in. Who knows for sure, but that seems to be something that's imminent. So I think we need to think about appointing someone who can handle receiving those report results, someone who has experience with them and will be able to work with us to make decisions on how to proceed with those results. I think it also needs to be someone with a strong relationship with teachers and someone who has a track record of supporting students, particularly LGBTQ students. So I'm just going to throw some names out there. My first two thoughts were Marta Guevara and Alicia Lopez. According to my research, neither of them have a superintendent's license, but as I said, I spoke to MASC, who thought we would be able to get an emergency licensure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna proceed with what we tried to do, which was go down the line. So by the line, if the line starts at Jennifer, we'll go Jennifer, Ben, Tillman, Allison, and then around, and then we'll open up for wide open discussion. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've had conversations with people that I know, and I think one person has said publicly they would not accept it. But I was going to say, one of the people mentioned actually has said that they wouldn't accept it. So I think maybe a formal conversation tomorrow would, like a second thought about it maybe, is worth it. But yeah, like my thoughts are like, number one, somebody who's like familiar with like our procedures, like that's absolutely important. And yeah, the relationship with teachers, especially right now, is important. And somebody who could be objective in receiving the results of the Title IX investigation, and could actually like kind of, right, I guess objective, I'll leave it at objective. And so the person that I had in mind that wasn't mentioned already would be Doug Slaughter. Like, he's already present at our meetings consistently, he's licensed. And also I've gotten I want to say the vibe from Doug that he's kind of even keeled. And I think right now that's probably what we need for a bit. But that's really the only name that I have right now off the top of my head. And did you say Tillman first? Or
Yeah, Tillman. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so I can't offer a name as suggestion, but I want to say something about process. So I like the proposal that Jennifer had in terms of how we should structure it between today and Thursday. I would make one amendment, and that would be that if there's anybody out there who wants to be considered, that they have an opportunity to reach out to us before the Thursday meeting so that we could potentially consider them. I would feel better if there was some process where people can identify themselves as wanting to be considered in addition to us making suggestions.
Thank you. Allison?
I have a similar perspective as Ben does, that somebody who is relatively familiar with the full workings of both the school committee and has sort of that broad perspective in the district. I also would add into that, I think it's important that given that the investigation report will be coming in during this, presumably during this time frame that this person would be serving, that it's important that they're not a part of the middle school. And so I actually would second Ben's nomination of Doug Slaughter. That he was actually the first person that came to mind for me. Thank you.
All right. Sarah Bass.
Oh boy.
Take your time.
So I have actually really agreed with a lot of the things that everybody has already said. I think we should not appoint or pick somebody tonight. I think we should have plenty of time for the public to weigh in, as they have mentioned that they have really big feelings about wanting their voices to be heard, which I think is really valid, and we need to honor that. So I don't think appointing someone tonight is a good idea. I also like the idea of being able to, if someone that does not get mentioned has the opportunity to come forward, because maybe there's skill sets out there that we don't know of because we haven't had experience with them, but lots of other people have. I think someone who has not been in any way involved in the Title IX investigation is extremely important, and that they also be a person that is able to receive that information and process it and act accordingly. So I have worked with Doug Slaughter before. I think he's very even-keeled, and but I don't have a particular person I want to recommend. But I would like to specifically thank all of the people that have called and written and spoken tonight, because I know a lot of those things are really, really hard to say. And while they're hard to hear and hard to have, minimal reaction to, it's very important. And because these are such big issues, I do think the school committee is a place that we should receive those things. So I just want to say thank you for all coming out tonight and sharing all of your things that you did share.
Thank you. Sarah.
I agree that Jennifer's outline for an overall proposal sounds really reasonable and thoughtful, and not voting on anything tonight makes sense to me. And I agree in terms of sharing comments tonight. I think so many of the really, really compelling points, well, there were an enormous amount of them, but was about centering on children. And I think whoever we pick is someone who's like really, really focusing on that right now. In terms of names, being Pelham only and Union 26, I don't have as much exposure to other folks in the district, so for sure I know Doug Slaughter. I think he would have the temperament for it and would be open to that. I think I also want to do more listening than talking, just because I think other people know more about some other potential candidates. So I would be curious to hear what other committee members have to say.
Thank you. Margaret?
So the process sounds fine to me. One question I do have is, would we bring these people to talk to us at the meeting on Thursday? Otherwise, I don't know the answer to that. That's a question, because people would not perhaps know who some of these people are. In terms of people, Doug Slaughter came to my mind as well. I've worked with him on the budget subcommittee, and he comes to many of our meetings. He understands how things get done. And he is in no way involved in any of what we're talking about, any of it. So in that respect, I think it would be good. I'm going to add another name to the list, and this is just because of the things I've heard about this person, is Mickey Gromacki from the high school.
Thank you. Ron?
I think the process makes sense. We shouldn't decide tonight. And the only reason I'm here is to honor my responsibility to a 3-year term of office that I was elected to, which expires at 11:59 tonight.
Talk fast.
So I wish you well in this daunting process. And I do know Doug, and he's informally, and he's level-headed, but I'm not sure that qualifies him for the position.
Thank you, Ron. Irv?
I like the process, Jennifer, and I thank you for suggesting it. I also have a nightmare scenario playing out in my head because of the atmosphere and because of the issues that have been discussed here tonight and brought forward, that what if no one wants the job? I mean, let's get real here. If you are aware of what's going on, how, stepping into this would be a matter of great courage or great stupidity. But anyway, so my nightmare scenario is that whoever we come up with, that they won't accept it. And then what? Well, if we know what, we'd go outside. We'd be beyond those 5 days, but they forgive us. So the only person that I've worked with over the years, and I mean years, that I know and watched come up through the system is Doug. For me, he would be a great candidate. I have severe reservations whether he would take it. But he would be one that I would feel more than comfortable with, and who is furthest from all of the issues that have been discussed here tonight.
Thank you, Irv. So myself and then Stephen. So yeah, I mean, I guess I'll plus 8 or 9 at this point of the general outline of the deliberate tonight, try and get as much detailed direction as we can, for as long as we can go tonight, until 11:59 at least. Come on.
It's not going to happen.
And then decide on Thursday. I'm good with that so long as we are fully committed right now to deciding on Thursday. I am driven by the risk that our district is exposed to right now. We don't know if there are current situations of employment or student discipline and other responsibilities that are not being met right now. So those are some of the quantitative responsibilities that you can itemize, that is really bad for the district not to have somebody be able to do right now because there's nobody legally empowered to do it. There's also the qualitative aspect of just not having any leader at the top of the organization to make any kind of decision. And I have a lot of faith in our staff and in our administrators and their expertise in their areas and their ability to collaborate. But it's at the end of the day, someone has to make calls to move things along, and I'm really concerned about prolonging this out of a desire to have a really wide open and extensive and exhaustive like this. I don't think we can look at this as an interview process like that. I like that distinction between acting and interim, because acting is we need somebody in the job. We're not asking them to give us their life story so that we can articulate what's their vision 5 years from now. We need somebody there. And, so in terms of, candidates and attributes that we might look for, I don't completely discount someone who doesn't currently have this superintendent license, but that's a big plus for me. In addition to, we don't exactly know what the process for that would be or how long that might take. Our district has been pinged in the past with regards to overuse of emergency licenses for administrators. And I think that we need to stay clear of that as much as possible. I think having an established relationship with the school committee is a big plus because, specifically because of the Title IX investigation. So when the Title IX results come back, the body that's going to be acting on it, deciding it as the overseers of the district is us. Those results are going to come back, and we're going to want to make sure they come back to us promptly, accurately, and completely. And so we need someone who's technical, process-oriented, diligent, thorough, and as far removed from that process as possible, as has been mentioned by a couple of other members. So for that, for those reasons, I also tend to think of Doug as the first person who comes to mind. Somebody else mentioned his steady state. A few of the words that come to mind with Doug's affect are neutral, stable, and very by the book. And it's not to say he's not passionate about school finance or the education that our district provides, but I think that affect of a leader is a really appealing characteristic for this moment right now. I think anyone who sort of has the personality of kind of a lightning, we don't want a lightning rod, I think, is another way to put that. That being said, that's the first, I want to be direct and honest and transparent, that's the first person who comes to mind that seems to make a lot of sense for what we need right now. But I'm still wanting to keep my mind open and hear about other attributes and other positive things. So that is where I'm at right now. So I will turn it over to Stephen.
Margaret, like you, I was in the dark. When I sat down here tonight, I was in the dark as to what was going to happen and where these names were coming from. But during this meeting tonight, there was a name that came to me, and to not disappoint those who know me and I go against the stream and out of the box, I'd like to nominate Dr. Trevor Baptiste as a finalist for this position.
All right, so we've come to the end of our line, and so we'll open it up for general discussion. A couple of the things I heard were a lot of support for the meeting plan that Jennifer outlined. I also want to thank Jennifer for late last night after the first meeting suggesting, hey, why don't we schedule an emergency meeting? We might need that. So thank you for that. And I just want to take a very brief moment to thank everybody, the 11 people here, or remotely, for being available for all these meetings. I know that this has been, a lot of disruption for all of us. I also know that a few members here have significant personal sacrifices of things in their personal lives that were already scheduled in order to be here for all these meetings. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. And Jennifer.
So I'm going to respond to some of the things that have been said. Doug Slaughter is a great finance director, and he's been a valued and dedicated school employee, but due to the nature of his job, he's several steps removed from directly supporting students. And there are other candidates with educational and other people we could talk about with educational and administrative experience who are more qualified and who are in underrepresented groups. And the person in this job, this acting superintendent, needs to be willing and able to act on the Title IX investigation results, and I'm not aware of Doug having any experience doing that. And I want to remind us all that our most basic job is to protect students. Okay, so the idea that we should focus on someone who knows our processes, like school committee processes, was the last thing from my mind. We are adults working with other adults, and if we appoint someone who's like never worked with the school committee, like, we'll figure it out together. We can figure it out with them. We can coach them through it. They can ask questions. We'll figure it out. We're adults. We can figure it out. The most important thing should be students, not someone who works well with the school committee. And I'm uncomfortable saying that it shouldn't be a middle school person, because yes, there were adults in the, allegedly, there were adults in the building who harmed students and who are part of the investigation, but there are also people in the building at Arms who saved students, and we shouldn't eliminate someone because somehow they're like by being at Arms. And as for the Title IX report, yeah, I said earlier that the acting would have to work with us on the results of the Title IX report, but I could be mistaken, and maybe Mark knows, because I had to look up Title IX investigations because I'm not familiar with how they all work, but apparently every Title IX investigation has a decision maker, and I think in our case, the decision maker in our investigation is the superintendent. Last week, I inquired of Mark, if the superintendent is implicated in any of the report, then what happens? And I was told that portion of the report would be delivered to the school committee, but not the rest of the report. The rest of the report is delivered to the one decision maker, who I believe is the superintendent in this case. So I don't think the report's coming to us unless it implicates the person in the superintendent role. So the person in the superintendent role is gonna have a really important job, and maybe maybe we won't be involved in that, maybe not. It's not clear to me if the school committee would see the full report. That part was unclear to me, but I think that the acting superintendent is gonna have a really hard and really big job, and I want someone in the job who has experience with that, who can handle it, and who is best suited at supporting students.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just a couple of thoughts on that.
I'm raising my hand for someone else.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so the reason why I'm not comfortable supporting a candidate who works at the middle school is that I don't think there's any way to frame that candidate as not potentially. You want someone removed from the situation, and this is really hard to say. And all right, Demling, get ready to be misinterpreted and quote another APEA press release completely out of context and inaccurate, by the way, if you check the video. But I don't know Alicia Lopez personally. I had some interaction with her as a teacher, very, very cursory as my kids were going through the middle school. And I am not saying at all, I want to be extremely clear, I'm not saying at all that she is biased in the Title IX situation. But the fact that anyone is up at public comment talking about what should be done, and the things that they already believe to be true, makes it hard to frame that person as being objective in evaluating the results. So I would have concern about that. This is part of what's I feel is there's no way of avoiding this kind of uncomfortable discussion of individual names. But you're asking the question, why would it not be appropriate for why would it? Or lost my train of thought there. I'll stop there. Ben, you had someone on the.
I'm Allison now. You go ahead, Allison.
Oh, thank you. I just want to I think I have a comment and then a question for clarification for Mark on the Title IX report. But first, I think back to the question about licensure. I while it's possible maybe to get an emergency license, I do think that in the situation that we're in, given the gravity of the situation that we're looking at, and the fact is that this is temporary. I mean, our hope is that we will very soon have a superintendent back, and if we don't, we're going to be having a different conversation about hiring a full interim superintendent. before embarking on a search. So we're not talking about looking for a leader who would, be everything that we want a full-time permanent superintendent to be. We're talking about a temporary acting superintendent that can, keep the lights on and take care of sort of the important approval or signing duties that Mark outlined for us at the beginning. So given our history with licensure, given our history with lack of licensure, and given the gravity of the situation that we're in right now, I think it's supremely important that the person that is going to be making any of these decisions in this time frame has a license, so that and it's also for their own benefit, so that they're not in a position of making a decision potentially that then can be criticized because it was a person who did not have a licensure in making that decision. I don't want to set our district up for that. I don't want to set that person up for that situation. I think it's supremely important. So my question for Mark is the comment about the Title IX report not coming to the school committee or only going to the superintendent. Would that be something that, because you talked about sort of when we define the contract for the acting role, we can outline potential duties that are assigned to this role. Is it something that we could sort of specify specific to the Title IX investigation report that goes, I don't know, that the school committee actually does participate with the acting superintendent in the review of the findings of that report?
So I don't want to get too far into the Title IX piece, but I understand how it connects to the decision you're all trying to make. A Title IX policy needs to identify a person who is the one ultimately responsible for making a decision as to whether or not Title IX was violated. That's the person that is...
No side conversation.
That is the person that I believe Jennifer is referring to in the policy, and it very well may be like Morris, the superintendent. What comes next, sort of the question of, okay, if there's a determination of wrongdoing, who sees the report, really goes back to the question of who has the authority to hire, fire, discipline, and take up that conversation based on who the appointing authority is. So as an example, the school committee is the appointing authority for both the superintendent and the assistant superintendent by statute. If it's a building level employee, the person's either subject to hiring and firing by the building principal and or the superintendent, or whoever that person is. So depending on the findings of the Title IX investigation, there may be different portions of it that come to you. For example, if there's a set of findings as to specific individuals who've been referenced in the press as the counselors, that would be something that would be handled by the superintendent and the building principal in terms of what should happen to those folks if they did something wrong. As to allegations related to the assistant superintendent, that portion of the report would have to come to this body to decide what, if anything, to do. And so there will be some sort of separation there. I have no doubt that there's going to be significant desire to hear more for the community. And I think that's something that how to communicate the outcome while also respecting confidentiality rights of employees will just be something we're going to have to take up when the report comes out, and we have a better sense of what we're dealing with. But to Jennifer's point, it is correct to say that when it gets to the disciplinary component, that issue is handled like any other disciplinary component, and by whichever body has the authority to take up that issue.
Sarah.
Did you want to go first? Or did you have a thing?
No.
Okay. Just going back to the comment about a person's skills or their current job, and coming from a place where I don't know too much about individuals and their actual roles, it strikes me that under these circumstances, we maybe would want to consider not pulling someone who's closer to direct student support at a time when there are a lot of students who need a lot of support in unprecedented ways. We heard from, I think it was a counselor at the high school who's also now doing some stuff at the middle school. Again, I'm not fully clear on kind of the org chart, but that maybe someone who wouldn't be taking away from kind of an all hands on deck approach to supporting students right now in this unique time would be something to think about.
Thank you. Ben?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in terms of like student support and the superintendent's role, we're exactly a month away from the last day of school, and I'm not sure how much direct student support the superintendent would be doing over that phase.
Yeah, so I'll comment that, like, I agree with that point. I think in some respects, we're somewhat fortunate that we're this close to the summer. And so if the superintendent is out for a few months, most of that time is gonna be in the summer, which is, there's obviously still important prep work that goes during the summer. Facilities is obviously very busy. But, you know, there is that. So as we continue to talk about different attributes and different individuals, which, you know, is difficult to do, I want the committees to be thinking about the work that we've sort of talked about agreeing on, which is identifying some number of names and then asking the chairs to reach out over the next couple days to see if they are interested. And so the kind of questions that we need to answer before we adjourn tonight are how many names do we want to identify, and then what are those names? And then I guess a third question would be, do we also want to say, and anyone else who's interested, contact the committee? And then a fourth question, so I'll stop there because there's a lot of questions to answer, is, you know, do we want to say it's open session on Thursday and come up and present your curriculum vitae? And you know, there's this tension point between we all want to get this done ASAP and how extensive of an evaluation process do we want to engage in. Jennifer.
On the topic of licensure, so I hear people saying we should just stick with people who already have the superintendent licensure, and that certainly is safer and less risky. But at this stage tonight, I would like to see us not exclude people who don't have a superintendent's license. I would like to see us be open to adding someone to the list who doesn't have a superintendent's license, and then like maybe that's another thing that one of us can take is like contacting DESE and just finding out what the process is. And then when it comes time to vote on Thursday, assuming we have a short list of names we vote, we can each take that into consideration about each candidate, whether they have their superintendent's licensure or not. That's my idea. The comment about not taking away someone from a position that's directly supporting students, so I definitely agree with that. I wasn't necessarily expecting us to appoint someone who's directly student-facing, but just someone who's more directly involved in supporting students than someone like the finance director. So I have two questions. One is like, who's going to be the Pelham replacement on Union 26? And
who's going to be
because Mr. Menino's term is up today, and then so maybe at some point, and then you look confused.
It didn't sound like a question.
Okay, sorry. And then also for you, Mark, did you say that portions of the report that might implicate either the superintendent or the assistant superintendent would come to the school committee?
Both of those positions are appointed by the school committee by statute.
Okay.
So those would come to the school committee.
Thank you.
Margaret.
So I have a question for Sarah, who is the chair of the Pelham School Committee, which is that we typically do not reorganize until our next meeting, which will be in June. So I don't know what that means.
I want to defer to the chairs of the current meeting, just because we're
okay.
not supposed to talk, so I'm
Sarah,
happy to.
feel free to answer that if you like.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, we had elections today, so we don't even have election results yet. So I think this is something we would have to figure out, and I could call a meeting.
Yeah,
but
it's
I
so-
think that would be
Right.
something we would do separately from
So
this current meeting.
Some sort of timeline in which the Pelham School Committee meets after the person is sworn in.
Right.
And then you appoint them to Union 26, and then they potentially could, then they would be eligible to attend one.
Correct. In any event, it won't, with OML, it will not be before Thursday.
Yeah.
We will not have this many Pelham people on Thursday.
Just so everyone knows, Union 26 is 6 people, down run. it will be 5, which is still a quorum of the 6 membership, and can still vote and act. Obviously, ideally we want consistent membership, which is what another reason I was hoping that we could get as much decisions done tonight. Obviously we can't finish it tonight because we don't know even if we all wanted Mickey Mouse, we don't know if Mickey Mouse is going to accept the position. So, but that's another reason why I wanted to get to as much definitive decision tonight as possible, ideally, because it involves the same people and Pelham has its representation as well. Yes, Mr. Minion.
I apologize, but I thought my last meeting was the last Pelham School Committee meeting.
That's understandable. That's understandable. I see you, Jennifer. Does anybody else have any other questions or comments right now before I go back to Jennifer? No? Okay, Jennifer.
This is outside of my purview, the Pelham matter, but I feel like we need all hands on deck for this. And sorry, I'm not even on Union 26, but this is just my opinion that we need all hands on deck. It would be a shame to have a vacancy. And I hear you saying that the timing and everything, but we're calling emergency meetings without 48 hours notice because it's an emergency. Is there any way for Pelham to call, just an idea, you don't have to answer it, any way for you to call an emergency meeting and appoint someone so that we can have that 6-seat
I do want to be a little cautious with OML that what you're raising is a Pelham School Committee issue, and that we have a quorum of the Pelham School Committee that's not called to order right now. And so I understand it's a gray area overlap, and it's a legitimate question.
I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you. Sorry, I have one more thing.
Is it okay to go to Ben first? Okay, Ben.
I want to painfully point out that we don't have a meeting posted for Thursday.
So, so we can do it with the emergency authorization. This was, this was something we decided this morning, and it never made it to the to-do list before 7:30. But like these other meetings, it's under the same reasoning. It's not something I'm concerned with. We'll get it posted ASAP. So I just want to remind us that what we're trying to do tonight is make some decisions, and those. So anybody have any thoughts on how many names we ought to identify tonight? If there is disagreement on whether those names should be on the list, how do we want to adjudicate that? And how many names do we want tonight? If anybody has any thoughts on a process for deciding that. Yeah, Jennifer.
I'm just going to throw out there 3 to 5. Not fewer than 3, not more than 5. Just throwing out the idea. And how would we decide? I think maybe we would vote on each name. Even though we're not voting on the appointment, maybe as a body we would vote on each name. I do like the idea of opening up to people to contact us, but I don't want an open on Thursday. Maybe we put an email out to ARP staff and say, if you're interested and you feel that you're qualified, email the chairs by 9 a.m. on Thursday, 5 p.m. tomorrow. But we pick a time that we think is enough time so that after you've received it, you can act on it. And then I don't know, and then include them on Thursday or I don't know. That's an idea. Because we wouldn't have voted on them here,
right,
but I think it's worth, because we don't necessarily know every ARPS educator who might be qualified and might even have licensure to do this. We don't know, the 11 of us don't know, so I think it's worth trying that. Yeah, thank you.
So, I think you are Sarah Bess, and then
I like the idea of having 3 to 5 names. I think keeping it short so there's, we can focus on things. I am not comfortable on voting on names to add to the list tonight. I think we should discuss it and we can come to some sort of a consensus, but I'm not comfortable voting because there are people mentioned that I don't know, and so I feel very uncomfortable voting one way or another. I mean, I can always abstain if the rest of the committee feels like a vote is the best way to do it, but without any personal experience with several of the people, I don't feel comfortable having a vote.
Okay, so so we have a tension point that I think Jennifer articulated well in her comment, which is if we, by some straw poll or vote or consensus or acquiescence, we construct a list of names tonight, then if we also open it up for anybody who wants to let us know and we'll consider you, then what we've done tonight is essentially doesn't have a lot of meaning. So this is why I don't think that we have enough time to do a wide open anybody who wants to come and tell us and then come and talk to us and open mic and this to me feels like we're on a bus that's moving and the bus driver has just left. Like you don't have time to interview bus driver applicants at that point. So I kind of feel like we should go with what seems best now and then ride with that because of the urgency. I saw two hands go up. Irv and Ben, did you also? Okay, so Irv and then Ben.
When I think about the nature of this position and then relative to the amount of time this person may or may not be in this position, the whole idea of licensure just is thrown out the door for me because if we can appeal to DESE for an emergency license, then that is something that I think we could roll with. Because otherwise, there are people out there who, in the system, who don't have necessarily the license, but have the experience in the system, experience with students, experience with administrators, experience with the community, respected by the community, and but they may not have a superintendent's license. And I think that it would not be justifiable to eliminate that person because of that, because, well, we've been pinged before by DESE for non-licensed people. But this, I think, falls outside of that, that particular category anyway. So I would like to be able to entertain people who are in the system who are not licensed.
Thank you, Irv. Ben?
Yeah, just for the record, there's two of us with hands up here. I think she had hers first.
Okay.
So we'll go Allison.
Allison?
I think Tilman had his hand before me.
Okay,
So-
Tillman and then Allison and then Ben, if I'm correct. Okay, Tillman, then Allison, then Ben.
I wanted to comment on what you said about the bus being on the move and us having to make a decision. I think one thing we should decide tonight is what input we need on Thursday to be able to make a final decision. So we don't want to be in a situation where we don't have all the information that we want in order to be able to vote. And so maybe we should think a little bit about what we want from the potential people that we want to consider. Certainly there's the CV, but if there's any other input that we want, as in give us a paragraph while you think you're the best choice for this acting position, then we should ask for that now. The other thing is I don't think we can make any decisions tonight because we don't know who's actually interested in taking the job. And so I think, we want to set everything up so that we can make an efficient decision on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Tillman. Allison?
I think I just want to go back to the licensure question. I think folks that weren't on the school committee might not have felt the wrath. The issues with the licensure wasn't just DESE, it was the community. And I think it's a bigger issue. Even Jennifer acknowledged it's riskier, and I think that's the last thing we need to be taking on right now in this situation. But regardless, I think that one of the reasons why we don't want to vote tonight and why we talked about delaying our decision until Thursday was so that we give the public the opportunity to weigh in on the candidates that we're considering. For that reason, I think unless you have a way of publicly, broadcasting and making sure that everybody is aware and has time to submit public comment on people that we don't name tonight, I'm not sure how we can manage that and sort of giving everybody an opportunity to consider and weigh in on sort of candidates that aren't yet known tonight. I also think, to Tillman's point about the urgency, we have to make a decision on Thursday. We cannot end Thursday without a decision. And I honestly think five names and also 5 names, including some that don't have licenses, is really a tall order for us to come to and narrow down to one person. I'd much prefer us to say 3 tops. I also think 2 is probably okay, but 3 I think is the right number of candidates for us to narrow down to tonight, to allow us time to find out their interest and to allow time for the community to weigh in on that on Thursday.
Thank you, Allison. We have Ben, and then myself, and then Margaret, and then Irv.
No, I think Irv was first.
I'm sorry, Ben, myself, Irv, and then Margaret. So Ben.
It's, just point of clarity, how many names have we named so far tonight?
I think 4.
4. Right. And out of those names, how many are licensed? That we know of.
I heard 5 names.
Right, there was a 5th, I can't.
Oh, there was. I missed one. Sorry.
You're right.
So I get the where you're going with that. So meta-wise, process-wise, what I'm thinking is that, like, if we get to a point where we wanted to say, okay, what's the universe of names, we should probably go down the line, because there's a couple other names I haven't mentioned yet that I'm sure everybody has. That, but that's not a bad idea.
The next point of attrition I was going to say is, what are the odds that all of the people that we've named now are like chomping at the bit to be superintendent of Amherst Regional Public Schools? Right.
My phone is going. Right.
Nice to have fantasies, man. What's wrong?
Okay, myself and then Margaret and then Irv. So yeah, so Tillman brings up a good point about, we want to make sure we have all the information that we need. I think in this process we have to embrace the fact that we're not going to have all the information we need because of the urgency, right? Like, if time wasn't an object, we would be doing this much differently, right? But we can't. We don't have that luxury, so we have to go. We have to make the best decision we can with the time, with what we have in front of us, right? I lost my train of thought. So I think, I lost my train of thought. So I'll go to Margaret and then Irv. I'm sorry. My apologies. Irv, then Margaret.
All right. So the person's name who I would like to put in there is Mary Custard.
Okay, thank you. Margaret.
I'm going to go back to the license issue. Because this is an acting, not even an interim, but an acting position, I could support not having someone who does not have a license at this point.
Thank you, Margaret. Jennifer and then myself.
So to Ben's point about, so first Allison said maybe 5 is too many, and to Ben's point, like, what are the chances that all 5 would want to would accept? My thinking of picking 3 to 5, like a minimum of 3, no more than 5, is that that's how many names we'll come out of tonight with. Then we'll go talk to them. I assume some of them will drop off if they say that they would not accept if offered. So I think 5 is a good number to cap out at, to come out of tonight with. And if it turns out that all 5 are interested, well, what a fortunate problem we will have. But it's probably unlikely. Secondly, I'm committed to making a decision on Thursday. And the question about what information do we need, the question that Tillman brought, what information do we need to make this decision, is a great question. I think that we could send out one more email to ARP's families and let them know the names that come out tonight and ask them to send us their input on those names. I also would like to see the people who do indicate that they would accept if offered. I'd like to have them come in and just talk to us for 5 minutes about their experience and their fit. And maybe they also send us their CV.
Thank you. So a couple of unrelated comments. So I was thinking a little more about the you know, what's the challenge of appointing someone who's like staff at the middle school, and it's really about being embedded in that process. And I also think, here's another unpopular thing to put me in a press release for. I also think it would be a really bad idea to appoint a member of the APEA as the superintendent. I think it's I'll state the hyper obvious. The school committee and the APA teachers union are in there's significant tension right now regarding a number of items, not the least of which is the contract. I think it would be a very, very difficult and put us in a really difficult and awkward position. But that's just my 2 cents. So in terms of our process, I'm just trying to think, how do we get down in terms of names and identification and the messaging idea. I'm trying to work with that. So, you know, if it's just off the top of my head, if we put out some kind of a message that said, you know, we met last night, one or more school committee members expressed strong interest in the following candidates. And then we just list the candidates. So we might really disagree on John Smith, but if any one person is seriously considering John Smith, that's enough. And that kind of gets us off the we vote on everybody tonight hook. And so if that's, you know, if that list is 9, then that's the honest truth, is that we got to the end of tonight and, you know, for example, I'm seriously considering Doug. I'm seriously considering Faye Brady is another name that we haven't mentioned, as an administrator who is not directly involved in the Title IX investigation, who has her license, who's worked with us to a degree, and other things. So that's one way to get at it. It doesn't have the force us into, you know, let's really whittle down the list tonight, that I think would require a lot of votes and a lot of further deliberation, but that's just one practical suggestion. And then in terms of the information, knowing that we're not going to have perfect information, we ask the chairs to reach out to any individuals that we've identified tonight, just to see if they're interested, so that by the time, in 2 days from now, we'll at least know that. And then we invite those individuals and anybody else who wants to send us a statement about why you would like to be considered for the acting superintendent appointment, and we invite you to come to the meeting on Thursday and share with us a brief statement, and we identify, I don't know, 5 minutes or something like that. That's the best sketch I can come up with. 3 hands went up. I'm going to go with Steve, and then Ron, and then Ben.
Check this out, you ready?
Okay, I'm checking it out.
Dr. Baptiste, are you in?
I'm in.
There you go.
You got one.
Thank you.
Your cowboy style never ceases to impress me, Steve. Ron.
I like your suggestion. The list could be endless.
That's what we need. Jennifer.
Put them all out.
I'm pondering your suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know yet.
Fair.
Would we, I know I just said we could send yet another email to ARPS families asking input on the names, but would we do that with tonight's names? So that would include people who might say, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Or would we do it after you've talked to them?
So the idea that is still evolving and formulating in my head, so bear with me, is that we simply state what happened, which is we had the meeting last night. Members expressed interest in the following candidates. We clarify the chairs are in the process of gauging the interest of these candidates, and we're just hyper clear, so that if you don't happen to be sitting in the audience or watching an Amherst media right now, you know what happened. And that this is as far as we got, is that we expressed strong interest. We didn't feel like we were in position to exclude any one individual, even if they didn't have, the votes, which I do think would be complicated to go through the entire list and vote and deliberate on everyone right now. And we just articulate that and say, here's the process. That's step one. We between now and Thursday, we understand this is a very compressed timeline, but that's what we have to work with. we invite any other individual to express their interest to the committee. Now, so, the danger in that, I guess the risk is that we get, 100 people showing up and to exaggerate the point, but, that I think practically speaking, that chances of an extreme number wanting to state their case to be superintendent is low. We should have some manageable number of individuals, and then we'll really have to put our money where our mouth is. Where we're saying we're committed tonight, then we're really going to have to actually make some calls, and it may not be unanimous, but we need to go forward. In my opinion, we need to go forward for the district. Jennifer.
I'm sorry, my mind wandered for a second. It's late. What did you say about opening it up to people to put their own name on the list?
So, like, the message would be, school committee, one or more members at our deliberations last night expressed strong interest in the following candidates. Chairs are reaching out to gauge their interest in the position. In addition, the school committee welcomes any individual to share their interest in the position and to attend our meeting on Thursday to provide a statement. And maybe it's a little more than that, statement and Q&A. I'm not sure if Q&A is too much of a process load for X number of candidates, but that's about as hashed out as it is in my head at the moment. Sarah and then, okay, Sarah and then Allison.
Could, I mean, I know it's a really tight time frame. Could we ask for a written statement ahead of time that can be part of a package to committee members? It just strikes me if people can come in and make a 5-minute statement, that might be tough. It seems like we would need, I don't know, I would want from whatever names come out tonight, or if there are additional names, that we had something ahead of time.
Yeah, Mark has his hand, oh, no, you're good?
I want to make a suggestion to you, but it's more of a comment than an observation on Sarah's question. I didn't mean to interrupt. Just if I could be recognized after other folks had their hands up.
Oh, I'm done. I'd rather hear you talk. You're smart.
Okay,
on this.
Allison, if it's all right, I'll go to Mark and then to you. Okay, Mark, go ahead.
So just an observation for your consideration as you think about opening the door to folks who haven't been identified. You haven't yet identified some sort of filter process, right? So yes, your worst case scenario is 100 people, but you have a community that has expressed concern about the school committee, expressed strong views, and you ostensibly could have a strong number of people sort of articulating an interest, even if they're not sort of a serious interest, and yet you need some mechanism to sort of say, wait a second, we're not going to really deal with 100 people coming forward, whether internal, external, whatever. And so I would suggest you consider some approach where the person who's receiving this can filter through it. I appreciate that that's not necessarily consistent with how you tend to operate. You want to make decisions collectively, and I appreciate that. I put that observation out there for you to give thought to if you want to sort of put some mechanism in place so that if there's more than a certain number of people that identify themselves, you decide somehow, without having met yourselves, who you're going to actually have come and talk to you for 5 minutes.
Right. So Allison had her hand up, so I'm going to go to Allison, and then I'm going to go to Irv, but before you, is that all right, Joe? Okay. Allison, and then Irv, and then Jennifer, and then Sarah Beth.
Yeah, I think the outline of process or steps that you gave, Peter, I think makes a lot of sense. I support it with a couple exceptions. I think if we're in the interest of transparency, 2 emails to the community. One after tonight in the morning to say, here's the names, as you suggested, here's the names that came up. And then another one, either end of day Wednesday or Thursday morning after you and Ben have had a chance to connect with that list of people to gauge interest. You can say, and here are the folks that have that remain in candidates because they've expressed that they're interested or would accept if appointed. We could just sort of give the blow by blow for folks that are accurate 10:30 at night on a Tuesday. The other thing that I would add is I don't support inviting people to come in for a Q&A on the Thursday emergency meeting. It's Tuesday at 10:30. They may find out tomorrow morning. They may already have other plans. I think it's a tall ask. And to have people set aside any other plans, if they are even able to do that, to be here in person. And then it becomes an equity issue if, you know, we're considering 5 candidates and all but 2 of them are able to be here to answer questions. So I you know, unless you can commit that all 5 candidates can be here, I don't think that we should open that door.
It's a good observation. Irv, and then Jennifer, and then Sarah Beth.
Mark made a great point.
Okay.
And that point is that we do not have a filtering process for deciding, so what are some characteristics, criteria, qualifications, et cetera, that we want to have when we talk to these individuals, to at least have something to compare them against. It just can't be wide open, as, you know, like you as a person, but hey, well, what else is there? In other words, what are going to be our criteria that we have?
Right. Jennifer, then Sarah Beth, and myself.
Even though I previously said I was in favor of the idea of opening it up to let anyone contact us if they're interested, I'm kind of backing off on that. I don't think that's a great idea anymore. Especially given that we've come up with like maybe 5 or 6 names, and this is an imperfect process. It is urgent, and so we don't need to rush, but it is urgent. So I'm kind of maybe backing off on the idea of opening it up. But that being said, I think Irv still doesn't have a good point, which is how will we, even if we only talk to the small number of people, how will we decide? And I get Allison's point about not asking them to come in because it's so last minute and it's unfair, but then how will we decide? I think, and I like the idea of sending out 2 more emails, even though there's been a lot of emails this week, and getting input from the community, from educators and from families is a really great idea. Maybe that's how we end up deciding, and of our own knowledge of the individuals and our own opinions, because that's what we're here for.
Thank you for that. Thank you for articulating the evolving thought process here too. This is hard to do in real time, and this is really rough draft. There you go. Sarah Beth.
So I was having similar feelings to to Jennifer, but I think I was coming to them slightly differently. We have talked a lot in the last forever many hours about continuing to be transparent, and if we invite people, and if we say, these are the names we considered, but if you also want to be considered, give us your name, then there's no way for the people to have any input on those names because they wouldn't have known that they were people they should give input on. This is very circular, I apologize, but so my concern is while I do like the idea of having, you know, as many best candidates as we could possibly have that would want to accept this position, we are in a, you know, it is an urgent matter, and you know, we've made a commitment to being transparent, and the community has been very clear that they want to have input on this, and I feel like if we have names that just come up on Thursday, we won't have enough time to have feedback on that.
Myself, and then Ben is in the queue, and then Margaret. So so maybe one way to kind of parse the difference here is to, so we do the same part 1, which is one or more members expressed serious interest in the following candidates. We're reaching out to gauge their interest. In addition, we invite. We could say invite anyone interested to send us a statement of their interest. We could even articulate what we're looking for in that statement. Let us know if you have a license or not. Are you employed in ARPS or not? And then, limitless text of we gather, but you have to submit that to us by like, I don't know, Wednesday at 3 or 4 or something. Give them a deadline, right? So, And then we collect all of that information, and then we share that the next morning. You know, the only requirement, I guess, to make that work, to be equitable, is that candidates we identify tonight who are interested, we're then asking them to also write a statement, but I guess that's a low ask. If we get that amount of information, right, then the community knows who we seriously considered. They have a statement from all those candidates. They know who else expressed interest, their own statement. I think that's justifies not then having everybody in person to do a live Q&A and engagement. My concern with the live Q&A is that, yes, it can uncover like interesting information and things that may influence your decision, and normally we would do that major, but we don't have that time. I get worried about time. When I've been through other appointment processes, it's very regimented when you have in person, because you want to be equitable to every candidate, right? And we don't have that's really throwing tracks in front of a fast-moving train. I don't feel like we could manage that. So I think it would be safer in that respect. I lost track of the queue. Is it
Margaret?
Right? Oh, Margaret. My apologies.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So we can expect as committee members before Thursday night to receive a statement from any people who indicate they're interested, so that if we don't know these people, we have something in front of us. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to rough draft describe there. Yes.
Okay.
Is that, absent sort of a free-for-all on Thursday of show up and talk with us, we say, we invite at least that amount of information.
Okay.
I mean, the only other option is to, if we don't want to have people show up, is to say, what the people we identify tonight, that's it, right? And I think it's quite likely that ultimately, I'm just, Vegas odds, like I would imagine that it's more likely that we're going to ultimately decide on someone who we was off the top of our heads tonight that we've already discussed, but I don't want to. It would be nice if we could find a way to make the pool as wide as possible within the practical constraints of the time that we have. Jennifer, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tillman's been waiting for a minute here.
Oh, my apologies. Who's on the?
Thanks. So
Yeah, Tillman. I'm sorry.
The process that you described sounds good. I think if we can invite people to respond to the committee by tomorrow afternoon, you can send out by Thursday morning the full list of people that will be considered in the meeting, plus their statement. I would recommend that we put a word limit on the length of the statement, such as 200 words and no more, to make sure that there's some, we can read that in a reasonable amount of time. And then my final comment is, if you do need a filter because we're concerned that there's too many applicants, then I think we should consider licensure as that filter. It's inconceivable to me why we would consider somebody who's not a superintendent when we're trying to fill a superintendent position.
Yeah, I mean, certainly based on our discussion, there's not unanimity, so if we were going to use that as a filter, we would obviously want to vote on that. I think Jennifer had her hand up, and then Sarah Bess.
So it's getting late and we're all starting to fade. I think we should soon talk about a list. Okay, but I'm still back on. I actually don't. I've changed my mind about opening it up. I kind of feel like we shouldn't do that. The idea you said of sending an email and asking people to contact us if they're interested. I don't think. Again, it's not a perfect process. We're in this urgent situation. I'm kind of back. I'm backing off on what I said, and I think if it sounds like we can come up with 5+ names just amongst the committee, I think that's enough. Because if we did open it up and say, let us know if you're interested, send us a statement, we'll automatically put you in the pool, then those people haven't been brought up by one of us. And on the one hand, like, maybe they should be, because we don't collectively know everyone, but on the other hand, I feel like that complicates the process too much. And if we couldn't come up with 3 to 5 names, might feel differently. But since it seems like we can, I'm not in favor of that. But I am in favor of asking whoever we land on tonight to send a statement of, I'm going to say 500 words, because 200 seems really short.
Yes.
Sarah Beth?
Yeah, I actually just have like a process question for Mark. So, I mean, I said before, like, there are some names that have come up that people that I don't really know. So, can I reach out to them and like talk to them? Because I still feel like, I mean, I guess maybe the statement would help with that, but is that a thing we can do?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that can't happen is a quorum of the deciding body can't meet with somebody without a posted meeting. But on an individual basis, if you want to say, hey, look, I saw your letter, I'd like to understand more about you, can we take 5 minutes? You can do that. I mean, understand that if all of you do that individually, which is fine, as long as you're not sharing your thoughts about those conversations until you meet, you're asking probably a lot of that person, but I suspect that that's not the way it's going to play out. So, yeah, you can have a individual conversation.
We can have like a one-on-one
Yeah,
conversation.
there's nothing
Thank
wrong
you.
with that.
So we just quickly follow up on that, and did you have?
No, go ahead.
So for the however many candidates we identified tonight of serious interest, so the chairs could meet with them. One, to gauge, would you accept it if it was offered, but two, I guess asking them to provide a statement. I was just about to say we could say, is there anything else that you want the committee to know about your candidacy? But they would put that in the statement. So I just answered my own question. I guess I'm 50-50 agnostic. I'm going back and forth, but from a different direction, Jennifer. I guess my head is thrashed with we have to make sure that we are hyper transparent, but we have this constraint about of time that is really constraining. So I'm not sure. I could go either way on that, I guess. Jennifer had her hand up, and then Sarah.
Two things. I just wanted to make sure I understood what Sarah Beth was saying. If you feel like there's someone you're maybe interested in, you should just put their name forward, because after tonight, it'll be too, like, you couldn't then talk to them tomorrow and then put their name forward, right? Like. And also, sorry, before you answer, maybe we should just do a straw poll on the open it up or not. But it looks like Sarah Beth wanted to answer.
Sarah Beth. If that's okay with you, Sarah?
Oh yeah, of course. Go
Okay.
ahead. No, answer.
Sarah Beth and then Sarah.
I wasn't thinking about reaching out to someone new that wasn't on the list. I was thinking about, like, if there's a name on the list of someone I don't know, can I reach out to someone on the list, not someone.
Else. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Sarah, sorry. Thank you, everybody.
Maybe on the whole opening it up to other people, if we could meet in the middle a little and maybe not send out a big email about, oh, let us know if you want to do this, but have some flexibility. If there's someone out there who has great qualifications that nobody thought of and happens to reach out, I mean, this is a pretty public process. It would, I'm imagining, be someone who's somehow connected to this community or knows about it, and then if we agreed that that person's candidacy was worth considering, we could open that up. I just, like, maybe have some flexibility. I understand it doesn't really work on the transparency part, but if we felt like it was someone that could, do the job and then also potentially have this kind of community engagement and healing aspect, it might be worth being a little bit open to that without opening ourselves up to, too many people.
Okay.
So based on the idea of like having folks from outside of this conversation be brought into the conversation, we actually already had somebody that reached out to us. So I was wondering if it makes sense to add Dr. Susan Hollins from Greenfield, Massachusetts.
Yeah, so we've got, I've also, so I honestly can't remember the name, but at least one other retired superintendent reached out and said, hey, if you're looking for somebody. So I guess that makes me.
Well, I'm asking more than nominating, just to say.
Yeah, I guess that makes me 2/3 lean towards, what's the harm in saying, look, we already had a discussion. We identified the candidates we're seriously considering, so you know that those candidates are already under serious consideration. We're not going to say no if you want to send us a statement by this time. We'll include it in the packet. It just, it's for the record, this, like the candidate, the retired superintendent we're talking about, they reached out to us, they described, and then we can do with that what we want. We don't need to, overcomplicate the process any more than that. In terms of the filter, you know, we could vote on licensure tonight if we wanted to, but I think first what we should do is go down the line and say, what candidates are you seriously considering? And then see where we get numbers wise there. And then if people are comfortable with that, then we go with that. If we want to whittle it down, maybe we whittle it down after that. I don't know what people think about that. Allison Tillman, I can't see your hands. Do you have any?
I just have a request is when people state their names, can they get really close to the microphone because because sometimes some folks, it's been hard to hear the names. It comes out a little fuzzy.
Okay. Yes, Irv.
So what are we doing and why are we doing it?
So we're not 100% there yet. What we're trying to get to is a list of names. We're just trying to gauge initially, first pass, of what are right now. Are there names from your personal perspective, from everything you know for the last deliberations, that you are seriously considering right now? What names are you seriously considering? So that we can then share with the community tomorrow. We're seriously considering.
Wait a minute, are you saying in addition to the names you already have there, or you want us to have almost second?
So we've just.
Say it again.
So we've just, people have mentioned names here and there throughout this conversation. We haven't really had a full accounting. And people obviously have heard names tonight that they might like or not, or support, not like the person. I mean, feel that they're seriously considering them as a candidate for the position or not. It's just, if someone has a better suggestion than to do that as a first pass, I am open to it. Yes, Ben.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we expeditiously go down the line, come up with a list, and then get into tomorrow. I got to get the day done with.
Get into tomorrow?
Yeah, like leave here and get our night on.
Okay. If I understand you correctly, so we should go down the line, and people will say names that they're seriously considering.
Yep.
And then we will decide what to do from there. Is that can we do that?
Yes.
Okay, Ron, do you have a question?
Can you call the question?
Well, there's no question on the table, Ron, but I understand the spirit. Look at that, an open process is messy. So Sarah Bess, I'll start with you.
Oh, great.
Exciting.
The only person that has been mentioned thus far that I have any experience working with is Doug Slaughter. I know Trevor Baptiste from soccer kids games, but he's nice to cheer next to. But we haven't had like a lot of in-depth conversations, so that is, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, for the same reason, in a school committee setting, the only person I know is Doug. I guess I do want to say but I'm keeping an open mind. I just want that to be clear that it's because of my experience that I say just Doug, but I am keeping an open mind to names that other folks bring up.
I am going to say Doug, and I will say Gramacki again, although I don't know that it's anything she would be interested in doing, but she's an assistant principal at the high school and has a lot of experience, and I think she could potentially be a good person.
Thank you.
Based in personal experience, Doug Slaughter.
Irv.
Like Doug, Gramicki, Trevor, Mary Custard.
Can you repeat that last name, Irv?
So Irv said,
Just the last name.
yeah, Mickey, Trevor, Mary Custard. And Doug. Is that correct, Irv?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, I think those are their names. Might be, I don't know, it's late at night. It's bound.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand, I understand.
It's like a union
Right.
negotiation, you wear them out.
Yeah, this is an imperfect process. So I would say Doug, Faye Brady,
Well, I did say Trevor too.
Mickey Gramacki. Yeah, I also want to underscore what I think Sarah said. I'm not locked in to these,
Yeah.
excluding other candidates that I might eventually support, like, like Mr. Baptiste is sitting there, right? And like, I'm not saying like, I want to be open to everybody's candidates that they're interested in. People are interested, seriously interested in candidates for a reason. I want to understand that, you know, before I make a decision. So, and you know, I just want to acknowledge again the, you know, that when you hear your name called and you're watching this meeting or you're at this meeting, you feel very personal, and you know, we're doing the best we can to be respectful of everyone, and it's not a comment on you as a person or a professional. Steve.
All right, how about Dr. Baptiste? And Mary Custard.
Jennifer.
Oh, okay, so I would like to add to the list Marta Guevara, who is the head of the Family Center and has a lot of experience supporting students. She does not have her superintendent's license that I'm aware of. And Doreen Reed, who is the former assistant principal at the middle school, current, I think, special ed teacher at the high school, and does have her superintendent's license, as far as I know.
Thank you. Ben?
Yeah, so my three, I rethought the retiree based on resume. I just want to point out that under current affiliations, I'm getting to it.
What?
Based on our situation, Commissioner, State Commission for LGBTQ Youth, that looks good. Planning and Construction Committee, Greenfield, that looks good. So Susan Holland.
Was this an external email? Okay.
Yeah. And then Doug Slaughter and Trevor Baptiste.
Thank you. Allison?
I don't have any names to add. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing the name of the external person that expressed interest, because I couldn't hear their name, but that it's good. I think it'd be interesting to have an external candidate in the mix as well. Doug Slaughter, Mickey Gramacki, and Faye Brady would be on my list.
Thank you. And finally, Tillman.
I have no names to add, thank you.
Okay. So I am counting, I'm sure others can check my math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total names that have been mentioned. Of those, 1, 2, 3, of those 5 were mentioned more than once. So those would be Doug Slaughter, Faye Brady, Mickey Gramacki, Trevor Baptiste, Mary Custard. If my tallying was correct.
Susan Holland.
Susan Holland, I heard once. Although I'm sure if we go back again, if
No,
you've heard.
Ben and Allison.
She was, I think there's some confusion. You were reading names of people who were named more than once. You
Yes.
were not reading all the names.
Right. So the 8 name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 8 names that I heard total that were mentioned at all: Doug, Faye, Mickey, Trevor, Mary Custard, Marta Guevara, Doreen Reed, Susan Holland. The names that were mentioned more than once were Doug, Faye, Mickey Gramacki, Trevor Baptiste, and Mary Custard. I think that's correct. Yeah, Allison, do you have a question or comment? Okay, and then Tillman, I think your hand is up.
I thought that I heard Ben
Oh,
say Susan Holland's name.
my apologies. There's a bit of a technical delay.
Yeah, we're going Allison and then Tillman. Yeah, let me get that.
Ben, did I misunderstand that whether you added Susan Holland to the list or not? Because I thought that you said her name and then I said her name.
Yep. So it's
Meaning that
Oh,
would be
then
two
I
people.
missed Allison's Allison's vote. So then there's 6 people that got more than one vote, more than one mention.
And then Tillman. My bad. Sorry, you're supposed to.
I'm not comfortable with the interpretation that multiple times being named is a qualification that we should consider here. That wasn't clear at the time where we created the list.
Yeah,
I know that people were mentioned multiple times, but that seems strange to kind of use this as a partial vote already.
So to be clear, I wasn't expressing a qualitative aspect to that observation. I was just tallying the votes and then just reporting back what I saw for people's information to weigh or not. So I'm just telling people what happened. So we have these. So what would we like to do now? So we have as mentioned, these eight individuals with various numbers of mentions. How would we like to proceed? I see Margaret and I see Jennifer.
Well, I think what we've talked about is the chairs will now, tomorrow, reach out to these people and find out whether they are interested or not. And if they are, you will ask them to provide some kind of a statement that you can share with all of us. I think that's what we talked
Yeah,
about.
I guess the reason I ask is that it's outside the 3 to 5 range that has been mentioned several times. It doesn't apply a filter. We haven't decided whether to have a filter or not. And so that's why I'm looking for a consensus direction and decision from the committees. Jennifer?
I think it is more than 5. It's 8 and, sorry, my brain. So I think 8 is okay. It's a lot, but it's okay, in my opinion. And I, at this point, I still am not totally on board with opening it up to other people to contact us. But I understand if the other committee members do. And I agree with what Margaret said about you guys in the chairs reaching out to them, or if you want to divide and conquer, you can assign some of us too. But I would ask for a 500-word statement, max 500 words, can be shorter, max 500-word statement, and their current CV.
Mm-hmm.
Which one would imagine would include their licenses if they're an educational professional?
Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
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 So, yeah.
Yeah, so that sort of covers that. Did you have your hand up, Ben?
Not intentionally.
No, okay. So,
I did.
Sarah Beth.
I was actually thinking the same thing Jennifer was. There's 8 names here, right? And they're definitely all not going to say yes. I mean, I can't imagine all of these people saying, yes, we definitely want to do this. So I think if the chairs can reach out to these 8 people and then, by whenever they're, have the, I think having a deadline is important and I do like the 500-word statement. And then it will also give us time as committee members that if we would like to reach out to any of those people that have said, yes, I could be interested in this, to have our one-on-one conversations and get to know them a little bit better. So.
Yeah, so the only thing I'm worried about there, well, 2 aspects of that I'm worried about. So if it's more than a quorum total, then we've started to have we started to violate OML, I believe, right?
If it's a quarter, if it's a quorum meeting with the person at a time.
So individually, not.
Yeah, as long as you guys don't talk amongst yourselves about what those conversations are until you're in public session, then if each and every one of you wanted to individually speak to each candidate, you could.
Right.
If the committee doesn't want folks doing that, I think that's a discussion you have to have.
Right. I'm going to ask people just to put a pin in that for a second, because we do have to come back to that and decide that. But so right now, the general framework of the approach is that I'm hearing, and I haven't heard from everybody, but so please, someone raise their hand and object if this is not what you would like to do, is to have the chairs reach out to all of these 8 individuals to see if they're interested. If they are, just going on Jennifer's suggestion there, ask them to submit their CV and a 500-word statement by a certain date. I'm going to say like Wednesday afternoon to give us time to compile it and then maybe get it out Wednesday night, which is like 12 hours. So that might be a little. Let's just say by first thing Thursday morning, it was, is still a pretty aggressive thing for us to get it out. So by the end of Thursday, we won't invite people to come and speak to us live in person, and then we won't also invite anyone and anyone to apply, quote unquote, as well. Does anybody? So before any other points go, does anybody have any objections to that?
No.
Tillman and Allison, are they?
I think the suggestion is good. I was the one who proposed to invite people more broadly. In the interest of moving this forward, I am changing my opinion, and I suggest we stick with the 8 names that we have.
Okay. Wow, that's progress. Okay. All right, we're getting pretty close. The last thing we had to identify was reaching out. So in terms of the issue of like reaching out, I'll get to you, Jennifer. One of the concerns I have is, you know, this is going to be a very short amount of time. There's 11 of us, well, 10 after run, sails off into the sunset. 8 people. That seems like kind of a mad scramble of people calling and wanting to set up, and all these individuals have very important jobs, I'm sure, and they're going to feel like, wow, if I need to seriously be considered, I'm going to need to like sacrifice my time. And so I kind of err on the side of just having the chairs do it, even though it's, you know, and then if you all want to give us any additional guidance other than just having a conversation with them, we can be open to it, but I think that's the most feasible. Jennifer had her hand up, and then Ben.
I'm with you on not individually contacting the candidates to chat with them, even though I know it's tempting and it's hard. It's so hard to make a decision when you don't know people. But at first I was going to say we shouldn't talk to any one candidate ourselves unless we can commit to ourselves talking to all of them, including making ourselves available whenever they're available. But we can't all do that. It's like 8 times 11. That's crazy. Right. So I'm kind of feeling like we should just each agree not to contact the individuals to talk with them other than the chairs. I know it's hard, but I think that is the most fair thing. And then as for what the chair should say, I think what you should ask them is, might you accept if offered the position? Not or maybe that's the same as, are you interested? But like, we shouldn't ask them to say, yes, I would accept if offered, because that's, but just like, might you accept if offered?
Ben? And then if nobody else, then I have a comment.
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, you good? So, yes, I agree with Jennifer. It would also be great, and I know I'm kind of pushing the envelope here because it's after 11. We literally have less than an hour before Ron turns into a pumpkin. But it would be great to see if we could agree on any other broad parameters of what we want. Like, for example, can we agree that there's going to be some level of additional compensation for taking on the acting superintendent role if you're currently an ARPS employee? Okay, I'm seeing head nods.
Yes.
I don't think we need a vote of that. Okay, everybody's, I'll rely on you, Ben, to watch the remote participants. Okay, so that we can say that. Can we agree on like a term, like something, like the thing that's been rattling around in my head is appoint as acting superintendent for a term of up to 90 days or until the superintendent returns from leave, to be extended if necessary. Like, and the reason why, by the way, I say 90 days is that it covers the end of the school year. It gets us through the summer, towards the start of the next school year. It's enough transition stability without it being sort of interminable that we're asking somebody to do this for an extended period of time. Yeah, Jennifer.
So first, I think.
And then, Sarah.
So first, I think we can tell them, might you accept if offered, and contingent on contract bargaining. So, which is, I think, is a typical thing. So, like, let them know that, like, we would offer you the job, and then you would accept it, and then we would enter contract bargaining, and contingent on a satisfactory bargaining a contract for the short thing. As for the term, I mean, I guess my original thought about the term was through June 30th, which is the end of our fiscal year and includes the end of the school year, which is kind of clean, with the possibility of renewing for 30 days at a time, but something like notifying you by the 15th of the month. Because, like, if we say 90 days, but then Mike comes back in July, I mean, we don't know when he's coming back, but, like, if we had an acting and we had them as a contract through August, but then Mike's like, I want to come back August 1st, like, how?
So, as I said before, the cornerstones of this is that the person serves either until Mike returns or the school committee chooses somebody else, which could be for any reason or no reason. You know, you could have Mike out until middle of July, and on July 2nd, you say, you know, whoever we picked, we want to switch it now, right? So that's why the specifics of the term, it almost doesn't matter how you frame it. If you want to frame it as 90-day and with a 90-day extension, it's still going to have the clause that says if Mike comes back right sooner, he's coming back.
The only reason why I mentioned the term as something that might be a good piece of information for somebody is that if we say for a term up to 90 days or for a term up to 2 years, you're asking for a commitment, right? On pretty short notice, and so that's one way. That's one reason why I want to pull the term back of what we're asking for a commitment. The reason why I want more than like a couple weeks or a month is for the district stability. Like, I don't think we have the capacity to reasonably and thoughtfully do this kind of stuff every couple weeks, right? And we have the advantage, I think, time-wise, that it's the summer. There's obviously important summer work that goes on, but we have the advantage that there is this kind of gap between the school years, and so that gives us a little bit of leeway. So 90 days from now is mid-August, which is kind of nice. I'm sorry, Sarah. It's good.
Oh, no, that's okay. These additional comments change I wouldn't want it to come across as like pressure on Mike to come back by a certain time if he's not ready. So as long as there's some flexibility built in, and it sounds like from what Mark said that it is, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, Mark?
If I just, as you're starting to talk about the contract terms, I guess I want to make sure that you folks understand that if you're making an appointment subject to negotiation of satisfactory contract terms, if that's the motion you're going to make for somebody on Thursday, then that appointment doesn't become effective until the contract's resolved. So you also need to be prepared on Thursday to go right from we vote to appoint this person to either giving them a copy of a contract where they can sign on it right away, or go into executive session at that point, or just have a negotiation with them in executive session. However you're going to do it, you need to also get that contract done on Thursday night.
Right. Could you do it partly in open session, like make it subject to appointment with additional compensation not to exceed an annualized $30K or whatever? I'm just throwing out a number. I'm not valuing it, but something like that. So
yeah, I mean, you can. This was discussed last night.
Yeah,
you can do the whole thing in open session if you want to. Ordinarily, I would draft a document for you that is what I recommend. Leave the dollar figure in there blank, and then you guys, in any one of a number of different ways, could just say, okay, here it is. We fill in the name where for the person you vote on. Have them look at it. I was trying to think about what I could probably have something ready Thursday morning that you can let them see in advance, so they can see what they'd be signing on to. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So there. I'm just my biggest point. And the reason I raised my hand was to make sure that folks understand this has to be done. If there's a contingency, which is normal, the contingency has to be satisfied for you to have a superintendent in place.
Yeah. So, I guess the only challenge there is that the meeting's scheduled for 7:30, which means, our meetings might go long like they do tonight, and then if we want to immediately go into executive session, I guess we all have to be. Bring your pillow, bring a cup of coffee. It's an important thing to get done, right? So
if I can offer an alternative to that for you, if you all have a motion like the one you just articulated, Peter, of additional compensation up to a certain amount, and sometimes we throw in language like and other terms and conditions to be negotiated, and then authorize. I'm going to just pick Peter because he's been chairing this meeting. Authorize the chair to negotiate that. That at least allows you to complete the deal on Friday morning, so that you're not going back and forth until 49 minutes before Ron turns into a pumpkin. So that is another mechanism so that all of you don't have to worry about resolving that negotiation.
Right. Okay. So I saw a lot of heads nod when you mentioned the idea of some draft kind of thing for you to prepare for Thursday. So
I asked somebody to draft it yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go.
So hopefully it's my inbox tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so I think if you could kind of run with what you've heard tonight, especially within the last 20 minutes we started talking about the parameters, that would be good. I think simplest would be best. Obviously, your challenge changes if it's an external candidate, right? Because then it's a whole new contract, not just an addendum to a current employment situation. Okay. Have we, let's take a step back here and help us all think. So have we missed anything that Ben and I tomorrow morning are going to say, oh, drat, we forgot to cover it? So that when Ben and I go and execute this process as we've defined, that we want to make sure that we're doing it as we've all defined. Yeah, Jennifer?
Could you summarize the next steps?
I mean,
Shall I do it?
Oh, please, go ahead.
We have 8 candidates. I'm just going to read the names again. Marta Guevara, Doreen Reed, Doug Slaughter, Mary Custard, Faye Brady, Trevor Baptiste, Mickey Gromacki, and Susan Holland, who is external. The chairs are going to contact the 8 candidates tomorrow and find out, are they interested? And if so, they're going to be asked to provide a max 500 word statement and a CV. And then we will meet again on Thursday to discuss the candidates who remain in the pool and vote on an acting. And then something will happen with the contract, which will be determined on Thursday. The part I'm not clear on is the communication, emailing families, asking for input part.
Right. So I think the simplest is for us to send. So these are daily, but we send another ARPS-wide communication that states this is what happened at the meeting last night. These are the candidates. This is essentially saying what you just said, but in text, and that this is the process. If you'd like the information that the statements that we receive from candidates that are interested in accepting the position will be posted with the meeting. We'll try and get that out, have that out Thursday morning. We'll have public input. You're welcome to contact the school committee, et cetera, that kind of business. Ben, did you have a remote participant who had a?
Nope, he retracted.
No, okay. Yeah, sure.
Just a small thing, when you talk to the candidates, give them a deadline by which to send you the statement and CV.
For sure. Yeah, so that we have time to compile it. So it's going to be a pretty quick turnaround, like the end of tomorrow. So don't think too hard about it. It doesn't have to be 500 words. It can be 5 words if you want. Yeah.
Sorry, another process thing. We're going to be asking people letting people know that they can send their input on the candidates to us. It's been confusing for people to know who to email. So I'm going to suggest regional school committee at arps.org and Pelham school committee at arps.org.
Sure, they can do that. There's also the more general just
school committee?
I don't think that one's active.
It's
It's not listed on board docs, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay. I mean, I get those emails. Sorry, we're not supposed to say. But,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Ben. Allison.
The school committee email is active, but it requires somebody to manually forward the emails to us, so it doesn't come to people directly. I would suggest rather than email us personally, can it just go to public comment so that then we see it? Because
People might not want it to be public comment, though. Right?
okay, I would suggest then regional school committee, Pelham school committee, and the Amherst school committee.
I think I'm just trying to think of the message. Like, if you suggest, sometimes it's easier just to give people one option as opposed to use any one of these 3, and then people aren't going to know which one is the most primary. Yeah, Jennifer.
Well, I think we tell them, so everyone on Amherst School Committee is also on Regional School
Correct.
Committee. So I think we just tell them, send it to these 2 email addresses, Regional and Pelham. I just want to I just want to confirm with Tillman that he's getting the Regional School Committee emails. If not, we should make sure he gets added. Maybe that's just an
For
after
sure.
fact. Make sure he gets added to the Regional School Committee group.
If somebody could check, that would be great. I'm not confident that I am receiving those.
All right. Your email's Wolf something, right?
It's Wolf at Leverett School.
Right. Okay.
I just want to say that.
Oh yeah, Deb.
Tillman has been added. I don't know if Sasha's gotten the word to him yet about how to get everything, but he
Oh, okay.
has been added.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. I think we have a process. We've identified 8 people. We have a lot of work to do. Ben, I hope you're not don't have any movies to watch anytime soon. And so we will proceed apace. We got to get that meeting posted, obviously, first thing. So Deb will. We can touch base, Deb, about the. It should be a pretty straightforward agenda, but we'll coordinate on that.
All right.
Did you have a question?
No, it's just typically Sasha.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
We'll reach
it's
out to
fine.
Sasha,
I
yeah.
just want to make sure that she doesn't get left out.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely. Okay.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
I wanted to say goodbye to Ron.
Oh,
Do you want to withdraw your adjournment?
I withdraw. I
Okay.
withdraw my motion.
Ron Menino, thank you very much for your service to the town of Pelham and to the regional school committee. No, for seriously, you've done a lot in a lot of different eras. You've popped on and off the region, and it's amazing the volunteer work that you've done.
The most favorable stuff I've done is volunteering with the students at the Pelham School,
Right.
not this.
Right. Well, happy trails. Thank you for hanging in on this process. All right. Anything else before we do our final motion of the night?
This has been brutal.
Jennifer, we want to give it another go?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, moved in second. There's no discussion. We have to do roll call because we're remote, so I'll start with Allison.
Allison, aye.
Tillman?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Oh, we have to adjourn.
Yeah, we did.
We have to adjourn both.
I'm gonna fail the vote on the motion because we didn't articulate what we're doing. And because it's late and I would have done the same thing. Do you want to specify the committee?
I move we adjourn the regional school committee.
Second. All right, Ben, go for
All
it.
right, so Allison?
Allison, aye.
Tillman?
Aye.
Me, Ben, aye. Jennifer?
Aye.
Stephen?
Sullivan, aye.
Demling, aye.
Irv?
Irvine.
Margaret, I.
Service?
Sarah Bess, aye.
We are adjourned.
All right, I move to adjourn the Union 26 School Committee.
Second.
I'm going to give Ron the honor of that second. All right, and we have nobody. Oh no, Allison's remote. Oh, we just lost her. Do we still have a quorum? Okay.
With no objection. Yes.
So I'm assuming Allison has no objection. Let the minutes show that she's not accessing the vote.
Quorum, your meeting's over anyway.
Okay. Well, we haven't lost a quorum yet. So all in favor of adjourning
Just close it the whole time.
for Union 26.
Yes.
That's 4-0. Union 26